Hello, and to whom this may concern. Sorry to take a moment there. I'm tired. I'm very tired. If you've been around for the Danganronpa streams, you'll probably know why I'm so tired. Yes, we're going back into Danganronpa. We are going back in right now. This is a very abnormally timed stream for me. It's right in the middle of the day, and we're just launching back into it. I played this all night last night for 12 hours. Took a slight break for a couple of hours to archive my streams and get some breakfast across the road. Have a fresh shower. Now I'm back to keep it going. But, no sleep. No sleep this time. The previous streams, I've had little sleeps in between this. This time we're down to 0 sleep. But we have to get it. We have to see it through. It's time. It's time to see the end of Danganronpa. I don't know how long this final... We're in the epilogue. We're in the end game. I don't know how long this final stretch is going to take. Maybe just a few hours. Just a couple, handful. And then we need to just hang around all chill-like and scrape together the extras. Some collectibles and some bonus side menu stuff. So that'll be a more relaxed section. At least the story will be out of the way, and we'll get to slow things down a bit. But hopefully what I've got left can fit into another just under 12-hour stream. If I go for another 12 hours now, that's going to be kind of intense, because I just had one and I haven't slept between them. So that's a bit nasty. But the princesses are back to help out. Let me just test the heat. Still too hot. I just had a latte from the cafe across the road, and now I'm having a homemade coffee, so I'm kind of double dipping into the caffeine a bit. That's a Nescafe, and the latte is in the bin. And water. I think maybe I should hydrate a little bit better. Especially now that my body and my brain is starting to cop it from 3 to 4 days straight of just sheer Danganronpa madness. Danganronpa madness. That's what I got. That's what my brain's got right now. Danganronpa madness. Blah, 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 blah. Wake up. Ah! They need to actually diagnose this as a real medical condition. He's got the Danganronpa madness. Send him to the loony bin. Give him some medication. Make him eat the horse tranquilizers. Lick a hoof or two. He's a bit crazy. Fuck you, Danganronpa. I'm tired, man. Why are your stories so long? Hi, Priest Cloud. Just noticed you there. Sorry, I'm just losing my mind a little bit. The coffee's still too hot to drink, so I'm trying to keep myself busy mentally until I can put it in my body. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're there. We're there. We're in the end game. We're in the end game. Things are happening. Sleep is not one of them. Danganronpa is the only thing. But it's final chapter. We're there. Just drop plot twists on me like fucking atomic bombs. Keep me awake. No looping exposition. I don't want to hear characters over-explaining stuff for 10 minutes. And talking around in circles. We've had enough of that. Like, come on, guys. Efficiency. A little more efficiency in writing. Here we go. You fell asleep and was really surprised to see it again this early? Well, when I killed the stream earlier, basically what I said was like, we're so close to the end, what I'm going to do is, normally I would end the stream, and since it's like 7 in the morning when I stopped it, I would have breakfast and I'd go for a daytime nap through maybe half the day, and then come back. So So instead, today what I did was I ended the stream to go just have breakfast and to start some YouTube uploading of my stream archives, and then come straight back with no sleep. So we're coming off a 12-hour Danganronpa stream with no sleep into another 12-hour Danganronpa stream. So it's getting a little intense, so I gotta work a little harder to keep myself buzzed. It's a little harder as well because the previous couple of Danganronpa streams were also 10 to 12 hours, and I was only getting like 4 hours sleep between them, and then coming straight back. So I kind of needed to transition from that into a real sleep, and I've got from that into a no sleep, which is probably detrimental. But you know what? If I just push through and go hard now, it'll all be done, and then I can sleep for 2 days straight. I'll just pass out for 48 hours, and I'll come back to Twitch after maybe 2 days and play something new with a fresh brain and a freshly showered body, and maybe like some actual healthy food in me. Jerk off once or twice. Maybe punch the neighbor in pure frustration. I think the neighbor might be 96 years old. He might not survive a direct hit. You know what? That's on him. I need this. I need the catharsis. Ah! Load game. Oh my god, the extras as well. Still got the extras to poke around with once the story's done. But you know what? It'll be refreshing once the story's done. Like, I'll feel more relaxed once the story's concluded, because everything after that is just like sort of dicking around. The plan will be, the second the story's over, I'll be jumping back into chapter 1 to basically super speed skip all the dialogue until I get to the secret cutscene that I missed, just to unlock that. Because I didn't have the items required to unlock those cutscenes when I first played chapter 1. It's almost impossible. So that'll be easy and kind of fun, because those are fan service scenes, the secret ones. So that'll probably be very entertaining. And then I'll jump into the bonus school mode, where you're just supposed to hang around, complete repetitive tasks, and date the remaining students to finish the unlocking of the report cards. That you can get maybe 3 of the 16 done in the case of the story, and the rest you do in the bonus mode. And then I have to try that weird Momi action game mode. I don't know what that is, because that wasn't in the first game. I heard it's some kind of top-down action game that you just have to, like, grind a bit to get a couple of unlocks. But apparently it's pretty easy. I don't know how much that takes. 100%, yes, 100%ing the game for sure. But I have the roadmap in my head for how to 100% the game. It's not. It takes some time, which is why I think this is going to be again a long stream, even though the story's almost done. But it's all pretty straightforward and doable. Okay, that's at a good temperature now. That's awesome. Where's my headphones? Oh, the music's already on. I didn't realize there were fucking guitar solos going on in the background while I was talking then. Excuse me. Okay. Hi. Where am I? 4th floor of the VR school. That's right. Hello, everybody. Very red. Anyone else here? Nope, just Akane. It's alright. He's one of my favorites. Hello, Tits. Akane's twitching her nose like a beast and examining her surroundings. Hey, what happened?
Based on my gut feeling.
It's just my gut feeling, but I feel like something's getting closer. What do you mean?
So...
It's just my gut after all. You said that already. They're already doing it. This is the first conversation after starting the game. And they're already repeating themselves.
It's just my gut.
And again, 3 times in a row. Her gut is pretty impressive 4 times in a row. For some reason, it's strangely intuitive. Monokuma did say something about the main cast coming. Her gut must be correct this time. Oh yeah, they said the main cast was coming. I don't know what they mean by that, but I think that means the cast from the first game is on their way to the school right now, and we're gonna meet them. Which I'm actually quite excited about. I'd like to... That's some nostalgia. Can't wait to see them again. Where are we going? Fuck? Ah. Music hall. What the hell is this? I found one of the 10 Commandments. I feel like I could see something strange. That's an understatement. Why is there a computer hovering there? Words are floating in the air. Is this like a hologram? It's like a projected computer screen. Floating letters form a sentence, a passage from an email. Regarding the report we gave you the other day, we have obtained information on a person who claims to be a survivor of Hope's Peak Academy. Further investigations are a total of 15. You may be wondering about the number of people this time. If they're survivors of Hope's Peak, it's possible they may be targeted by ultimate despair. We should acquire them and place them in our care as soon as possible. I don't believe the group can go that far without Junko rallying them. In a worst-case scenario, we must prevent a repeat of the killing school life. If they are survivors, we should expect them to be quite valuable. We are still investigating the details of their origins, and we haven't located them either. We will continue to investigate the matter. Regarding a separate matter, we have received a report from the research facility on Japawak Island. Preparations have been complete. It seems we can proceed with the experimental phase of the Neo World program. Oh. 15 students survived. Us? Excluding Chiaki, who was the traitor, who was number 16. What happened outside Jabberwock Island? If the biggest, most awful, most tragic event was really true, then the world isn't normal anymore. Yeah, it's apocalyptic. I'm starting to feel like we might be better off not remembering the memories we've lost. So, after the initial survivors of the school from the first game, the 15 students from this game were found probably in captivity in the school. And they were worried that Junko's group was going to rally them, so they sent them to Jabberwock Island as part of their testing for something. I might have that a bit screwy. I might not have that completely right. Looks like it's some sort of monument. Why would there be a monument in the music room? The marks engraved on the monument is the symbol of the Future Foundation. Below that symbol is a short passage engraved. To combat the biggest, most awful, tragic event in human history, the graduates of Hope's Peak were among the many who established the Future Foundation. So the students that survived Hope's Peak established Future Foundation. Does that mean Makoto and the others did that? And the real Byakugan? Interesting. And World Ender was the terrorist group run by Junko and them, I think. Truth bullet. Either way. The Future Foundation's on our side, at least. They were founded by the graduates of Hope's Peak, and they took us in to protect us. If that's true, Chiaki should have made that clear. So if the students from the first game formed the Future Foundation, why would they put us, more surviving students, into a simulation to play the killing game like they did? That's kind of cruel. Also, if it's a simulation, then where are the kids that died? Would they still be alive? The ones who were carrying Junko's will made us go through this. This caught my attention in email too. What is this research facility on Jabberwock Island? It's the one that was putting us through the bullshit for the entire game. I guess. If there really is a research facility on the island, there should be other Future Foundation members there. There's still so many mysteries. Yes. No Monokumas? Nope. Go. Okay. Anybody open? Okay, wait. I must have missed something. Nothing's open. There's some guy on the soundtrack just absolutely wailing on that guitar while I'm just cruising around. It's a very nice looking grand piano. Might be valuable. Ibuki might have been able to play this. Is that it? Nothing else. All the doors are locked. Still. Oh no, wait. Office is open. What the fuck? I saw Monokuma. This feels different from a classroom.
Maybe.
This is a staff office. It has a stuffy teacher vibe to it. Now that you mention it, it does look like that.
No.
More importantly, bruv, have you seen Miss Sonia? Haven't seen her anywhere. Dude, you're supposed to be keeping an eye on Sonia. You chased her out of the room. Leave him to it. I don't care what the others are doing right now.
Huh?
I got a job to do.
Are you serious?
9:59. I've almost got that fully maxed out. List of subjects. There's something written on the blackboard. A list of subjects in large letters. Names I've seen before. Nagito, Gundam, The Imposter, Teru Teru, Neko, Maru, Fuyuhiku, Kazuichi, Chiaki, Hajima. This is all of us. Except for Hiyoko. What? Hiyoko? There's a newspaper posted on the blackboard. Below that it says Hiyoko. What is this newspaper? She's not part of our group. What is this? Wait, no. Hyoko's the little shitty girl. Shorty. I didn't recognize her because her hair's different. And she looks younger in real life. She was much smaller and looked more childlike. It's pretty much her defining feature. But the chick in this photo is a babe. I can see the resemblance to Hiyoko, but her height and figure, and her hair. Everything. Her demeanor.
Huh?
What happened to you? This lady looks pretty mature. Is she Hyoko's older sister or something? That's the exact name, though. Hiyoko has an older sister with the same first and last name. No, dude. Obviously not. That's the only explanation, right? Look at it yourself. That's not Hiyoko.
Man.
It's not like I was that close to her or anything.
Wrong.
Oh, yeah, please explain it. She doesn't have to be an older sister. Hiyoko is the Sunji family's only daughter. If she doesn't have a sister, or a relative, there's still much of a resemblance.
What are you saying?
That's Hiyoko.
Of course not.
What are you saying? That doesn't have a curvy body like that. She was famous for her childlike figure. She got away from all kinds of crap by looking like that.
Well...
I don't know what to tell you. Maybe she had a growth spurt. What? In the past? She had a growth down spurt? What the fuck?
Today, I'm feeling
All the clues
what?
I provided are true. If they weren't, it wouldn't be fair.
What's going on?
Well, if the world we just came from on the island is virtual, then our bodies would look like however we wanted them to look. Or however the people who put us in there wanted us to look. Like Nagito apparently has Junko's arm surgically attached to him, but he didn't have that in the island VR thing. Interesting. How could there be a photo of a grown-up Hiyoko when she's already dead? Why does this even exist?
Hey,
She must have been older, the real her. But when they put her in it, they had her be smaller.
This is bad.
Bro, if it says subjects, maybe it means there was some kind of experiment. That's us. We were the guinea pigs. Just saying it out loud makes it sound messed up. If it's some kind of experiment, it would mean that we're also test subjects. Our names are also written on the blackboard under list of subjects. What kind of experiment was this? Bro, it's better not to have anything to do with time travel. It's not, don't worry. You're kind of silly for even saying that. Who dis? Extremely overwhelming portraits hanging on the wall. It's just some old motherfucker. The name mentioned in the placard says Hope's Peak Academy founder Azuru Kamakura. Azuru? Isn't that the name of... Wait. Azuru was the name of the student that was like... the greatest ultimate and their best hope. Unless the founder had the same name. Doesn't this contradict the information I obtained earlier? Damn, another mystery. Yeah, maybe the ultimate student was named after the founder? Probably a stretch. Flowers on the desk? They look strange. Are my eyes just tired? They're digital, that's why. There were letters floating in the air like the music room from earlier. Looks like a passage from an email. I think it's the same one from earlier. I guess I should read it. We understand the matters regarding survivors. In order to safely acquire them, please do your best and continue your investigation. You must exercise extreme caution concerning the remnants of despair. Even though they have lost Junko, the fact remains they are incredibly dangerous. Even after her death, the tragedy has not ended. Perhaps there is still a leader on par with Junko. As long as we do nothing about the remnants, we will not be able to end this incident. The remnants of despair must be immediately eliminated once they are discovered. Everything is for the sake of the shining future. Are we the remnants of despair? Are we the 15 survivors of Junko's despair terrorist group? So they took away our memories and put us in the killing simulation? In order to do, like, despair/hope experiments? What the fuck? There's so many twists, layered upon twists, built into this. I haven't quite got it straight in my head yet. If the remnants of despair are the ones waging war, there's no way they'd be forgiven that easily. Truth bullet. Okay, with this you've totally raised all the flags on this floor. Congratulations. You shall now go on to the next stage. What do you mean the next stage? Are we jumping floors again? Okay. Well, I'm not going to talk to you again then. If I go through the door, it should magically take me to the 3rd floor. Yeah, there we go. Digital trickery. It's always different from last time again. I guess when the flag Monokuma mentioned is raised, I've moved to a different hallway. But how can he do that? Because we're still in the virtual bullshit. We haven't seen the real world yet. Hang on, I should keep checking my Tamagotchi. I almost forgot. Still counts. 211. It's locked. What is going on with this place? That's not right. Somewhere? What is going on with the windows? That one's floating in the air. Contact the programmer. This one's fucked. Oop. Rec room. This is the room that Sakura died in the first game. Oh my god, the billiard table is floating. Now I can't play billiards. Or even snooker. Okay, now what? Magazines? A lot of different magazines, fashion, motorcycles, martial arts, sports, computers, travel. Even a magazine about cameras. Mahiro would be happy. Fuck Mahiro. There's a dartboard, but it's still a school, right? Yeah, look, bar rooms like this don't normally exist in schools. Fair call. A nice firm-looking leather sofa. Looks like it'd be comfortable for anyone to sleep on. Hello? Confidential? File with a seal. It says confidential, but that means this is a secret, right? Why would an important document be here? Because Monokuma wants me to see it, because he's up to some nonsense. I need to confirm what's inside the file. About the Hope Cultivation Plan. For many years, Hope's Peak has been conducting rigorous research into various talents. The Hope Cultivation Plan seeks to use the fruits of our labor to further our true goal. With our hands, we will birth a true hope that will bring hope to the entire world. Truly, the program is the next innovation in providing the ultimate education. This plan has been the Academy's wish since its foundation, and we must succeed at all costs. Detailed instructions, intricate orders, technical terms, true hope. Okay. I don't get to actually read the instructions, I just get to read what the entire thing's about. There's something about the words true hope. I guess I'll add it as evidence. We'll figure it out in the trial. How about that? Oh. Email. Holograms again. Email passage. Regarding the report we gave you the other day, we have finally succeeded in acquiring them and have placed them in our care. Though they were all dispersed, we were successful in acquiring all 15 due to the fact that we were unable to ask them about specific details. It is unknown how they managed to survive the tragedy. It's been reported that some are wounded, and it seems certain they have survived under harsh conditions. Over the course of our detailed investigation, we determined they are the same age as the others, so we have decided to entrust them to the survivors of the killing school life. So, we are the remnants of despair. We were collected up after the tragedy. There was 15 of us, not including Chiaki, the 16th, because she's the traitor. We were handed over to the survivors of the first game, who are the Hope Foundation, and then they put us into the Jabberwock Island simulation for some reason. That's the part we haven't figured out yet. We will continue with the investigation. Once they are discovered, we shall eliminate them immediately. Everything is for the sake of the future filled with hope. Okay. Lots of updates. It says here they succeeded in acquiring them and have placed them in our care. That means we should have been protected by the Future Foundation. Why is this happening? I mean, we were being protected because when we were in Jabberwock Island, we were under the care of Monami, aka Usami, who basically just wanted us to get along and be friends and live in peace. With Chiaki installed as a traitor to keep an eye on us from within, with us thinking she's one of us. With our memories removed, so we'd be chill. But then for some reason, Monokuma showed up again and hijacked the whole thing into a killing game. That's the part that needs to be figured out. Everything checks out. In fact, yes. The Future Foundation, the survivors from the first game, they would have put us in the Jabberwock simulation to keep us safe. We were being looked after. The big question is why Monokuma showed up and turned us against each other and turned it into a killing game. Someone caught up with us in there against the Future Foundation's will and hijacked it and turned it into a clusterfuck.
What's this?
If you keep worrying, you're going to get a toothache and collapse. Who is controlling you? That is the big question. That's the solution that's going to unravel everything.
Hey,
It's exactly what it looks like. It's the Future Foundation's emails, these holograms. They made the perfect clues, so I did a little bit of hacking here to get them. You can even do that? Whoever's controlling you seems to possess many talents.
no!
Who cares about me anyway? That's important. Goodbye. Yeah, the easiest way to make Monokuma leave is to start questioning things that he doesn't want us to know. He pisses right off. Oh, fuck. The hallway's upside down. Hello? This is totally disconnected from reality. What? Yo. Akane, okay. You look a little digital. Someone's coming. She's twitching her nose.
Based on my gut feeling.
Oh, this is the same conversation as downstairs. It's repeating. Cool. Nope. Bathrooms are locked. This room's locked. Holy shit. Library? Okay. Oh, I remember this library. This is where Byakugan in the first game used to hang out. Well, there's the email. Any Monokumas? Nope. The hologram again. Must be another one of the emails. I should read it. The Future Foundation 14th Division Makoto. Where are you guys? What are you doing right now? What you're doing is a serious act of treason. Why are you protecting the remnants of despair? Okay, Makoto and the group from the first game are definitely Future Foundation. They're definitely looking after us in the Jabberwock simulation. So all we gotta do is figure out who Monokuma is. It should be abundantly clear to you how dangerous it is to keep these people alive. Stay calm and think about this carefully. You guys are being lied to. Think carefully about what's important and bring the light of hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agreed with our ideals. We rescued you from the tragedy you survived and cooperated with recovering your memories. Immediately return the remnants of despair to our headquarters. So they captured them and gave them to the Foundation, the students from the first game. They were supposed to kill them, but they're looking after them for some reason. I think Makoto is turning against the people that helped them because his idea of hope and the right thing to do is more benevolent than the way these people are acting, who are just willing to kill their enemies. Wow, so all of us in the second game that were on that island, every student, we were all part of the terrorist group. Junko's team. We were all despair people. We just lost our memories of it. This email suggests someone was trying to let the remnants of despair escape. It's addressed to Makoto. Yes, the main character of the last game. Oh, I hope we get to see him. And the others. They keep on teasing that they're coming. Email to Makoto has been added to the truth bullets. Yeah. Update to despair. Oh fuck, wrong button. There's nothing else in here. Okay. Easy room. Why is this still upside down? Oh, good. Found the next one easy. I don't like how it keeps turning into pixels like that. Oh, swimsuits. Didn't I walk into a classroom? Now it's a laundromat. Whatever. It's all fucky right now. Monokuma!
No.
Yay! Found every hidden Monokuma! Boy! We are very close to getting max coins. When I get to 999 coins, that's an achievement. I'm so happy. That is a annoying achievement out of the way. Poop. Oh, tablet. This looks like a tablet computer. The power's on too. Is this the next clue? I picked up the tablet and immediately started examining it. Cool tablet, bro. Neo World program? That's new. I haven't heard of the Neo World program yet. I seem to recall hearing it. Okay, apparently he's heard of it, so I should have heard of it too. I must have just forgotten. Okay, I can't make heads or tails of that. New World Program has another name. Psychotherapeutic Communication Simulator. That must be Jabberwock Island simulation that we were just in for the whole game. Ooh. Individuals such as the Ultimate Programmer, the Ultimate Neurologist, and the Ultimate Therapist. Ultimate Programmer was, Chihiro from the first game. I don't know the other two, the Neurologist and the Therapist. They were among the many talented people whose research results were utilized. By mounting a device to the cranium, the Neo World Program, it allows its subjects to experience a synthetic virtual world. Yep. The entirety of this game was not real. We were in VR, son. Kind of like, this is very similar to the plot twist in Star Ocean. If you've ever played the Star Ocean RPGs, there was a Star Ocean sequel on the PS2. Star Ocean, maybe Till the End of Time? It had a long subtitle. It might be Till the End of Time. It's not that long a subtitle, but it's kind of long. That Star Ocean game had a plot twist at the end where it turned out that the entire universe that you've been experiencing in Star Ocean is actually a VR simulation like The Matrix that people log into as avatars. And it, like, retroactively changed the canon and lore of the game, like, completely. So every Star Ocean game you've ever played before that game, which were basically just straightforward science fiction games like Mass Effect, that one game basically changed the entire lore of the entire series retroactively. Because it's like, okay, all of a sudden this entire thing up till now was all VR, all the time. Which is a pretty bold gambit. Like, that's the kind of thing that either basically is one of the most amazing plot twists you've ever experienced, or it completely fucks up the entire series for you. And I guess that 50-50 depends on who you are. In Danganronpa's case, though, this is not really quite the same, because this only applies to this game. The Island VR simulation was really just for this plot. It doesn't retroactively change anything, so it's not a big deal, I guess. It's possible to undo trauma sustained in the real world through the use of virtual worlds. However, this device is for psychotherapeutic purposes only, expressly forbidden. So, I think the Future Foundation put us remnants of despair in the Jabberwock Island resort simulation as a sort of therapeutic brainwashing to make us better? Like, fix the despair thing? While we didn't have our memories of being despair agents? Interesting. Extreme care must be exercised when operating the program? Well, too bad. Too late for that. Fucking Monokuma ruined everything. Everything around me turned black. Synthetic virtual world, program, feeling of emptiness, like everything is being tainted. Weakness, like the world is collapsing. Everything is starting to feel meaningless. Desperate attempts, goodbyes, conflicts, trusts. It's all disappearing until all I feel is despair. Am I getting my memories back? Am I becoming a despair agent again? Oh, wait, I'm back. With a scream. I screamed loudly as if I was confirming the sound of my own voice. I'm a little bit dramatic. But I am a teenager, so, you know. I'm going through puberty, leave me alone. I'm starting to accept that there's no way something as crazy as this actually exists. Dude, we're still in the virtual simulation somehow. You gotta raise the flags more in order to clear my character out. Despair is waiting for you, goodbye. I think Monokuma's plan right now is the more I discover about the real plot, who we really are, and what's actually happening with the VR simulation, he's banking on us basically having a mental breakdown and falling to despair from knowing the truth. So I guess the only way to beat him is to just be like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. Hope all the way, bitch. Better world lays ahead. Or whatever. Got it. Let's go. I should probably run around in a circle for maybe 30 seconds. That'll finish my current Tamagotchi off.
Hiya!
Hi. What? Hey, how are you doing? Did you enjoy the killing school trip? I could barely read that, dude. Why are you speaking elite? By the way, do you guys remember the speech I made at the beginning? From the point on, I promised you a world that truly deserves to be called a game. You guys are the only ones watching this who can save them. Me? Is he breaking the fourth wall and talking to me, the gamer? The end of the world is nigh. What you gonna do? What's gonna happen? Isn't it exciting? Isn't the heart throbbing? Look forward to it. Hoo 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 hoo. Funny laugh. And we're back. When we first arrived here, I walked down this hallway from the classroom to get to the gym. I don't really see a resemblance, but... Oh, are we back to the first floor? Yeah, there's the gym. Alright. It's just got a bit more wireframey since we were last here. Can I use the shop? I want to buy some mineral water for my Tamagotchi. Oh, shit. Sonia?
Well?
Are you familiar with the placebo effect? Or the nocebo effect? I've never heard of the nocebo effect. Placebo is when your health improves after taking a fake medicine you believe is real. The nocebo effect is the opposite. As long as the human brain controls other body functions, if the brain believes something's real, it will become real. That's odd.
Oh my.
She has no idea what she said that. That was weird. Okay. Where are we going? Oh, there's the trial room. There's Monokuma. Back to... Oh, hey, Tamagotchi. Tamagotchi. My pig is about to vomit up an egg. Isn't nature grand? He's rolling on out. He wants to give you something. 150 monocoins. We got 999. Sorry, I got to jam out a little bit. Cloth wrap backpack, Codro baguette, 150 coins. I kind of lost some of those coins because I was already close to maxing out. I think 50 would have done it, so I lost about 100 coins because I was already max. Okay. I have an idea.
Danganronpa.
Gonna back out. Load back in. So it takes us to the main menu screen where the shop is. Here we go, extras. I should spend these 999 coins before I earn more. Otherwise, you know, maxed out. What do I have to actually spend them on for the achievement? Hang on. There's some gallery I have to buy. Unlock all gallery items. I think that basically just means... Oh, there's a lot. Okay, wait. Let me get some advice. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Gallery. Whoop. Purchase every item from the first 4 galleries. Event, movie, artwork, and sound. You don't need the others for the achievement. It costs slightly more than the 999 cap to get them all. Okay, so I can't buy them all now, even with maxed out money. Once you've played through the main game, you'll still be missing a couple that you can't purchase. One is added once you play Island Mode. The last item in Movie Gallery will appear once you've read through the novel Danganronpa 1F. Oh, and the secret scenes. I am pretty close to getting all those. Dun, 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 dun. Gotta get all the items in the vending machine. That's something to grind towards the end. Yeah, okay. So the first 4 galleries. $2 coins each, missing 2 down the bottom. What's this? Movie gallery. Sound gallery. Okay.
Danganronpa.
Well, let's just start doing it. Boop. Boop. I'm glad they don't make me actually watch these all. Imagine you having to buy them and actually watch them too. What a pain that would be. I wish there was a button for buy all. That would be really handy right now. Jesus. Fucking hell, how many of these are there? Jesus. I think we're only in chapter 3 at this point in terms of event cutscenes. Okay, we're in chapter 4. Okay, we're in chapter 5. It's almost there. That's chapter 0. Chapter 6, manga for morons. Oh, wow. Oh, there's that topless... There's that topless scene. With the massage. Monokuma Theater. Jesus. Okay. What about movie gallery? These should be much shorter. There's something missing from there. What's that question mark? Oh, so movie is basically the full-on FMV cutscenes, where events are actually in-game. 1, 2, 3, 4 missing. I don't know what that last question mark section is, but apparently I have to buy everything from there too. Let's buy everything from the iPod store. I love the fact that the graphics on the right are a complete send-up of the old iPod commercials. Nice touch. Ow. There's something missing. I really needed all this money to use on the vending machine to get the rest of the gacha stuff. Okay, There's still some music that's missing. Some question marks in here.
Danganronpa.
Danganronpa. Alright, I think that's good. I think gallery-wise, you can leave it at that. Is this Shinomitsu again? I think it's the dating stuff, the dating cutscenes. Those are automatically unlocked. I think all these three down the bottom are automatically unlocked. This might be comic books, the locked one, for when I beat the game. Because apparently I'm supposed to read a comic book, a manga, with further story information to unlock one of the extra movies? Yes. Continue. Yes. Alright, how are we going with the new one? 100 steps away to baby. Wait. If I just do a couple of laps, it'll hatch. Wait, I have to walk. I think if I walk, it goes faster than running. It doesn't really make any sense why walking makes the steps go faster than running. Like, it should be the opposite. Yep, there you are. New bunny. Bad bunny. Okay, we need the pigamy is done. Next is the Goromi. 6 hope, any despair. I should have 6 mineral waters. I got 7. Good stuff. That's for you. He's happy with this mineral water. Why do the Tamagotchis in this game only drink mineral water? That's their only food. A little bit cheap. Here's 5. One more. Then I've got 1 more mineral water left over. I'll need more though, because I need 9 hope for both Osami and Monokuma versions, so I'll need another 18 of these. No, 17, because I've got 1. Yikes. The tricky one is Monokuma. The Monokuma needs 6 despair and 9 hope. That's rough. I might have to get despair up to 9. And then use the hope, the mineral waters to increase the hope and decrease the despair to 6. Something like that. Alright. He's ready to go. Let's move on. Monokuma, it's me. The moment you discover the truth was a lie, all hope will disappear. Okay. Despair Hotel. 1B. He seems pretty sure that this is gonna fuck my brain up, whatever he's got in store for me. What is this? This classroom has the obelisk from 2001 Space Odyssey just floating in it. There's no way something this big could be floating. What in the world is this? The moment I looked at the object, I started to feel really horny. Oh, it's got binary on it. It's a computer obelisk. Very cool. Oh, hello. Is that Chihiro? It's Computer Chihiro from the first game. Dope. Welcome to Neo World Program. A person? Talking to me? Is this even a person in the first place? I'm not quite a person. I'm simply an artificial intelligence. It would make me happy if you called me Alter Ego. That's the name my master gave me when he created me. They could talk. What are you? I'm a glowing red neon lady chick. In computer. The Master Control Program, MCP for short. Responsible for creating and overseeing the world. Only the Observer has the authority to directly influence you guys. I can't actually exert much influence. My existence is one you don't normally meet. I'm sort of like an apartment manager. Wait. You're a... what do they call that? You're a landlord? Ew. The virus has infected everything I'm supposed to be managing, and because of that, the world I'm managing is acting peculiar. What virus? Does this have to do with Monokuma and whoever's taken over this place and caused us to play kill games? Damn it, that feeling from earlier again. Like my feet are hovering above the floor. I can't even believe my own existence. Where is this place? What's the Neo World Program? Neo World Program emitted the data collection procedure for shaping the entire world. Only the data we collected during the experimental stage is being utilized. That means the data detailing Jabberwock, where this research facility was located, is why the previous Jabberwock Island cityscape was restored. I am to answer your question, where is this place? Answer would be, mostly Jabberwock. Mostly? Certain portions are different depending on the circumstances, for example the school. This space is entirely under the virus's influence. It's probably why I'm appearing before you too. Without the virus, these circumstances are unnatural. It seems the launch was rushed. Because of that, there wasn't enough time to collect data. I don't really know the circumstances of the outside world, the overseer of the Neo World Program. Everyone might be dead. This might all be AI shit. I understood what they meant, but I couldn't understand what's being said. There was no way for me to acknowledge it as truth. It would make much more sense if this was a fictional world. It is. Are you only just getting to that now? I thought we all understood this by now. Well, look around. I can't believe what's going on. They're missing a sense of reality. The mysteries, the truths, they're just fiction. I need to know. I need to know what this world is. Can you tell me? I thought we figured this out right at the start. I didn't realize that Hajime was still in denial. The Neo World Program serves only one purpose, to make the real world a splendid one. It's a program for creating hope. It hasn't done a good job. I'll tell you that now. The fact that we don't have our memories, that's all the program's fault, right? Deleting memory is the first step towards replacing memory. Replacing memory data is one of the features of the Neo World Program. With the installed memory control unit, it's possible to remove any time period you set it to. You upload the memories obtained in the virtual world. Removing memories of a time period? So Monokuma was right, we did lose our school memories. Because we were the bad guys, that's why. It was for the best. It's a mystery to me as well. Booting the program on the survivors of Hope's Peak while it's still in experimental stage. There was a very good reason, but I don't know what it is. I'm a terrible computer. We are lab rats, though. The only thing I can think of is it sounds like we're lab rats. How dare they? I think the Future Foundation is our ally, but their methods are crazy. If only I was more reliable, I wouldn't have lost my authority to a virus. All these new worlds make my head feel like it's about to burst. Maybe the virus was born of... Oh. Maybe because Nagito had Junko's arm. Which means her DNA is mixed with his. So if he got put into the virtual world, that means Junko's DNA did too. So Nagito's body has corrupted this place because of the Junko influence. It's brought despair into the computer program. Two monitors. They were disguised as teacher and one of the students. Oh, the monitors were Chiaki and, Monami. Usami. The rabbit. They were intended to guide the participants. But by the way, the observer in the teacher role has been given the authority to influence you, but the observer in the student role was not. I guess Chiaki was just meant to watch. What kind of authority does the teacher have? The teacher creates the rules and manages them. If the teacher is properly managing the rules they've created, there's no risk. Because of the virus, that has changed. So she really was trying to just keep the peace. And the Monokuma came along with the virus and fucked it all up. The Neo World program would have promised eternal peace, but like the outside world, it's become a world filled with violence and death. So they were planning on perfecting this virtual world idea in order to put everyone in it, so that everyone can live in this virtual utopia with no despair. And now it's ruined because despair has infected it like a virus. And we were the guinea pigs. Us 16 students were the first. Just to make sure it all works. Interesting. Interesting. So that's what Future Foundation and Makoto and the other students that survived the first game were doing. They suffered in the apocalypse, the outside world, and now they're trying to create this virtual one where we can leave the real world and actually be living with hope and not despair. And instead of killing the 15 despair students, they wiped our memories and used us as the first guinea pigs to make sure the hope world works in Jabberwock Island. In the end, the virus stole a portion of my abilities which contained my authority to build the world. It was like a grandmaster chess player. I tried to fight back so it wouldn't have complete control. A portion of the world has been modified at convenience. Yeah, Monokuma Rock, the funhouse, there's a bunch of stuff that was changed from the photos we saw of what the real island was supposed to look like. Alter Ego should be an impressive artificial intelligence that Future Foundation created. I can just tell by communicating with her. Yeah, it's Chihiro's work. Does that virus possess an artificial intelligence just like her? What the heck? Waging an attack against another one? That's so freaking irritating. The Neo World program exists in isolation. It's impossible to be infected through a network. I'm fairly certain someone physically uploaded it. Someone secretly brought an external memory drive containing the virus into the facility and directly uploaded it to the main computer where the That must have been Nagito. Must have. He seems to be behind most of it at this point. But he did talk about Junker like it was his main enemy. Hope versus despair. Nagito versus Junker. So I don't know why you'd try to destroy a world built on hope. The only person who could enter the facility is someone who was a member of Future Foundation. Why am I assuming that I just heard is the truth? Why am I assuming everything is a lie? Or which one is it? Okay, we have more info on Chiaki and Usami. New world updated. It's true the virus is powerful and that I'm completely overwhelmed, but I'm still able to defend the essential areas. It has limits too. It took over an observer, then it has to follow the rules of the observer. Such as, in order to end the program and release everyone, I need to follow the correct procedure.
Hey!
Uh-oh.
Come on now!
I think you've told me too much. Monokuma's mad. Even if you're just a god in the machine, that's enough hints from you. You're gonna say something more. I suppose you exist between life and death, and the death of yourself is inevitable. If so, it should be parallel to the deflux based on definition. What the fuck? I think Monokuma broke down slightly there. Monokuma's breaking! Oh my god! Death, 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 death. Okay, that sounds more like him. Yeah, okay, I get it, death. The usual. What the heck? What just happened? Wait, is that me? Someone is right there, right? Huh? Who are you? Are you different from the earlier one? Maybe he can't hear my voice. I'm currently talking to the world through Alter Ego. Ever since you guys vanished into that space, the video feedback has been pretty distorted. We're forced to watch you this entire time. things you guys were forced to do, we were forced to watch. I really want to save you right away, but because of the virus interference, I couldn't. It's Makoto. It's Makoto, the main character from the first game. That's him. That's his silhouette. I know it anyway. I'm getting a communication from him from the real world. He's arrived. Oh, exciting! In that world, the person created an independent country that doesn't accept outside interference. But Alter Ego created an opportunity for me to speak to you directly. That means it's working. That means the person I need to talk to is right there, I hope. It looks like this guy can't even hear or see me. Who is he anyway? Our ally? 100%. Since there's no time, I'm going to say what I need to say and believe you're there listening to me. I should apologize. It won't help, but we didn't imagine something like this would happen. We never expected such an atrocious virus was lurking inside Neo-World. That's entirely our fault. It's our responsibility for not realizing until it's too late. It's not just the virus either. I can't say for sure that the program didn't have any problems. To tell you the truth, I was unsure about whether or not to run the program on you guys. If there was any way to save you. Oh, Makoto. Still Mr. Hope until the bitter end. What did he want to save us from? Why would this save us? You've already seen the password to enter the graduation exam ground. Yep, 11037. It's the number we found at Mizuma Castle. The door to the ancient ruin was supposed to open after you all finished gathering the hope fragments. From there, you guys are supposed to challenge the graduation exam, and I prepared the password just in case something went wrong. I had my doubts the program was perfect, but even if the chance is slim, I thought the observer might end up going rogue. That's the reason I left the password in a place where the teacher role would not be able to go. I never thought Nikito, who saw it first, would erase the password anyway. I'm also the person who set the password to that number. The number contains a secret. Someone close to me left that number to save me when I was in a dilemma. Can you understand what I'm trying to say? I don't remember the first game well enough to remember the importance of the password. Is it Chihiro? That person is trying to abuse the graduation exam. I'm sure they're going to crush you with despair using the graduation exam that's waiting for you. Alright, so the final trial, aka the exam, has been set up to crush us with the despair of the truth. We just have to survive it and come out with our psyches intact. I have a secret to defeat them. Yes? In a worst-case scenario, where an observer has the role of a teacher who goes rogue, I've prepared a hidden command to use at the graduation exam site. The forced shutdown sequence. If a teacher's authority can't stop that command, it's a way to end this that you guys can choose on your own, dependent on the observer. Which means even if they stole the teacher's authority, they shouldn't be able to stop it. If you use that, you guys will win. In order to start the forced shutdown, you need more than half the number of people. More than half? That's more than 8. We've only got 5. Oh shit. That's not good. So we can't use the force shutdown. Hey Monokuma, you in a death loop. And I spoke to Makoto. How exciting is that?
Say what?
Hey Hajime, what was that weirdness just now? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Anyway.
Something that's you're not gonna like. Anyway, that's all the hints you're gonna get. That no good artificial intelligence tells you any more useless stuff. I'm gonna bust it again. So, I've learnt enough truth as far as Monokuma is concerned for him to be able to fuck with me. Anything else from here on is stuff that might help me. It's been a while since I've spoken at length, but it was important to talk to you. About that guy just now. There shouldn't be anything else for you to ask me. Okay, yeah, Monokuma's gonna overhear me. I can't let him know about Makoto helping us from the outside. You guys have a weapon, a very powerful weapon. It depends on how you guys use that weapon. The only thing I can do is prevent the virus's invasion with all my might. So you're gonna hold back the floodgates while we use the secret Makoto weapon? During the trial, I'm guessing? Is it the 11037 password? The mystery's getting solved. I'm finally starting to see the truth. What are we supposed to do when the truth is really a lie? We know we're working towards a conclusion that nobody wants to hear. Do we really need to work hard and do our best? I think Sonia's not going to take this well. When she finds out that her true self, before she lost her memories, was part of the Despair terrorist group, and the rest of us are all bad guys, I think she's going to be very upset. I think the Yakuza kid will take it well. The mechanic's going to fold like a fucking leaf. That little puss. Even though we had to experience something as painful, something as tragic, wouldn't all that be meaningless when the world is flipped over and becomes irrational? What am I supposed to do? Well, there's the Makoto truth bullet. 11037. Shutdown sequence in the trial room. Cool. That was a lot. That was a lot all at once. Oh shit. A ding dong bing bong can only mean one thing. Exam time.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
Sure.
It's time for the long-awaited graduation
Can we stop doing the
exam.
virtual glitching out thing?
Please
Because
enter the red door
it's either
located
hurting my
on the
eyes or giving me
first floor
epileptic
of
fits.
Hope's Peak Academy.
Hopefully the other students heard that too and meet me there. A red door? It's just a waste of time thinking about what that all means right now. We need to finish this. Let's focus on that. Let's. Oh, it's right here. Red door, right? I have to go in here? Will this be finished? Soon enough. This trial might be a doozy. Oh god, this corridor's a doozy. Well, that's a head trip. Grandma, is that you? Step into the light? Oh, this actually is in-game. Have to run. Okay. Stepping into the light. Is this what it's like to die? Simulation. Danganronpa. Monokuma. Trial Ground 1. Where's the others?
Yo.
Hey, Tits is the first one here. So you're the first three to come in.
Damn right.
You and left and right titty. Then for Yuhiko. You're just going to be the final place.
However,
This place is... Yep, it's another trial room. Just a bit more minimalist, a bit more brutalist in its architecture. Why is this a trial field? There's no signs for all the dead other kids around the trial stands either. Which is good, because they're kind of morbid. This should be the place the door of the ancient ruin leads to.
Hey,
Rob, it's pretty strange we've been in another building up till now.
damn it.
We're dreaming or something. No, why do all of them take so long to figure out they're in a virtual world?
welcome.
Hajime barely caught on just before in the previous scene. You finally arrived. Congratulations, you guys are the first ones to ever beat the game. We haven't beat it yet. We're only just beginning, man. We're only just beginning. Ah. Graduation exam site within the ancient ruins of Jabberwock Island. Y'all can give it a fancy name like graduation exam site, but it's no different than the trial ground from before. I love that Mini Kuma, the clock, is still with us. That's wonderful. This trial field actually inspired from the one before, so in a way, this place is the original.
Hey,
Of course.
Oh, this is going to be a bunch of insanity, I can tell already.
huh?
If we have to decide, what do we have to do?
Now then.
Take a look at the LCD touch panel built into your seats. Once again, every time we're in a trial room, Monokuma calls our pedestals seats. And once again, there is no actual seats. A seat suggests a place where you could sit. You stupid fucking bear. Oh, we get graduate or repeat is our only votes.
Yes, indeed.
So repeat takes us back to the island simulation. And graduate takes us back to the shitty real world apocalypse dystopia. All of you will cast your vote, and whichever one is the majority will be considered your final decision. If you don't press either, it will be treated as an absence and will not be counted.
In other words,
Everyone who has died up till now will have their votes treated as absences.
then...
It's just a majority vote. It's all you had to say. If graduate is chosen by majority vote, from there an event is kind of like a graduation ceremony called the graduation program will begin. Don't interrupt him. I need to know this.
No.
Your resolve hasn't firmed yet, right? You will be swept away by society's harsh code.
Shut up!
Okay, he's pretty keen to just press it right
What's
now.
this?
But we need to hear what he has to say. We need to hear all the shit. My, which one of your orifices are using to spew bile? All of them. He's leaking from every hole. To participate in the graduation project, you need my final say as your teacher. Does that mean it won't end with just a majority
That's
vote?
right!
After the vote, I'm going to judge every single one of you to see if it's okay for you to graduate.
Damn it!
That doesn't seem fair. What's the point of the vote then? You're saying if we won't graduate unless you acknowledge it. So he can just say no.
Well...
To continue fucking with us forever.
No way!
You don't have to worry. There's no way I won't acknowledge one of your graduations. This is merely a formality. I don't believe you. I do not believe you. He's doing it because it's how it has to be. Doesn't mean he can exert his will. He too has limits. This is what Alter Ego was talking about.
Anyway...
Even if you don't want to do it, you guys still need to do it to solve the mystery. You can cast your majority votes, and from there we can move on to the graduation program. So what about the other one? You said you were waiting for the main cast, right? Which means you were just stalling for time. Oh, please tell me it's more characters from the first game. I've only seen Makoto so far. In that virtual communication. No need to worry, it has nothing to do with you guys. There is no way it has nothing to do with us. We're the only ones who are involved.
So annoying.
It doesn't matter if you're involved or not, they're just a bunch of chumps in the big picture. That's why it has nothing to do with you. Just perform your roles without complaining.
Pissed me off.
She only cares that she was called a chump.
I can't ignore that.
It's not that important or anything, but make sure you turn off that toy.
I won't forgive you.
Why is it? This is the
What's
second
this?
trial in a row now that we've been told to turn off the toy. I created everything. You're actually picking a fight with me. I'm basically God. Now I promise you. Just how promising can you guys be? I guess this is just the nature of life. Fine then, before you die, see my power into your memories. He can break down the virtual code? Is he doing this weird defragmentation shit? Save, yes. I don't have to do all that again. If the game crashes. Oh. Hello world. Hell word, hello world? Okay. Zero points, alright. I think oh, no. I think I've got all the skills I can get at this point. Yeah. All of them that I've got unlocked, equipped. Oh my god, here we go.
I did say I wanted you guys to know the outside world, but this is still a questionable starting topic. Let me ask you this. What is this world's true identity?
Is computer.
Huh?
We are
This
in
world's
we are
true
in
identity?
Nintendo.
What kind of question is that?
Nintendo 64 land. Very nice. If I answer this, it'll be true. No, okay, stop the denial stuff. We need to go reality all the way now. Hope, only hope. Oh, Hangman's Gambit is the first thing you make me do? I don't know, whatever. What is it? V. Not T. I. V-I-A, no. V-I-L? Not V-I-T. V-I-R... Oh, okay. It's virtual. As in virtual world. Computer. This is how we answer computer. Whoa. L? Oh, I missed the L. Can you all stop colliding? Thank you. Can't believe they started the endgame trial with a fucking Hangman's Gambit.
This
Typical.
world. This Jabberwock Island we're on.
It's a virtual world that was inspired by the actual Jabberwock Island.
Took you a while to confirm that. Good
Hey.
lord.
So, this isn't
We're
the
10
real
steps ahead,
world,
motherfucker.
but if
We're
you
playing
want,
chess
you
while
can
you're playing
call it
checkers.
The game world. You get it? It's all just one big game.
Yes. In fact, like meta, it really is just one big game.
Are you
Titties.
friggin' serious?
Yes, titties.
Don't fucking mess with me, you bastard. Did you have us all come here
It's
just
a
to
game
tell us
within the
bullshit?
game.
If this is a game, are my words
Gameception.
being displayed in a text window right now?
Yes.
That's stupid. There's no way that's even possible.
I mean, it kind of is stupid, but it's just what we have to deal with.
I know. The all-in-your-mind trope makes you feel such cruel despair. But who cares? I revived all the suspense and mystery with just one line.
No, we knew this already for like the last couple of hours.
Because it's a game.
Then we were forced to kill each other.
Because it's a game.
A lot of crazy shit happened.
Because it's a game.
This is really funny, actually.
We're the only people here.
Because it's a game?
Because it's a game.
Strike a pose.
Monokuma's nonsensical abilities.
Because it's a game.
What the fuck?
Don't fuck with me. That's not even possible.
I know you guys
I really
are
wanted to say it
pissed,
again then.
But you were having fun too, right?
'Cause
world
it's a
where anything
game.
goes only exists in games. So just force yourself to accept it.
He's lagging?
This closed
I love the
space,
lagging.
This
I want it to keep
game
lagging.
world was the true stage of this killing school trip.
Just stop. There's no way. There's no way I'm gonna believe that.
Why can't you believe it? Is it because it's a game?
Back in the day, people must have reacted the same way when they first saw the airplane take flight.
Sure.
But like wearing contact lenses, it'll stop feeling strange once you just get used to it.
Please do not compare reality to contact lenses.
I'm pretty used to it. We've been in the game for a while now.
I mean, if this really is a virtual world, what does that make us?
Pawns.
You better not say we're fictional characters.
Also that.
The Future Foundation created this world using a program called the Neo World Program.
Cool.
It's programmed to place the user in a virtual
Check the
world
updates
by
of the Monokuma
synchronizing
drivers.
directly with the user's brain.
Actually, can we not? Can we roll him back? Because I want him to lag more. It's just too fun.
Which means your body still exists in the real world.
So are all the students that died still alive? Or did they die in real life because they died in the virtual world like the Matrix
But
works?
right now, you're completely submerged in the game world, as if you're dreaming or something.
Uh-huh.
Simply put, you're, you know, not aviators.
Avatars.
You mean Avatar, right?
Yes.
An existence created in the game is a copy of the user's real body.
Yes, you're all just avatars. You know why you're just avatars? Because it's a game!
We're not just regular avatars, right?
No.
Your avatars
You're 2D
were
avatars.
constructed by removing a specific thing from your bodies in the real world.
Our memories?
What did you remove?
Our dicks. Our dicks and our oh, okay. No, we have that. Families. No, we have our memories prior to entering the school. Well, most of us do. It was the school memories only.
I see.
I see!
What was removed from us was our school memories, right?
We're there avatars that were created from our memories from before we entered the academy?
You know what? If all our characters from this game are terrorist villains from the Despair group that are trying to be rehabilitated by the Foundation in this virtual world without our memories, so we don't remember that we're villains, it explains some of the characters really well. For example, the mechanic, Kazuichi, he looks like a villain with the shark teeth and all that bullshit. So I bet if he still had his memories of his time with the Despair terrorist group, he probably would be a lot more evil and sinister. But because it's his memories from when he was younger, before he joined the Despair group, it's probably why he's still kind of a pussy. Maybe that's what Shorty was... Maybe that's Shorty's deal as well. Because the picture of her showed her as much older. So the older her is the one that joined the Despair group and is evil. But when she was put in the game, her memories reverted back to when she was young enough that her in-game avatar looked like a smaller girl. But her personality was still a very sociopathic, bitchy piece of shit like she was probably when she was older, after joining the terrorist group.
So that's why we don't have our memories of our lives at Hope.
Sonya doesn't seem like the type that would join the Despair group. Like, she must have been the nicest person back before that. Like, how did she go through a character arc that led her to joining a terrorist group?
Don't talk like that!
I can see Akane doing it.
Like we're made from memories of the past. Like we're avatars. Like this is a game world. How'd we end up talking about sci-fi crap? I'll never believe it!
You know how we know for sure that this is a fake virtual world that's not real? Because in the real world, wearing a top like that, without any of the top buttons done up, with her doing those fucking poses, those tits would have flown out and exposed themselves ages ago. Her virtual avatar was designed so they didn't do that. The shirt always stays perfectly on model. Real world breasts will be all over the place.
It's not sci-fi, it's a game!
It's a game! We do need to probably update those drivers, you're right. You're still doing it. Is believing him really the only thing we can do? There's a lot of gaps in... Oh, she's still doing the pose. The titty pose back there. She's frozen in it. Whoa, all the bullets. Okay, dude. Don't know what you want me to do with this.
Is there any evidence that this is really a game world?
You are the evidence!
Yeah?
What does that mean?
Your avatar's made of memories from before you entered the school!
Wait a
But
minute.
your actual bodies in the real world are different. Though you have no memories of your time living your
was a
school
good one.
life, your real bodies actually lived that life.
What game world?
This one? Titties?
What avatar? I'm a human being with a real body!
No. Well, somewhere in the real world.
Is there any evidence that this is really a game world?
Evidence that it's a game world. Ultimate Despair, there's Junko, Killing School Life, what is this? No, that's the original killing game. Academy Survivors. That's when we were grabbed. Despair. Remnants of Despair still exist. Okay. Everyone's names are written on the list of subjects. The list is written in a clipped newspaper article. Articles about a woman who looked like a fully grown version of Hiyoko. That's a list of our names as subjects of the game world. That could be one of the evidences. That'll come into it later probably. Shutdown sequence. Origins. Observers. That's Chiaki and Sami. Email to Makoto. It's not relevant yet.
You are the evidence.
What does that mean?
Here's us as list of
Your
subjects.
avatar's made of memories from before you entered the school. But your
So,
actual bodies
the list
in
of our
real
names
world are different. Though you
as
have
subjects
no
of
memories
the
of your
virtual
time
world
living your school
is
life,
probably the evidence.
your real bodies actually lived that life.
What game world? What avatar? I'm a human being with a real body!
That's wrong. So I can't agree with that. That's a blue text agree. That's not going to be correct. I don't
Is
know
there
if I'm
any
supposed to
evidence that
agree
this is really a game world?
or I'm supposed to.
You are the
So-
evidence.
If I'm supposed to contradict.
What does that mean?
Your avatar's made of memories from before you entered the school. But your actual bodies in the real world are different. Though you have no memories of your time living your school life, your real
Can't
bodies
contradict
actually
that.
lived that life.
Can I agree with live
What
that
game
life?
world? What avatar?
The list of our names.
I'm a human being with a real body!
So I need to contradict that, not agree with it. So that doesn't work.
Is there any evidence that this is really a...
You are the... What does that mean?
Your avatar's made
Of memory, but your actual body's in the...
Though you have no memories of your time living your school,
Can't contradict
your real
that.
bodies actually lived that life.
I
What
think I have
game
to
world?
agree with live that life.
What avatar?
I have to agree with live that life with a list of
I'm a
subjects to
human
show
being
that
with a
we
real body!
are the ones that were put in there to live that life.
Is there any evidence? You are the... What does that
Yeah.
mean? Your avatar's made, but your actual body... Though you have no
No memories.
Your real...
Your bodies actually lived that.
That must be it.
Consent! Consent to the demon bear. You may touch
Earlier,
it.
In the teacher's lounge, I found this strange newspaper clipping.
I don't know why
There's a
we have to
picture of
focus on the
Hyoko.
Hyoko part of
She
it, though.
looked more
I thought
like
we
an
have to focus
adult
on the
than
names.
the Hyoko we knew.
Like an adult? What does that mean?
Since we're avatars right now, we look exactly as we did before we entered the school.
So we're all a little bit older in the real
But
world?
in the real world, we've already lived out our school lives,
I want to see what everyone looks like in the real world.
which means we've grown that
I wanna
much
see the older versions
And
of all
among
of them.
us, some aged so much we didn't recognize them.
And you were saying that happened to Hyoko?
It appears Hiyoko had a growth spurt during the school year. Looks like the other shorty graduated, Fuyuhiko.
I can't believe that. You're just making shit up.
I want to see what he looks like older.
But if you guys only had memory loss, your body still should have grown during
What
that
about
time,
Coach?
right?
He already looked like a much older dude. Did he somehow retain his older body instead of...
So you
shrinking,
should have felt
like
your
the rest of us
bodies
did?
go through growth spurts. But why didn't you guys recognize each other?
Because we did not know each other before we lost our memories.
If we all met after we lost our school memories, it's no different than meeting each other for the first time.
Yeah,
If
totes.
we didn't know each other before that, we wouldn't have noticed how much we've all grown.
Hold on. If we didn't know each other before, we wouldn't have known if we aged or not by looking at each other. Then wouldn't he have noticed a difference? He? What do you mean he? That's a he. That's a he. I am also a he. But why would I talk about myself in the third person? Kazuichi or Fuyuhiko? Who would have noticed the difference if we'd aged? Oh, I get it. Fuyuhiko. He was best friends with Pico when they were children, before they entered the school. They actually knew each other prior to the school life, so they would have recognized each other. Right?
You're the only one!
You're the only one.
Hey, Fuyuhiko, you knew Peko for a long time, right?
I keep calling it Pico, but it's Peko.
Yeah. Now that
I think
you
Pico
mention
sounds better.
it, seems weird. No. Now that I think about it, it's definitely strange.
Strange? What is?
Our school memories. about how many days' worth were taken away.
As the creators of the Neo World program, only the future Foundation would know the details, but around 2 or 3 years worth, I assume.
That long?
Yeah, that's how long you'd go to college for
Pecco
sure.
and I have seen each other almost every single day of our lives. If we lost 2 years worth of memories, we would have noticed that we were older than we remembered.
So, does that mean our memory loss is another one of Monokuma's lies?
Your refusal to accept your mutual memory loss is why you can't notice all the important parts. You've lost your memories, end of story. You guys are avatars who had their memories taken from them.
Okay, we've established that. Come on.
This is a virtual world. We're virtual avatars. Are you saying we just have to accept that?
It's not that hard, actually. I would
can
accept
feel
it.
my heartbeat, and I know what I smell like.
I would like to know what you smell like.
So what do you call these things I'm feeling? Are you saying these are all lies?
I bet you smell like cantaloupe.
Just because it's a game doesn't mean everything was a lie. Have you heard that when you're hypnotized to believe you've been burned, a burn mark will really appear?
I just realized that Monokuma is standing on like a pommel horse type object from the gym that was just randomly brought into this
So if
trial
our
room.
brains believe something is real, it's no different than if it actually happened?
Now that you mention it, I did hear about a phenomenon quite similar to that. In a distant country, there was a certain experiment carried out on one of their prisoners. The prisoner was blindfolded, strapped to a bed, and had small wounds applied to his toes to drain his blood.
Oh my god,
That prisoner
Sonia.
was left alone in the experiment room, as the sound of dripping blood echoed throughout the room.
She's secretly kind of dark.
But in fact, his blood was not being drained.
It's so weird when the camera angle does that. How it swoops past her, but she's 2D. So we go past her like a piece of cardboard, and now we're on the back of her, which is just a silhouette.
He was just forced to listen to the sound of dripping water, but he believed he was bleeding to death. However, in spite of that, the prisoner still died.
As expected of Miss Sonia. Your knowledge of state-sanctioned torture is amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of scary, man.
If a lie is a believable lie, you're saying it might become the truth? We're really just connected to machines and stuff. And
Someone needs to ask the question about
consciousness was
whether
uploaded
the students
into
that
here.
died in the simulation are actually dead, or if they're just still in cryostasis.
So we genuinely
in these
believe
pods.
that this game world was real.
Oh, but what they just said then about believing
the
stuff,
Jabberwock Island we've been living on.
that means that if you thought you died in the fake world, you probably did die in the real world.
Of course,
That's
that's
probably
also
why
a
they're
virtual
talking about
world.
this. Nice collage. Very pretty picture book.
That sea, that beach, the buildings, everything. It's all a virtual world created by the Neo World program. It's just like this space we're in right now. What we see before us is a virtual environment created by the program. It looks real because our brains think it's real.
In the end. I guess we're all just video game characters. Oh no! Where we going? Cool. It's like something out of Marathon. It was all just a creation. That's the truth. Wow, fuck me sideways. Everything just matrixed out. I don't even see the code anymore. All I see is blonde, brunette, redhead. The truth is, it was all a lie. That is this world's truth.
If everything's a lie, then what should we believe?
Who cares if it's a lie?
Hey, what are you getting at?
I mean, if this is really a game world, everything that happened here took place inside the game, right?
Then that must mean...
Everyone's alive? Unless what you said before was true. If the human body thinks it's dead, then you're really dead in real life.
That's right. The killings we were forced to commit were part of some silly game. Everyone who was killed should still be alive in the real world.
Oh yeah. Just because they died in the virtual world doesn't mean they died in real life.
I think you guys just established in the previous conversation that it kind of does.
So... You are saying everyone is still alive?
Yeah, that's it. Isn't that right, Monokuma? What's so funny?
They're dead.
If a lie is a believable lie, it might become the truth. That's what you said earlier.
So if you think you died in the virtual world, your heart just stops in the real world?
Don't tell me. You mean...
The Neo World program isn't just any game. It's next-gen software containing the ultimate reality.
It is the pommel horse from the gym that he's standing on. That does not fit with the decor at all.
And speaking of that reality, if a player's avatar experiences death, their brains inside their actual bodies will stop functioning too!
What?
Damn.
Then, everyone who died...
Dead as fuck.
It's not like their bodies are completely dead, so I can't say it's a true death, but that's why it's actually crueler instead. All that's left of them are empty husks.
Are you saying they will never awaken again?
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Dude.
Well,
down.
nobody's gonna appreciate a game where you don't die.
We already
when you're
thought they were dead
supposed
before.
to, right?
We're just reconfirming that they're dead.
What game? That's not what we risked our lives for.
If you want to be mad, please be mad at the Future Foundation. They're forcing you to play this game.
Yeah, but their version of the Jabberwock Island virtual world is not meant to be a killing game,
Future
dude.
Foundation?
That's your shit.
The people from the Future Foundation made us play this sick game?
No.
Then... Monomi and Chiaki were...
They betrayed the Future Foundation to protect us. And then... we were taken out.
I see. So our real enemy is the Future Foundation!
No. The virus that took over the virtual world added the killing game shit. This place is supposed to be a utopia, right? That's what we learned. Oh, let's do the thing. This should be easy to... Okay, if you're gonna give me that many though, it's gonna make it complicated.
The Neo World program was developed by...
Huh?
The Future Foundation,
Boobies.
right?
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
Yeah.
And the enemy is the Future
But not for the
Foundation!
reason that you think.
I mean, a group that would make a killing game. There's no way they're good guys!
Then the Future Foundation is... truly an organization of evil!
No. Okay, that one's not right because that's blue. We're not going to agree with the fact they're a foundation of evil because we know they're not.
The Neo World program was developed by...
Shut up. Neo World program allows subjects to experience the virtual world, replacing memories with information contained in the virtual world. It's possible to undo trauma. It's a program created for hope. It became filled with death and violence after the virus infected it. So there is the evidence. We just need to agree with or contradict somebody with that.
The Future Foundation, right?
Neo World.
The ones who trapped us in here. It's all the Future Foundation's doing, right?
And the enemy is the Future Foundation! I mean, a group that would make a killing game. There's no way they're
That
good guys!
I could do there. If I
Then the
contradict a
Future
killing game
Foundation
with the
is
New World program information that says it's
truly
not a
an
killing game,
organization of evil!
that's useless, what she said. Can't agree with that. So it must be the killing game
The
bit.
Neo World program was developed by...
It was developed by...
The Future
yeah, okay.
Foundation, right?
That's useless too.
The ones who trapped us, it's all the Future Foundation. And the enemy is the Future... I mean...
A group that would make...
Wait. There it is, killing game.
No, that's wrong!
It's not a killing game. Counter. Read this dossier, please.
Originally, in the world created by the Neo World program, a concept like violence never existed.
Then... why is there killing going on?
The virus
Monokuma.
that invaded this program is forcing us to kill each other.
The Monokuma virus.
Could it be?
Courtesy of...
That
I'm
virus
assuming
is-
the Junko DNA from the arm of Nagito. But I
You're
think
right.
that we're a bit early for that
Until
information.
Monokuma appeared, this island was giving off a really peaceful vibe.
Yeah. It didn't get
Jesus,
weird
look at that
until
unit.
Usami was remodeled as Monomi.
Monomi.
Also,
What
I
sort
forgot
of
how much of a
role did
peach
such a
McCann was
lost
rocking.
girl like her have in this world?
Hey, don't change the subject.
There's also something we need to clear up. Monami Urasami's role that she had in this world was... Oh, the rabbit. Her and Chiaki were... teacher/observers. Observer fits.
I see! She was the observer of the Neo World program. Isn't that right?
That's right! She was an NPC that was assigned the role of observer.
So no one was actually controlling Monami while she was in there? Like Monokuma in the previous game?
NPC? What's that?
Non-player cunt.
Non-player character.
They're close
character
enough.
that's not controlled by a person.
It's the Australian version of
It's different
NPC.
from avatars like us.
Monami's existence was created entirely by the program, just to monitor the 15 of you.
Please wait. Did you just say 15 people?
Have you forgotten that Chiaki was a traitor?
You've forgotten how to count.
And not one of the
We're 16 people
not
in
one
total.
of the students?
He was probably excluding the other observer.
Huh? Another observer?
Oh my god, you people are thick. Can hell catch up. It's Asami again. Also Byakugan for no reason. Chiaki.
I see! Aside from the 15 participants, there were 2 observers in the Neo World program. One of them was Monami, and the other one was...
Could it have been Chiaki?
Of course.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're right.
Sonia caught up.
You're saying Chiaki was an NPC?
No.
So you're saying she was just a program?
No, she was a traitor.
She didn't actually exist in real life?
No, she was put in here as a traitor.
Then she wasn't human?
Oh, wait.
No, that's not it. Chiaki was really alive.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Even if she
I
was
doubted
a virtual
myself for a
existence,
second there.
she was really alive. Did you forget? She saved our lives, you know?
Oh, wait, okay, maybe she was AI. I thought she was an android when she was talking about being created. But I guess she was an AI. Just an AI. There was no real world her put in there to be...
Don't get
a
all mushy towards a
traitor
game
to us.
character.
Shut up!
I mean, I miss Chiaki, even if she was an AI.
She wasn't just a little game character. She was a lackey for the detestable World Ender.
Now that you mention it, you referred to the Future Foundation by that name before.
That just means it was all a bluff, right? So we'd think that the Future Foundation was our enemy.
Do not joke about the world ending.
No, there's no
The world
doubt
is
that
ended.
the Future
Look out
Foundation
the window.
is also World Ender. At least for those of us here.
For those of us here. Oh, because we're the Agents of Despair, or whatever the hell?
Hey, what do you mean, those of us here? Why are you lumping us with you?
It's just a bluff.
Monokuma, what exactly are you?
I'm a demon bear
But don't you just show us
who
your
likes
true
watching
self
children
already?
kill each other. With a nice, juicy belly button.
What, you can't talk?
Look at my back.
It is cowardly of you to just ignore us.
Before I reveal my true identity to you guys, it appears the main cast has finally arrived.
Oh, shit, son.
Main cast.
Does that mean Makoto and the team are logging in?
Speaking of which, this guy is a member of World Ender.
What? World Ender?
There's no one there. Right, give it a sec. It's loading. Hey, boy!
It's not the Future
Makoto!
Foundation's fault. Rather, the fault lies with you guys.
Bam.
All right, I was waiting for you, Makoto. You finally arrived.
Don't be so happy, Monokuma. You were defeated by this dude last time. Makoto. Let's just have a little pan up his body. Little perv.
My name is Makoto Naegi. Like you, I'm also a former student of Hope's Peak Academy. And right now, I'm a member of the Future Foundation.
You are from the Future Foundation?
Why did someone like you suddenly show up?
I don't know, I got bored, put on a VR headset,
I got it.
thought I'd jump in on
You
this
came to
trial.
save us, right? Then hurry up and save us!
Hi.
Hey, what happened?
I logged off for a second. AFK. This guy's attitude, it's as if he's being cautious of us.
Of course. I don't mind rescuing you guys. But before that, you all need to fully accept the situation you're in. Why do you think the Future Foundation decided to put you guys into the Neo World program?
Because we're the bad guys. You were trying to rehabilitate
Who
us.
cares? Hurry up and get us out of here.
The Neo World program has another name. The Hope Restoration Program.
Oh, yeah.
By now, you should understand your true identity.
Huh? Our true identities?
Aren't we the 15 survivors of Hope's Peak Academy? Who were
Yeah,
rescued
but-
by the Future Foundation?
We're the bad guys that survived.
Before you arrived here, Monokuma should have shown you guys some clues. Put them all together and try thinking about it.
No, we're good. I'm there. How are we doing this? Don't Hangman's Gambit. Oh, we're gonna go snowboarding, alright. Guess I should have expected this to happen. Dive start. Superman seat grab. Go. Oh shit. My bad. Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm not doing too well now. I've hit most of the pillars. We gotta weave. We gotta weave. Okay, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Who were the 15 survivors of Hope's Peak Academy? Us. Because they had to capture us and put us in this virtual thing. Oh shit. Whoa. Rock and roll. Rock and roll. Rock and roll. Rock and roll. All night. I accidentally danced my way into a pillar. My bad. Holy shit. Question 2. Who are the remnants of despair? That's also us. The survivors of the tragedy are the remnants of despair. We are one and the same. Ow, what the fuck? That wasn't there before. They come out of nowhere. Yo! $10.80. Uber. 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 Uber boost. Uber love. Question 3. Why were Hajime and the others put into the Neo World program? To recover from despair. That's why it's called the Hope Restoration, whatever the fuck. Bam. 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 Hitting all the stops. Show me my points. 10 out of 10.
It's all coming together.
It's all coming together. Hey Makoto, I have the solution because I went snowboarding for a sec.
The survivors of Hope's Peak Academy and the remnants of Ultimate Despair are...
Yes, both of those phrases refer to you guys.
Well, don't point at me with that
That's
kind of
right.
intensity.
Not only are you guys the survivors,
You're making me
of
feel like
Hope's
you're being
Peak
antagonistic towards me. Let's meet in the middle, halfway. Friends, come on.
You're also survivors
Mutual
of Ultimate
main characters
Despair.
of Danganronpa.
You're all Ultimate Despair?
Don't be stupid.
In the beginning, we took in 15 of you as survivors of Hope's Peak Academy. But upon further investigation, we discovered an unbelievable truth. The 15 people we acquired were actually the horrifying remnants of despair.
Horrifying. You did not have to add that.
That was...
Thanks a lot.
us.
What is this ultimate despair?
She doesn't seem like the type to be in ultimate despair,
I
though.
remember hearing that they're dangerous guys who are responsible for terrorism, coup d'etats, and wars.
Is that us?
They're responsible for the tragedy. and brought chaos into the world.
Oh yeah, I do remember that period of my life when I was throwing a bunch of people into a giant fire pit.
Despair and human
Man, we were
form,
such assholes
but
back
utterly
then.
devoid of humanity. That's what you guys really are. The ultimate despairs don't care about principles or morals. They just spread despair everywhere they go.
So this really fits Shorty's personality, specifically. Mainly her.
They live solely to torment everything. To burn everything.
We're part of a dangerous group like that?
That's gotta be a lie.
That's right. There's no way. There's no way we're all ultimate despair.
Nagito probably did what he did because he managed to learn the unbelievable truth.
Nagito? Why are you bringing him up all of a sudden?
Yeah,
He's the
what was he
only
doing?
one who knew this truth before you guys. It was a special prize for clearing the final
Oh, that
dead
was the
room.
big secret thing that he learned in the final dead room that he didn't tell anybody. And that's why his personality completely
Was it
shifted.
that file that contained all our student profiles? But
I guess
inside-
because he remembered that he was one of the ultimate despairs, he became a lot more negative. That's why he's being such an asshole. No details about missing memories. So it wasn't written in this book, or did he remove it?
No, it used to have profiles from after you entered the school, but Nagito destroyed them before you saw it.
Why? Why do you know something like that?
Anyway, it's the absolute truth that the file had profiles about you guys after you entered the school. And after Nagito obtained the file and learned the truth, what did he try to do to you
That's why he
guys?
tried to kill everyone with the previous case. I mean, it checks out. I mean, he was being a real prick about it, but I guess he was like, well, if you're all the criminals, the worst, that we were supposed to kill before the Future Foundation betrayed the whatever and decided to try and rehabilitate them, he was like, let me complete what the mission was supposed to do and set it up so they all die. By setting it up so the traitor, who's the only one that's not one of the bad guys, survives and gets away with the killing so that we all die instead. Nagito learned the truth. What did he try to do to us? Wait, what? Oh, no! How many of these am I gonna have to do? Oh, what is this? Okay, let me just try shit. Oh, the K worked out. The first word kill? The first word is definitely kill. Whoops, I blew that up. Yep, kill. Kill what? Us? Kill us? But then what's the third word? Kill us. Kill us what? Okay. S? Nope. I. Fuck, my health. Kill us A. All. He tried to kill us all. Okay, yeah. We knew that. I mean, that's basically the last thing you said in the chat. He tried to kill everyone.
Tried to kill everyone except for the traitor.
It wasn't everyone, it was all. Try to kill us all.
That's right. After seeing the file, you learn that everyone, including him, was ultimate despair.
So he even wanted to kill himself off because he didn't like the fact that he was one of the villains.
And he tried to kill everyone except the traitor.
Well, that was benevolent of him, sort of.
Nagito tried to kill us because we were ultimate despair?
Yes, because of his love for hope and his hatred toward despair. I sort of understand that.
Don't mess with us. Why do we have to be treated like the bad guys?
We were.
There must be
But
some
without
kind
our
of mistake.
memories of being the bad guys,
There's
we're
no
back
way
to
we're
how we
ultimate
were
despair.
before we became the bad guys, which means we're fine now, right?
I don't need a twist like that. It might seem unbelievable because you guys only have memories from before you entered the school, but it all happened at Hope's Peak Academy. You were tainted by ultimate despair because at Hope's Peak Academy, you were in contact with her.
Her?
Junko!
The
Junko!
true ultimate despair. Junko Enoshima.
You accidentally spoiled. Well, you kind of didn't, because I didn't actually realize that you'd said that, and that it actually connected to that answer until after I figured out it was kill us all. And then I looked back at the chat and it said kill everyone, and I'm like, oh, it's almost the answer. Almost. But I wouldn't have known that until after I answered it, so it's actually fine.
She strongly influenced you all during your time at the school, and that's why you became ultimate despair. In order to remove that influence, you've been placed
How
into the
fucking
Hope
influential
Restoration program.
is Junko that she can just turn everyone into despair zombies?
Is that
I mean,
why
she's
you took away our school memories?
she's hot, but why is the entire world a simp for Junko?
The reason you're able to act like your normal selves is because you're within the Neo World program. But your true bodies in the real world are different. In the real world, you're part of a group that cruelly destroyed your family, friends, and even your own body.
Body?
Family, friends, and
I want to
own
see what our real
bodies.
world bodies look like.
Aren't you exaggerating a bit?
He's right. There's no way we do something like that.
Don't turn away from the truth.
Whoa. Hey, Nagito. And with Junko hand. Why'd I have that flashback? A memory. That person was Nagito. Whoa, truth bullet came out of nowhere.
It appears you've remembered a little.
How did you know that? I saw your cutscene just then.
Now, face what you've done. And from there, you will finally take your first steps on the path to hope.
Shut up, Monokuma. I called him Makono. Make your argument. About what? What are we arguing here? Do I need that many fucking bullets? Jesus. Just go.
There's obviously some kind of mistake.
That's a degree?
There's no way we're ultimate despair.
I mean, we are, so I can't agree with that. That's a
Because
bust.
you're all ultimate despair. You killed your friends and family. And
Wow.
you even destroyed your own bodies.
Bodies?
How can you say we did all that?
How do I agree with that one?
We're being tricked. We're being tricked by the Future Foundation!
I can't... We're not being tricked, so I can't
Doubt
agree with
hope?
that.
How much despair is within you guys?
Quite a lot.
There's obviously some kind of mistake. There's no way we're ultimate despair.
Because you're all ultimate despair.
The only thing I can actually...
Killed your friends and family.
The only thing I can actually use
And
evidence
you even
on...
destroyed your own bodies. How can you say we did all that?
Destroyed your own bodies. We
We're being
did do
tricked.
that. I just don't know how
We're being
or
tricked
what
by
we
the
did.
Future Foundation!
We're not being tricked, so I
Doubt
can't
hope?
agree with that. I can't agree with the mechanic
How
said.
much despair is within you guys?
The only thing left is the Makoto one, telling us to destroy our own bodies. I have to agree with something with that. Something needs to be paired with that. Because the other two aren't
There's
correct.
obviously some kind of mistake.
Those can't be agreed with.
There's no way we're
Because they're
ultimate
actually
despair.
real.
Because you're all ultimate despair.
What's this new bullet they just gave me? A memory of the past, Nagito's arm seems unnatural somehow. That could be evidence of us altering our bodies. And Nagito is one of us ultimate despairs, and we're supposed to have mutilated our bodies, so... Taking chunks of Junko's body parts... Whoa, did everybody do that? Is every single member of Ultimate Despair replaced one part of their body with a piece of Junko? So all of Junko's pieces are part of multiple people? That's fucked up. If that's true,
You killed your friends and family.
That's
and
it.
you even destroyed your own bodies.
Whoa, it's right there. That was good timing.
That must be it.
I'm consenting. Fiddle my diddle.
That memory I felt was actually a memory from the real world. What Nagito did was...
Oh my god. Akane is still in that weird titty bursting pose for some reason.
Cut off his own arm. And transplanted a woman's arm?
Junko arm?
Not just any woman's arm. It was the late Junko Enoshima's arm.
Oh, Junko. I keep getting pulled up by everybody about me calling her Junko. I'm supposed to call her Junko. I just like saying Junko so much.
He probably thought that by becoming one with Junko Enoshima, he could make her survive within it.
I don't get this at all.
The ultimate despairs defy understanding. They have no problem severing their own limbs.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
I am terribly sorry. I do not feel so well. Where's the bathroom?
There's no bathroom, we're in the Matrix.
It's just a game anyway, so why don't you just let it out? I'm pretty sure a select few would demand that.
Okay, that was perverted. Yeah, Sonya, just piss on the floor.
It's too soon to feel sick. That's not even the worst.
What does he
thing
mean by a
Northern
few would
Despairs
demand
have done.
that? Does he know that there's perverts playing the game that want to see Sonya do gross shit? Whoa.
Some wasted away to skin and bones through continuous fasting in order to reach the despair of starvation.
That's a gross panel.
Others gave their own families to Junko just to perform killing experiments on them.
That silhouette, is that Junko or is that Shorty?
Not
Whoa.
just that. After Junko's death, they slaughtered countless people by forcing them to commit suicide.
That picture is someone killing people en masse with an Uzi. That's not forcing people to commit suicide.
One
Wrong
person
picture.
even implanted one of Junko's eyes into their own socket. Perhaps they wanted to see her despair?
Y'all people are fucked up, man.
And not just that. Some even tried to have children with Junko's dead body.
Jesus Christ! They necrophilia'd Junko's corpse? That might be the most fucked up thing that they've actually said in both these games so far.
Just stop!
That's super gross.
That's just a bullshit story. That's obviously bullshit!
Oh.
So you feel
I'd like to
despair
believe that.
toward yourselves in the real world. I understand that feeling. But there's no need to worry. If you just advance toward the hope I provide, you'll definitely be saved.
Is he still the ultimate hope?
Save? You'll save us?
Of course. That's my purpose after all. That's why the Neo World program was created too.
You put us inside this program so that you could save us?
Yeah.
Essentially, your cohabitation inside the Neo World program was just a simulation. If we remove the memories of your time at Hope's Peak Academy, would it also remove your ultimate despair?
So you're saying this was like a test?
But what if they come back out of the virtual simulation after they're done? Wouldn't it all just come back again?
I guess I can say that the test was a success. Even though it deviated greatly from the original plan of graduating after gathering the Hope fragments, nevertheless, you guys were able to overcome your unexpected trials and make your way here.
I was so traumatized by this fact that I forgot it for 7 years until my friend reminded me last week. The fact that people took turns fucking Junko's corpse. That is a super dark plot point.
That's why all you need to do is choose graduate.
If we do that, we can get out of here?
However, if you graduate from here, your school memories will never return.
That's probably for the best, actually. You know, that's kind of stupid, actually, because the people that thought they could make babies with their body, does that mean... Like, that doesn't work, because the corpse would still have to carry a baby to term for 9 months. How's a baby supposed to grow in a dead body for 9 months without getting any nutrients or blood flow from it? I think they're just all sick fucks that wanted to do a necrophilias.
If you choose to graduate, and the observer determines that there are no problems, you will complete the Hope Restoration Program, and your avatar will be uploaded into your real body.
Okay. So everything that we are now, sans those memories, these current personalities will be put back in the body, and then we'll be able to just go on being a good person. But if we don't do that, do we go back to being a shitty person by getting our memories back? They wouldn't let us live, though, if that was the case.
Uploaded?
By uploading our avatar's memories into our bodies, we're also forcibly erasing our past selves. Yeah, but your past self was a piece of shit. You probably don't want to go back to that.
Hey, what happens to the people whose avatars died?
Like, you're going back to someone who killed friends and family and potentially fucked dead bodies.
If an avatar that needs to be uploaded has been deleted, there's nothing we can do.
So you're saying they'll never wake up?
God damn it!
Did.
Damn fucking shit!
Oh.
Ahem.
Oh,
Please take a look at this flip book
he's
for a
extra
quick rundown
pissed
of your
off because
options.
there was a chance there he could have got Pico back, and that just got busted.
If you choose graduate, it'll transfer your in-game memories, but your school memories will be gone forever.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the people who have already died will not be able to wake up.
Hmm.
Just a thought. What will happen if we do not choose to graduate?
Yeah, you've yet to explain the other option.
You just have to continue living your tropical life.
That's not too bad either.
Hey, why you gotta ask something like that?
Well, even if we wake up in the real world, we are all rather messed up, right? If that is the case, then maybe staying on this island is...
Yeah, I wanna see their real bodies though. I wanna see what each of them look like in
What are you saying?
in their older despair form.
Haven't we been working this hard just to escape from here?
You don't have to force yourself to return to a painful reality. Let's just play this game forever and ever!
It kind of sounds like the bad ending
Don't be
though.
ridiculous. If I stay in this screwed up world any longer, I'm seriously gonna snap.
But still,
I mean, the
is
world,
it really
the
okay to
virtual world of
sacrifice
the
others just to save ourselves?
tropical beach resort is pretty nice. This Matrix area is shit, but
You're asking that now?
go back to hanging out in the hotel.
If we don't get out of here now, then what was everything we've done up till now even for?
True. We've been trying desperately to survive until we can finally leave. If we don't get out of here now, the deaths we've endured will be in vain. I know this, but don't poo-hoo-hoo while I'm monologuing. Something's not right. How come Monokuma isn't trying to stop us? Well, you can't really. It's up to us what we do, right? Everything Monokuma did would be pointless too. Not only that, is it okay for us to believe him? Should we get out or what? What is this? Should we get out or epilepsies? Stand there quietly and just stare at Monokuma till we both die of old age? It seems too simple. I want to see what happens if we don't say anything. If we just epilepsy.
I see.
I can always lose some health and try the other one. It's only 2 options.
Right. We have some time to decide.
Oh, it's just not answer, so we can deliberate more. Oh.
Did you get
Does that mean I have to
scared like
redo
Sonia?
dialogue until we get back to that choice again?
No, it's not that. Don't you think this is a little strange?
Strange. You still don't understand?
I do understand.
Normally, ultimate despairs like
I
you
picked
guys
it by
would just be
accident. I
abandoned.
should have picked the other one.
But I'm telling you, I'm here to help. You should be thankful for how open-minded the Future Foundation is.
Makoto, what has happened to you?
Just listen to the Future Foundation. The Future Foundation is the world's hope, you know?
I knew it. As I thought. There's something wrong with you.
Really? What? Future Foundation's the world's hope.
I said I'm going to save you guys. Why aren't you listening to me?
Is he not
Let's
real?
do what he says and get out
Is
of
he
here.
just a fabrication of Monokuma as
I
well?
mean, the Future Foundation's the good guys, right?
Yes.
And
I would like
apparently
to
we
agree
are
with that.
actually the bad guys.
I would also like to agree with that.
It's fine to trust him, right? The Future Foundation is the world's hope. No one can defy the Future Foundation.
No one can defy the
It's
Future
foolish to even
Foundation.
think about.
That's a contradict. Do I have anything that can contradict the fact that nobody can defy the Future Foundation? Didn't Makoto defy them? In the, in one of those news emails and stuff? So why would he say that nobody can defy them if he did that himself? There's an email. Where are you guys? What are you doing? This is an act of treason. Do you understand? You're protecting the remnants of despair. These people are dangerous if kept alive. Think of this carefully. You're being lied to. Think about what's important to bring the light and hope to the world. The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agree with our ideals. Return the remnants of despair to our headquarters so we can eliminate them. So Makoto defied them to keep us alive and use us to try and experiment with this hope simulation. So that is a contradiction. Where is that? Do I have that in
I'm going
bullets?
to save you guys.
I do.
Why
Email
aren't
to
you
Makoto.
listening to me?
Nice.
Let's do what he says and get out of here. I mean, the Future Foundation's the good guys, right?
Yes.
And
For the most
apparently
part.
we are actually the bad guys.
Yes, also.
It's fine to trust him, right?
The Future Foundation is
No one can defy the Future Foundation.
There it is. Blah!
No, that's wrong.
Nobody can defy the Future Foundation. How about you, my boy?
Hold on. Did you say it's foolish to defy the Future Foundation? Then how do you explain your actions?
My actions?
I saw it. The email that the Future Foundation sent to you.
But Monokuma let us see that email, so is this all still part of his ruse? Even us figuring this part out? Oh, we don't have to read the whole email again. I just did that in the clue screen.
In that email, Makoto Naegi defied the Future Foundation to protect the remnants of despair. Which clearly contradicts what this person is saying.
So, is Makoto
Is
just
that
an
email
NPC
for real?
then? Designed to look
Future
like him?
Foundation tried to kill us?
Hold on. We'll deal with that later.
I mean, for
Hey,
good
Monokuma,
reason. We were all the
Those clues
villains.
we found were all real, right?
Yes!
It's not the only contradiction? Really? Essentially, I cannot guarantee there are no issues with the program. To tell you the truth, I wasn't sure whether or not to run the program on you guys. This was the only way to save you. I want to protect you. Those words seem much more real. The person in front of us is...
Tell me, Makoto Naegi, who are you?
Are you just another Monokuma clone?
Who is he? Simply put, he's Makoto Naegi, who's known for being a cutie patootie.
Hey, Makoto, you're in. Monokuma's into you.
I'm not asking
Make your
you.
move.
I'm asking...
You insolent fool! If you're saying he's not Makoto, then show me some proof!
Oh my god, didn't I just do that? With the email? To prove whether he's real or not, I'm gonna shove that in his face. What's that? Panic talk? Oh, crud.
I can't hear you!
Why are we doing this now? This is for the end of the...
Next time!
Wait.
What? What do you want? Punishment is waiting for you. You're getting all riled up. What are you even talking about? Enough already. That's impossible. Proof, proof, Are you sure about this? I'm not listening!
Nope. Counter.
Are you sure about this? What are you even talking about?
Did I get him?
Insolent
Oh,
fool.
shit.
If you're saying he's not Makoto, then show me some proof.
110. Fuck!
I can't hear you. Better luck next time.
What was the code?
What
11037?
do you want?
I think.
Punishment is waiting for you. You insolent fool. If you're saying he's not Makoto,
11037.
then show me.
This is the end.
Why are we hitting him with the code? Is that... Oh, because Makoto said use the code?
Makoto Naegi, that's who you really are. Then tell me this. Why did you make the password to Nezumi Castle? 11037.
I can't even remember what the importance of that word was, the number was in the first game.
What was that again?
Fake!
Can't answer?
Fake!
That's weird. Wait, where'd you find that out?
Who cares? So how about it? Can you even answer?
Oh man, I've been found out.
Found out. Then you're...
What?
How disappointing!
Oh, it's just another
And
one
I
of Kuma,
thought
like I
I was
said.
on the right track.
God damn you, Monokuma.
Disappeared?
You made me excited to see Makoto again.
Hey! That guy disappeared!
Why are you surprised? It's a computer program, so anything's possible, right?
Then that was just the work of Monokuma?
Yeah, he's a cunt.
Aw,
It's the kind
you
of shit he
found
does.
out I was faking. This is so embarrassing. I just want to kill myself.
Do it!
What are you doing? Why'd you show us a fake member of the Future Foundation?
That fake was trying to get us out to the real world. Then that's your plan? Is that where your trap is?
Man, they saw right through me. I may
Unless
as
it's a
well be
double fake.
invisible.
What if he wants us to think that he's trying to get us in the real world, so we think that we shouldn't go to the real world, but we should, and he... Ah, fuck.
A trap?
I just went
What kind
cross-eyed.
of trap did you set?
Hey, if you know what's good for you, you better hurry the hell up and confess. I'll beat you half to death if you tell us now. But if you don't spit
I
it
don't
out
think
soon,
beating
I'm just gonna kill ya!
a virtual NPC half to death actually makes sense. Like, we can't use physical violence in this virtual world because it
Just
doesn't
kill
mean
him right
anything.
now! Then this nightmare can finally end!
Violence is not
That's why he
allowed.
has an infinite amount of,
This isn't that kind of game. It's
Monokumas.
a much smarter game,
It's not because he can
right?
just build a lot in the factory, it's because it's virtual, so he can basically just copy-paste.
What game? This game is already over!
This game is over? No. I'm not gonna let you finish yet. There's no way this can end before I've even transformed.
Transform?
A transformation is customary in a final boss battle, right? You
Uh-oh.
know, like that one role-playing game?
What do you mean one role-playing game? They all do
You
that.
know what game I'm talking about. Final...
Final fight.
Don't say it!
Now then, allow me to show you. I'll skip the second and third forms and go straight to my final form!
Bahamut?
You better not be bluffing. I'm gonna beat the crap out of you and pull all your stuffing out!
What would his final form be? Gigantic Godzilla-sized Monokuma bear? What? I have a bad feeling about this. Inside of my brain is burning, sizzling, really bad. It might be a bluff. You might be doing it. You might be doing a bit.
Make sure you burn this ginormous despair you're about to see into your memories!
Like you're taking a shit. Still taking a shit. Don't be a steamer. Coming out sideways.
I'm gonna die!
Ooh, cutscene. Cool. Holy shit! It's a 10-foot tall Junko. Damn it! I cannot get any more erect. And she's not even paying attention. She's on her phone. Yo, focus. Goddamn Instagram generation. Oh, it's a giant Junko with a tinier Junko on a phone screen. Wow, this is a Final Fantasy boss. Holy shit. Cool. Hey Akane, we finally found someone with bigger titties than you. You're a bit pixelated up close though. We need to pull back a bit. There you go.
What?
It's weird seeing it's weird seeing someone's character model in full 3D though. That's not normal.
Am I hallucinating?
No.
I know anything goes here. But this is clearly not fucking okay!
It is a bit
I
horrifying.
see. So that's your reaction to seeing an extra-large high school girl.
Not mine.
But are they really that big? Don't you think they're pretty small?
Who? The titties?
She's huge! She's way too huge!
What are we talking about?
But the final boss in a certain action game is much bigger.
Is this the same voice actress as the first game?
You know, that game. Kniferella.
Never played it.
Said it anyway.
I think you made it up.
I see. An estimated bust size of 15 meters, huh? My boobs are hopelessly huge.
Please.
Hey, want me to squish you in between them? Big boobs feel good, you know.
Yes. I've decided to stay in the simulation. I'm convinced.
If this was a pandering fan service game full of pretty girls, there'd be a CG close-up of my cleavage.
There already was, actually. You missed it.
Too bad. This isn't a fan service game.
It was seconds ago.
Of course, since it's not an action game either. You won't even get to experience the refreshing sensation of battling an enormous final boss.
Why are you ragging on your own game? I mean,
fucking hopeless.
It's kind of fresh.
This is
A little bit of self-deprecating humor.
True identity?
We have to deal with this thing?
I'm shocked you'd call me this thing. Oh, you're so mean.
So, I'm guessing that her personality managed to get into the computer virus style through the fact that people like Nagito had body parts of hers, so her DNA was accessed or something.
Is it just
crazy?
Me, or did her personality change?
Yeah, it does it a lot.
I
We'll
get
get used to
easily
it.
bored of my personality. Like, I already got bored of my personality who gets easily bored. And that's when Fuyuhiko would say, "It's too damn soon to say you got bored, right?"
Wait, what?
I have plenty of data on you guys, so it's so easy for me to know what you're all thinking.
You are not bored at all.
I got bored of getting bored. Jeez.
I can't remember
Even
how
when I'm
many
dead, I still get
personalities she's
bored.
got. There's a few. There's at least 7. Is this person's true identity? Oh, dude, we know who this is. What are you talking? Why are you making me do this?
I see. Are you Junko Enoshima?
Did you say Junko Enoshima? Isn't she dead?
Well, she is dead. We're in a computer, remember?
It's true. I did end up
Ain't
dying
nothing real
the
at this
last
point.
time. I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to go so fast. I couldn't help it, you know? It was my first time. Jeez, stupid. You're the one who made me go.
And why is someone who died here right now?
Do you guys know about an artificial intelligence called alter ego? Exuberance! We are now an AI! We have transcended humanity!
Well, I should have kind of
What
expected
AI?
this, I think.
Stop saying all this.
I mean, she is the iconic villain of the series, aside from Monokuma. So of course they'd find a way to bring her back for some kind of finale.
You see, my personality is like this because I'm the type who dies easily, right? That's why I made my own AI program while I was still alive. And then someone uploaded me into this Neo World program.
Who?
And that's how Alter Ego Junko hopelessly
Better not have
appeared
been
in front of
Nagito.
you guys.
Or I'm gonna be extra mad at him. This insane bitch is Junko. Yes. Insane bitch is probably the best description for her. Well summarized. She's responsible for the destruction of Hope's Peak and the world. The one who took over the Neo World program and forced us to kill each other. It was all this bitch is doing. He's just called her a bitch like 3 times. Hajime is going in hard. What am I supposed to do? Even though we know she's Junko.
Don't be cautious and think stuff like, what can we do?
I actually did exactly just think that. How did you know that?
Each and every one of our classmates looked at us like we're a bunch of loogies on the side of the road. So, let's all be friends.
Hell no!
Yeah, nah.
Man, they hate me.
I mean, we probably were friends
And I
before we
was
lost our
thinking of
memories
you
when we
guys
were
when
part
I
of
tampered
Despair.
with the graduation program. But they still hate me.
Tampered with the graduation program?
Remember what that fake Makoto said earlier? About what happens to you when you graduate, right? I feel like you guys weren't getting a big enough reward for graduating.
So, what's our big reward?
So, I decided to modify what happens so it's something exciting and unique. Just like a game.
Oh no. So now it's not worth graduating at all. Definitely something bad.
Uploading your game memories into your real bodies is fine, but letting your friends stay dead just sucks. That's why I decided to resurrect them.
What's the catch? There's gotta be a catch.
This is the new graduation program I'm offering.
Resurrect? Hey.
God, he's gonna be into it.
Are you serious? Can you really do
If it's a
that?
bad thing, it's gonna be hard to
like real
talk
hard,
Theo
you
Eco
know?
down from doing it. Because he knows he can get Pico back now.
The program is the core part of this game, so it was protected with a lot of encrypted code.
Okay, that is a new personality. That wasn't in the first game.
I felt so much despair about how useless I am.
I don't like that one.
Well, one advantage of being an AI is that I got smarter with computers. Before that, every time a computer froze, I used to put it in the microwave and nuke it.
You can't fit a whole computer in the microwave. Are you crazy?
How long do you think
She's
it
lying.
took for me to modify it?
Who cares about that? Are you serious when you say that everyone who died will come back to life?
Did you forget? You gotta answer questions to progress the story. That's the rule of this game, right?
Sure.
By the way, I'll give you a clue. You guys were always watching time slip away at a certain place.
So you're not gonna tell us until we
We
answer
were always watching time slip away at a certain place. We can't progress unless we know the answer. We have no choice. How long it took for Junko to modify the graduation program. She said we were watching how long it took. Oh! The timer on the giant bomb at Jabberwock Park. That was the timer countdown for the Junko virus to change the whole graduation program. Wow, that's something I never would have predicted. Okay.
I see.
The countdown at Jabberwock Park. That's the only place we can think of.
Man, I had a really simplistic view of what that was. I thought it was a bomb. But this is a lot more elaborate.
That's the only place we consistently watch that has anything to do with time.
Then that countdown represented the time that was needed to modify the program.
Mm-hmm.
How brilliantly wrong!
What?
You're totally wrong about that tricky timer.
Oh, okay.
Wrong? In what way?
I thought I was onto it.
How should I put this? I was just goofing around.
So that giant bomb timer thing meant nothing.
Isn't stuff you don't understand exciting even though you don't get it? It's kind of like superhero cosplayers, or someone else's designs of alien life and stuff, right?
It was just for show?
In the end,
Massive
it's
red
meaningless.
herring.
Does that fill you with despair?
Danganronpa
Like
loves
from
its
a
red
game
herrings, though.
server? You know those
There's always
murder
heat.
mysteries where the culprit is really the detective who's investigating the murder? Well, I'm so over predictable crap like that. Just what did you expect at this stage of the game?
I don't know. I don't know.
She's
From what I've learned from Danganronpa, don't expect
seriously
shit.
messed up.
Well,
Because you
in a
won't,
way,
you won't
countdown implied I was on a
predict it.
mission. Did you ever make up your own silly rules, like don't step off the white line when you cross the road? I was testing myself to see if I could get you guys into the graduation program before the timer reached 0.
Enough. Please stop.
Don't be so disappointed. It's totally true. I had a hard time manipulating the program. While you guys were at the beach making wrinkly dog faces, I was working so hard on my own, you know?
Making wrinkly dog faces?
Hey, enough with this pointless crap.
What the
Are you seriously
I don't
going
recall
to
making
resurrect
wrinkly
everyone
dog
who
faces down at the
died?
beach.
Like I said,
I don't even know what she means by that.
It's just a game after all.
Just a game?
Yeah. Each and everything that happened in this world was just an event within the game.
We know that.
There's no way anything that occurred in the game could affect the real world.
What you're saying now is completely different from what you said before. You said whether or not it's alive. The moment you feel something is real, it becomes real.
Like death.
The game where you throw my words back at me is over, so you don't really have to worry about it.
Fine. I won't worry about it. Hey, who fucking cares about logic? As long as everyone who died comes back to life, that's good enough.
I knew he was going to lock onto this so he can get Pico back.
But
damn it.
if we do not understand the principles behind it, then we do not even know if it is really possible.
Anything goes in this world. You've seen that happen so many times already, right?
Well, if a high school girl can get huge, then it's not crazy if the dead can come back to life, right?
She's an AI.
If
She's
she's
not
saying
real.
that's how she
We're in a
tampered with the computer
computer.
program,
We're in video
How are we
games.
supposed to respond to that?
That's right. That's why you should finish this game and go back to living a normal life in the real world.
I could do that. I can turn it off right now if you want.
We go back. What do you
We can
get
stop
out
it
of
right here. I'll hit the power button on my PC.
What benefit do you get by making us return to the real world? As long as we don't know what it is.
Man, so annoying. You're so petty. It's not like you're a housewife living on a tight budget.
What?
All I want is to put on this graduation
You know what would be
performance in
fucked
a
up?
more dramatic way.
If the person playing the game right now, like me, was actually a housewife sitting down and playing Danganronpa, that one line would have fucked them up. She baited Fuyuko so damn hard. I mean, that was bound to happen. As soon as the idea of being able to bring back the others, I was like, oh, Fuyuhiko is going to be down bad for that. It's going to be very hard to pull him back around from
Well,
wanting
if
to
you
vote
doubt
that
me,
one.
You don't have to go back. Is that what you want? Not to go back?
Oh, hold on a sec. We're obviously going to get out of here. If it'll bring our dead friends back, it's all we can do.
Of course! We've been working toward that goal for, like, forever!
Because we had that goal, we were able to endure those killings.
But, like, I'm getting confused now about what's actually the better course of action. Staying in here or getting out? Because it keeps making it seem like getting out is what the bad guys want us to do. Like, that'd be a bad thing. But staying in here and just living in this loop of a virtual world trapped like a prison seems like the bad end.
Plus everyone can go back together. So there's no reason to hesitate.
So I'm a bit confused about that.
You are right. There is no way we can choose to stay here after all we've been through.
Just as expected from the winners of this killing school trip, your will to live is truly ultimate.
Yeah, okay.
Wonderful. That's just more reason for you to execute your role as devices.
Devices? What does this mean
Okay,
now?
now let's stop stalling for time with exposition and hurry up and do it. Now then,
Ooh,
why don't you
here we
guys
go.
just go ahead and answer with the touch panel that's in front of you? I'm gonna do it. I'm seriously gonna do it. If you don't hurry up, I'm seriously really gonna do it.
What are you gonna do?
You don't have to say, who are you talking to? It doesn't concern a chump like you, Hajime.
What?
Chump?
Don't worry about it.
She's
Everything's
confusing
gonna be
me, man.
over once we
I don't know what
press
she's
this.
talking about.
So we just have to press graduate, right?
If we do that, we can go home, right?
Are we really just gonna do the vote now? I can go back? I can finally go back? Our friends who died will be saved. It's way beyond what we expected. Is this the good ending? Graduate, repeat, don't press anything. Oh, it's so hard to tell. There's no clear... But we have to move this along. I wonder if there's multiple endings to this. Like, is it possible for it to end different ways? Like, if that's true, I can just do one, see what happens, and then I can try other endings. Well, let's start from the top then. Graduate's the one that she wants me to do and that everyone seems to want to do. If that's the bad ending, we can always come back and try something else.
I got it!
I'm curious what'll happen though.
This is Junko's trap!
Oh, hey Makoto. You stopping me from... Okay, maybe that's not the ending choice then.
What the heck?
I might have assumed it was ending a bit earlier
again.
than it's actually ending.
It's not again. This time, it's the real one.
The real one?
Real?
Oh, so you actually logged in for the real world?
Makoto Naegi of the Future Foundation.
Okay, cool.
I'm
Real
sorry,
Makoto,
Link.
that's awesome.
I actually wanted to come rescue you sooner, but thanks to the virus infecting the Neo World program, I wasn't able to enter.
Just when the chumps are in a pinch, he's suddenly able to enter for reasons unknown. And thus, the main character gallantly appears.
Well, he was the main character. Now I'm the main character.
Did you also time my arrival? No, it doesn't matter. I'm going to save everyone. And then I'm going to settle this between us once and for all.
Where are the others? Where are the other 5 from the first game? Leaking? Oh, gross.
Were you
Also
able
hot.
to get here, Makoto? Since I used my tricks to hack into the program, he must have hacked in with his tricks too, right? That's also how you kept your memories, right? Even though you haven't aged a day, just like these guys.
Okay.
If I hadn't, then I wouldn't have
So in
been
the
able
real
to
world,
save
does Makoto
everyone.
look much older than this? Because I want to see what old Makoto looks like.
It doesn't matter how you got here. As long as you're here, you'll be treated like one of my students. Which means you must respect my authority.
Authority.
I already know the risks of being here.
You always had such reckless hope. I love you so much that you disgust me.
Love and hate are a fine line.
Just what do you mean by
It's all
trap?
about passion, man.
What is Junko's trap?
It doesn't matter. We can finally end this, you know? If we get out of here, it'll all resolve itself peacefully.
That seems naive.
After all this, I can't let you get in the way.
The fact that you guys are even thinking like that is Junko's trap.
Huh?
She's lying to you about your dead friends coming back to life.
I thought so.
Oh, little old me.
But why? What's the end game? Why does she want us to do
Who do we
this?
trust?
If you knew Junko's true goal, you'd know she's lying.
What is her true goal?
You
Drop
know
it.
her goal?
Drop the info.
Yeah. Junko's goal is to convert the Hope Restoration Program to the Despair Restoration Program.
So she wants us to graduate back into despair agents instead of coming back out as rehabilitated hope humans.
Despair Restoration Program?
Okay.
As part of the graduation,
So I don't know how it works, but
your avatar's memory
you
and
kinda see
consciousness is
what they're
uploaded
suggesting.
into your real body. However, none of us expected that any of the avatars would get deleted. Junko has taken advantage of that opportunity. She intends to use her version of Alter Ego, the AI she stole my friend's skill to create,
Chihiro?
and upload herself into the bodies of everyone whose avatar was deleted.
What? Then everyone who died
Oh.
isn't gonna come back to life.
Everyone who died, Junko is going to be able to upload her personality into their corpses. So there'll be a whole bunch of Junkos, basically.
They're gonna be taken over by Junko?
What the fuck?
Cool.
Like the real world, once an avatar is deleted from this virtual world, it can't be recovered. It's actually impossible to revive them.
That doesn't mean I was lying, you know? I just didn't make some things clear. And even if they're overwritten by my alter ego, it doesn't mean they'll be a completely different person. The data of everyone who died is stored within me, so I'm sure I can convincingly act out their personalities.
No. It's just a bunch of Junkos. That's not cool.
Don't mess with me.
I think we've just recovered Fuyuhiko, because he's not going to want Junko's brain inside Pico. That's kind of like disrespectful.
In fact, I have a lot of data on Fuyuhiko, so I know some things that'll make you happy.
Uh-oh.
I can play a version of Peko that's more to your liking than she ever was.
Dirty.
I said, don't fucking mess with me!
Disrespectful, dishonorable though, which he's not going to go for. But hot though.
Operation Junkify All Mankind begins here.
All
After
mankind.
uploading my alter ego into everyone who died, I'm gonna take over the Future Foundation's headquarters.
Oh, all the Junkos in all the corpses of the students that already died. They can probably put more people in these machines so that more Junkos can get more bodies until eventually everyone in the world is a Junko. That's crazy. Oh wow, they even illustrated
Eventually,
it.
there's
Jesus.
gonna be a whole lot of me's all over the world.
Although, to be fair, it won't look like this. Because it'll look like normal people that just has their brain inside their brains.
With this, my despair utopia, where you can despair as you please, Junko Land, will be complete.
Junko Land sounds like fun, though.
That's Operation Junkify All
not
Mankind
to stay for
in a
too long.
nutshell. Oh,
It's probably
yeah.
dangerous.
Our dreams are expanding and...
That messed up plan is your goal?
Then why didn't you just kill all of us? If you did, you could have taken over all of our bodies. Wouldn't that have been more convenient for you?
Is that what you want me to do? Is it still too late to do that?
No. There's a reason Junko couldn't do that. That's why she made you guys kill each other.
The reason she wasn't able to do that was because there was something she didn't do. Wasn't enough time, sealed away, the school trip rules, didn't have a real body. I think the rules prevented it. Because she wasn't sealed away, it had to do with time, and she didn't have a real body is like redundant here, so gotta be that one.
I see. I got it. It's because of the school trip's rules.
Even a monster like her has to follow the rules of the school trip?
Yeah, we established that
Junko
before.
usurped Usami's authority as an observer, and her role as your teacher.
However, according to the rules of the school trip, even Usami had to follow them. That's why when Junko took over her position, she had no choice but to follow the rules as well.
Yeah, pretty much everyone has to follow the rules of that simulation.
So, the rules were protecting us?
Just.
Man, I was so annoyed. I had the authority to add rules, but no authority to delete rules. Oh well, even if I could have deleted rules, I was still busy with my whole taking over your bodies plan.
So you made us kill each other. Because you couldn't kill us yourself.
Then,
Yeah.
is that how you were able to increase
In a nutshell,
the number
yeah.
of bodies you can take over?
Like I said, I personally didn't care about the outcome of the killings.
How dare you look down on us? Don't fuck with me. What about our lives?
She doesn't
Chump
care.
change.
Why would Junko care about your life? You met this woman?
I won't forgive you. I will never, ever fucking forgive you!
So that's your trap. You try to make us choose graduate, so you can take over everyone's body with the graduation program.
So does that mean we have to reset the tropical island thing and stay stuck in here just to prevent Junko from being able to
How can you be so
from being able to do her plan? So we're essentially trapping ourselves for the sake of the world?
Because Junko Enoshima is the true ultimate despair.
Yes,
She doesn't
we know.
yearn for any kind of future at all. She fills every person she meets with despair.
That's my Makoto. You understand me so well. For me, despair is
Seems
not
like
a
she likes
goal
Makoto
or a
now.
set of principles, or a lifestyle, or even an instinct.
In a weird way.
It's what defines me as Junko Enoshima. It's just my characterization. That's why I'm able to pursue despair with such purity.
So you're saying you only exist to fill people with despair?
Yeah.
For example, want to hear about a beautiful memory that even I, who gets bored easily, still remember fondly? Picture thousands of fools who are madly in love with me, dying one by one like insects doused with bug spray.
Oh, is this when all the students killed themselves for her? Like over 2,000 committed mass suicide?
And the best part is, they did it to themselves, you know?
Thousands of humans falling like dominoes. Oh, that memory is so...
She's so insane, man. It's amazing.
Yeah, about that. Does that story have a happy ending?
The reserve corps students. They're the like 2,900, however many, that committed suicide for her.
I see! Are you talking about the reserve course's mass suicide?
Jesus.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot you're a survivor of the reserve course.
I was the only survivor, right?
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Mass suicide? What's she talking about?
An incident where
Oh, 2357
people from the
I
reserve
said
course all
2009,
killed
it was
themselves.
2003.
Junko probably made them do it.
2,357 people? That's an outrageous number.
You don't have to be that surprised. You all look like your parents, friends, and lovers all died at once.
They
that
did.
was so rude of me. There's no way you guys even have meaningful relationships like that anymore. I mean, you're all ultimate despair. You guys have already eaten your fill of despair.
I don't see how she can be so filled with despair or so obsessed with despair when most of the time her personality seemed to be really upbeat and joyful.
I do not really know what you are trying to say.
Junko robs the futures of everyone she interacts with. You ultimate despairs are among her many victims.
If someone like me is born, that means
No.
the world is yearning for despair.
I don't like this one.
That's wrong. The world
such a
isn't
terrible
yearning for
personality.
despair. That's the reason we can't let you escape.
But if you do that, you guys won't be able to return to the real world, right?
Huh? If we choose graduate to get out of here, the graduation program will activate, right?
If that happens, Junko's alter ego will be uploaded into the bodies of the dead.
Does that mean we gotta stay here to keep her from getting out?
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. This is exactly the part I was saying before. I'm sure there's gonna be a way around it though.
What the heck?
I mean, Makoto's in here with us. He's gonna
Does
have
it
to come up with a plan.
like that?
It's such a cruel fate for you guys. But it's awfully convenient for the Future Foundation. They'll be able to keep all the ultimate despairs, including me, trapped in this game forever.
Wrong! That's not it!
But ultimate despair is hated worldwide, and their lives are no doubt targeted by the Future Foundation. Oh well, if you don't want to acknowledge that, I guess it just can't be helped. Can't be helped. LOL.
This is nothing
No
to
LOL.
LOL about.
But it's so ironic. You came all the way here just to find out that graduating is the wrong choice. Even though you came all this way to win the game. Even though you kept sacrificing your friends to win.
The goal you guys squirmed to reach was wrong all along. Isn't that just so fucking tragic?
Okay, we need a solution.
Stop it!
We're basically just being taunted at this point for ad nauseum. She's been taunting us for like 30 minutes. Was it a mistake to think we'd go home alive? What about the killings in the class trials? Was this just a meaningless killing game where the ultimate despairs kill each other off? I mean, that's what it was kind of becoming, yeah.
Don't give up yet!
Hey, Makoto. Mr. Hope's coming back in.
You guys can get out of here.
It's kind of
without
funny that
letting Junko
Makoto just
out.
let her say all that shit and just stood there quietly watching. It's like, dude, he's despairing them. You're supposed to be hoping them back.
No, there's no way such a convenient... There is? Really? Well, that's the first I've heard of it.
Uh-oh, there's a way. She knows it as well. I don't know what it is yet, but there's a will, there's a way. What does she know about? What doesn't she know about? Oh. It was either going to be the number or this. A special command that can be used during the graduation exam. If you use this, you can override the observer and forcibly escape. Not even the teacher can prevent it. So, yeah, this override.
I see.
I see.
Are you talking about the shutdown sequence?
Yeah.
Shutdown sequence? What is that?
It's a shutdown sequence. It's a sequence that shuts shit down.
It's a hidden command I set up in the Neo World program.
Hidden command?
Basically, I never believed the Neo World program was a perfect solution. There was always a possibility that Usami's hope might have made things even worse for you guys. So I prepared a way to shut down the program in case of emergencies.
As I recall, you said it was a command that not even the teacher can stop.
And that means even Junko can't stop it.
Dear me, I have an unfortunate announcement to make, class. You cannot activate the shutdown.
That's true. When we learned about the shutdown, the last thing Makoto said that was we needed about half the students, which is about 8 of the 16, and there is 5 of us. 7 if you count Akane's tits.
More importantly, do you know why? Do you know why you can't activate the shutdown?
Yes. Not enough people.
I see!
Boo.
Because there's not enough people?
Pay attention, class. According to my information, in order to initiate the shutdown, out of 15 people, more than half of them must press graduate and repeat at the same time.
What? Oh, I didn't get that part. Oh, 15 people, not 16. More than half of an odd number. So basically 8. 8 of the 15. So it's still 8. Hold both buttons down.
Am I correct?
However, out of 15 people, including Makoto, there are only 6 people here.
Even if you want to cheat, I won't let ya. The shutdown sequence won't activate unless it knows that different people initiated it.
Why did Makoto add that as a rule to his failsafe shutdown thing? It's so arbitrary and just made this much more complicated.
You totally saw through that supposedly hidden command?
No need to worry. Even I knew we couldn't activate the shutdown.
You still came here when you knew we had no chance of winning?
It's not that we have no chance of winning. The only reason I'm here is because there is a chance.
Is there a failsafe system to the shutdown system? What? Wait. The shutdown system is a failsafe. Now we need a failsafe to the failsafe.
Then try explaining it.
We need a trace buster buster.
What is this chance of winning of which you speak?
The giant Junko in the background is scary as hell.
I believe...
What? I can't hear you. You gotta speak up since you're so puny.
Shut up.
I believe in them. I believe they will definitely come.
Who will come? I can come if you need me to. Just give me 5 minutes.
That's not something you
Yeah,
need to
boy!
take your time saying.
Okay, he meant the others. Kyoko in the house.
Believe.
Actual
Try putting
Byakugan.
yourself in our shoes before you drag
Non-fatty
us into
fat.
situations like
Imposter
this.
version. Okay, yeah, that's fine. He can come too. Whatever.
Kyoko! Byakuya! I knew you guys would come!
Where's Toko? Is the serial killer coming?
We'd be better off leaving behind someone who jumps to conclusions without listening to our warnings.
I'm sorry.
Uh-oh. Makoto's in trouble.
Even though it took some time for 2 people to enter the program simultaneously, it appears we made it.
Is it just the 2 of you?
Hey, what's going on? Why are there more people again?
What about the Afro hippie and the ultimate swimmer?
How exciting! I haven't seen these faces in ages. It's like opening your high school yearbook 10 years later.
They're all responsible for your death, by the way.
I must say, now that I'm seeing her up close, she's much bigger than I remembered.
Which one?
What? What kind
Oh,
of man
both.
isn't
The one on the
excited
screen
by
is
big
actually quite
women?
big.
Once you gain some more experience, you'll understand.
True. She's talking about muscle mummies.
There's a lot of kinky things you can do with big girls.
Oh my god, Junko. Play with my emotions? Thank you.
Byakuya! You're alive! But you're so skinny now.
Has Akane been filled in on the fact that the Byakugan that we knew in Danganronpa 2 was a fake?
You shut up too.
Yeah, shut up.
Are you two also from the Future Foundation?
No, it's probably not just that.
The 6 of you joined the Future Foundation because you agree with our ideals. Okay, that's a flashback just to suggest there's 6 of them. So where are the others?
You guys are the survivors
three
of
aren't
Killing
here.
School Life who previously defeated Junko.
Actually, I don't
right?
think Toko, the serial killer, could be here because I did read that third-person shooter spin-off game that's technically a prequel to this. It happens between the first and second games for the PSP. It stars Makoto's little sister, and Toko as like a sidekick, goes along with her and helps her out. So I think she would be busy doing that stuff. She'd be part of that plot, so she wouldn't be able to come here now.
That's right.
So we'd just be missing the swimmer and the ultimate clairvoyant hippie guy.
There's 3 of them here now?
The former heroes plunging themselves into the game world, ignoring all danger. Jeez, stupids! Making such a suicidal move. Did you really want to see me that badly?
I would want to, yes.
It can't be helped.
Oh my god.
In order to stop you, that suicidal move was our only choice.
So how about it? There are 8 people now.
Well, that's enough.
We have
got
enough
it.
to activate the shutdown sequence.
Okay, this is a ruse. She's... God damn it. There's no way we defeated her that easily.
Why are you crying?
She's just fucking around with us now.
You guys showed up looking all cool and stuff, and now all the ultimate despairs. They'll be treated like even bigger chumps.
Chump. You said it again!
Yeah.
Just ignore her. As long as we activate the shutdown sequence,
Call me
it'll
a
be
chump.
The end of her and this messed
In the
up
Matrix and shit. Nah.
Hey, can I ask you something? If we do shut down the program, what'll happen to us?
Deleted. Fake personalities deleted.
No need to worry. We won't let you get hurt.
Very carefully chosen words. We won't get hurt, but we will die.
It's not just that. We want a more detailed explanation.
If you shut down the Neo World program, everything within the program will be deleted.
Yeah, basically everyone dies, I
It will
think.
obviously delete Alter Ego Junko, along with your avatars here.
So you're saying we're going to be deleted too?
It doesn't mean you'll be deleted. The program will just finish without completing the graduation program.
What does that mean for us?
Your avatars will not upload, so you will revert to your original state before you entered the program.
Oh, does that mean we'll go back to being... That means we'll go back to being,
Is there a
despair
reason to tell them
people.
all that?
Despair terrorists.
They have
We'll get
to
our
know
memories
everything,
back, right?
or else they won't agree to do it.
Hold on a second. If we go back to our original selves before we entered the program,
Oh, wait, you want me to do something? The dead will revive. No, reverting to ultimate despairs is what we're worried about.
see. Does that mean we'll go back to being ultimate despair?
Hell yeah, we will.
That's right.
But won't we both have the combined memories of what we experienced in this virtual reality thing and all our original memories? So we will not... We won't be what we were before, but we also won't be the evil versions of us from the school. We'll be a whole new kind of person. Because we'll remember being evil and why we were evil, but that'll now be mixed with our memories of being on the island and being good people. That could be a net gain, a net positive.
No! Are you fucking serious? Can't you do anything about it?
I understand your concern, but this is the only way to stop Junko.
It might be a painful decision, but I know you guys will be able to overcome it. That's why, in order to defeat despair,
I would be too curious.
I want you guys to fight
I'd be
alongside
totally
us.
into doing that. I'd want all my memories back so I can know who I was before.
We still have to fight? I thought we finally reached the end.
Don't worry. Once you get out, we will do our best to support you.
But I thought the Future Foundation wanted to kill every last ultimate despair.
I mean, technically they do, but not this particular group led by Makoto. Yes, I remember the email.
When you say support, do you mean I'll make sure you don't suffer when I kill you, or...?
Of course not. We would never allow that to happen.
It's gonna be alright. Your real bodies have just been brainwashed. That's why I'm pretty sure you'll quickly revert back to the state you're in right now.
It is the most fresh version of us. these current events,
You stop saying cheesy stuff.
I think we
like
would have
brainwashed.
evolved. Our
Washing
personality
your
would have
brain
evolved
is
like a character arc through what we've been through.
But still, even if our brainwashing is undone, the memories we've made up till now will be erased.
Does that mean we'll completely forget everything we did on this island? I don't want that.
It doesn't matter what you want. That's the reality.
Oh,
Every
we
meaningless
lose
thing
the
that
Avatar
happened here will
memories and we
vanish
gain
from
back
your
our
minds.
evil memories? But that means we go back to being Junko disciples, which is also bad. We kind of need the memories from the island to adapt and move forward and not be evil, like break even. Even out that personality with some good to hope over the bad despair shit. If that happens, does it really mean that an existence confined to this world is really going to disappear? She risked her life to protect... Is he talking about Chiaki?
Memory's not all that'll go back
She's
to
not
normal.
that important.
If you've lost a
She's
limb,
AI, man.
like Nagito, it'll still be gone when...
Please stop!
Going back to reality in that condition.
Back to
That's like a
reality.
bad
Oh,
joke.
there goes gravity.
You're not joking.
Let's do it.
That is your past. Nobody can escape.
If Makoto and Byakugan and Kyoko say that it's the way, then it's the way. I say we do it.
About that path. Hey, why did we become ultimate despair in the first place?
You'll remember if we leave
I asked
the
same
simulation.
thing in the real world, but nobody would give me an answer.
It seems my teachings were quite thorough. However, if you ask me,
People who cling to stuff like hope, talent, or admiration are truly the weakest.
Isn't it the opposite?
Huh?
I don't know how she justifies that.
Guys who desperately want to reach the top. They don't think about what'll happen when they're pushed off. They're probably too concerned with having a really nice view while they condescend to others. Shoving off guys like that is
She's just
so
cynical
easy.
and nihilistic.
I happen to know 17,082 ways to do that.
A kind of insane degree.
The point is, the moment you cling to talent and hope, despair has already set in.
That's not even an explanation.
Then, what if you think about it like this? It turns out that you guys being ultimate despair was just part of the game world. And in truth, those guys from the Future Foundation might be part of the game world too.
She's trying to fuck with us in that Inception way of like, oh, everything's a
They're
game
simply
world.
side characters of the game world whose role is to offer hopeless hope
Confuse
to you
us
guys.
by making us not be able to figure out what's real and what's
Well,
not.
after saying all that, I don't even know what's real and what's a game anymore.
Just don't listen to Junko. That's all you have to do. Don't listen to her bullshit,
Enough.
and
My
it won't be,
patience
you
is
won't
very
get
thin.
confused.
Let's hurry and start the shutdown sequence already.
Yeah, I agree with Byakugan.
Before you do that, we gotta do some reviewing. When you guys activate the shutdown, you'll revert back to when you were known as Ultimate Despair, and your dead friends will never be revived, and the embodiment of despair, aka me, will be erased, thereby preserving hope in the real world.
She just gave us the way to delete her.
Now then,
Do it.
Will the hope of the Future Foundation win, or will my despair win?
All right! Things are starting to heat up!
I thought that said sharting. I didn't see the T.
This isn't a game, you know.
It is.
Contraire. This is a game.
There you go.
The game of hope and despair that started with your killing school life. That explains why these chumps who weren't around last time have been reduced to mere side characters.
You called us chumps again!
Peanut gallery. You're just there to basically throw in the occasional line of dialogue.
Most importantly, the killing school trip wasn't just for your sake.
There was a more important goal there. The goal of luring a specific group of people. Since now's a great time, why don't we make that the question?
What's the question?
As long as we're in the game world, the rules say I gotta ask questions every now and then. So, question. Who did I lure and how did I do it?
Who did I lure and how did I do
The
it?
hint is, I get bored easily, so the same outcome as the killing school life would be a pain in the ass. Okie dokie, let's all think about it together.
The same outcome as the killing school life. Do I just remember what occurred there? The people drink or lured the method. Is she saying Makoto and his friends? Like, was all the bullshit with us was just to lure Makoto and them in here to try and help us? Are they in danger from Junko right now? Man, she might be playing chess while we're only playing checkers. What is happening? There's nothing in here. There's nothing in the snowboarding Tron game. Maybe it's procedurally generated. Oh shit. I spaced out for a second. Where the fuck are the questions? I'm not just here to snowboard. Black. That was a checkpoint. I think those yellow blocks are checkpoints. Because I fall to my death. Finally. Who did Junko and Nishima want to lure? Oh, fuck. I'm already on the yellow path. Okay, Future Foundation. That's basically Makoto and friends. So I think I lucked into the right one there. Good. I just stayed going straight. And tried to read them all, but it was too late. Man, this is a long track. It takes ages to get to the questions. Damn it. Missed jump. Yeah! Question 2. What bait was used to lure the Future Foundation? Oh, the fact that it was a killing game run by Monokuma. Because their simulation was meant to create a utopia that gives people hope. So as soon as Monokuma showed up, started doing the killing game, mimicking the original school tragedy, there's no way they wouldn't have come to, like, try to fix it and save everybody. I mean, she called that correctly. Wow, that was intense. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Wow. This is the longest snowboarding sequence. Oh, thank God. What did Junko use to force them to watch the killings? Surveillance cameras? Wait. Surveillance camera? Surveillance cameras? Surveillance caramel. Okay, now you just speak silly. That was probably to trip me up. If I was moving fast, too fast to actually read it correctly. Thank God, finally. Longest snowboard ever.
It's all coming together.
Water.
Got it. You used the surveillance cameras. You were trying to lure the Future Foundation by showing them the footage you were recording, weren't you? The surveillance cameras?
So what is she trying to achieve by luring them in here? Is Makoto and them in danger?
In the previous killing school line, the surveillance camera footage was broadcast outside of the school. You used the cameras that were placed throughout the entire island for the same purpose.
Ding, ding, ding! I was broadcasting the Killing School trip live to every member of the Future Foundation.
Does that mean they saw everything we did? Including when Sonia was masturbating in the bathroom? That they hinted at?
The footage you recorded with the surveillance cameras.
Oh, she knows.
To the Future Foundation? What shall I do?
Uh-oh.
I did a lot of disgraceful things in front
I
of those
told you.
cameras.
Oh my god. What do you mean a lot of disgraceful things? Sonia.
Sure did.
Byakuya was watching. He knows exactly.
I would rather be queen now. Please forget what you saw.
Damn.
So you guys were watching us? Then why didn't you come rescue us earlier?
No one else is really reacting to that information.
We tried to hack in many
You think the
times,
mechanic would have
but
reacted
the
to that
virus
for
within
sure.
The program blocked us at every turn.
Maybe he's so in shock with what's happening right now, he's forgotten to be a perv or a simp for Sonia.
Not only that, the Neo World program stopped accepting shutdown commands from the outside. As a last resort, we considered cutting power to the program, but...
We didn't know what would happen to the subjects if we cut the power while the program was still running. There's no way we'd jeopardize your safety by taking such a gamble.
Even so, we kept trying over and over again, until it was finally possible for us to enter the program just a short time ago.
And you came all the way here.
Yeah,
We
I
knew
think
it
she
was a
let you
trap.
in. I
I
think she
get
wants
it.
you in here
You
so
couldn't
she
just
could
leave them
do
alone.
something to you finally. Maybe she's gonna delete your brains and put herself in your
If you
bodies
saw
as
people
revenge for the
dying
first
one
game.
by one with your own eyes by the same killing game you guys played, hope dictates that you act all high and mighty and say, "Oh, I'm definitely gonna stop it this time."
Hey, don't tell me that's the reason you made us go through all this.
Sure is.
Of course we made you do it for that reason. We orchestrated this game instead of killing you outright, solely to show it off to the Future Foundation.
We were forced to solve puzzles and riddles just so you could show it off to the Future Foundation?
That's why you guys are chumps. You're just the bait I used to catch a big fish called the Future Foundation.
Feels bad, man.
But it's not
Not
my
even
fault,
important
you
to the
know.
plot.
This game is a fight between the Future Foundation and me. You guys were just instigators in the background.
We have 8 of us now. Can't we just do the press both buttons to reset
Bet you guys
the
already knew that when you chose to play this
reset
game,
the
right?
shutdown thing? That's why they came here.
Just 1 second, please. That sounds as though we...
As though we wanted to come to this world of our own free will. But that's precisely the truth. You guys chose to be instigators, and you were willingly taken into the Neo World program. To provide the opportunity I needed to push this battle between hope and despair into overtime.
Oh, so the evil versions of us that got captured and put in here were willingly doing this. Does that mean we're all traitors, not just... Well, Chiaki was a traitor to us by being with the Hope Foundation. But we're traitors... Every single one of us are traitors in general, because we all wanted to be put in here to help Junko.
That's right. The reason the
Lure
Ultimate
Makoto
Despairs
and them in
began
here?
killing each other was set up by the group itself.
Damn.
That's just your imagination.
Naive Makoto totally fell for the trap. Oh, and now your face is filled with a lovely shade of despair.
Whoa, that despair is fucking obvious. You're here to rescue the assholes who set this up in the first place.
Don't go blaming us for this.
Thank you. It's all thanks to you guys. This time around, I might be able to fill these guys with despair.
I mean, they succeeded in a pretty big way in the first game. Like, they killed you. I'd hold on to that
We do not feel despair.
as my connection to Hope. Yeah, like, it's not that easy.
Even if this was all a trap, we will never regret coming here.
And this is the only thing we could do to stop you. But nevertheless, it's all over. We will shut you down and end all of this.
You're pretty fucking desperate. Oh, that's pretty fucking obvious. If you don't initiate the shutdown, those Future Foundation fuckwits are gonna be trapped here forever.
Well, I mean, that's the plan. Initiate the shutdown.
Why would that happen?
Didn't I already explain it? You know, the graduation exam rule.
Graduate and repeat. Choose one of them, press it, cast your vote. Majority will be final decision.
But that's not all, right? In order to pass the graduation exam, there was one more requirement.
Other requirement to pass the graduation exam is... Oh, the teacher. Final decision, yes. Monokuma was bragging about that. He gets the final say if we actually get to pass, even if we all vote. But doesn't that mean that she's the teacher now, which means no matter what we vote for, she gets to say yay or nay? So we're kind of fucked.
I see.
Whoops. Who the hell designed this
As
system?
I recall, we also need the teacher's final decision.
Could we get Monokuma back? Yes, flashback. We just had this sequence, like
Obviously,
recently.
there's no way I'd let the members of the Future Foundation graduate. So if you can't activate the shutdown, the Foundation will enter the endless life of repeating the grade.
So your revenge is going to keep them here repeating this endlessly until they eventually despair?
That's only if the shutdown sequence doesn't activate, right?
But that's impossible. Everyone here understands how dangerous it is to release you into the real world.
We know that. All too well.
I mean, she's been bad-mouthing us this whole time.
Oh.
I
Looks
mean,
like
yeah.
we shouldn't have talked so much. Out of the mouth comes evil, so they say.
Well, Junko specifically.
It's true that we fell for this trap, and that we run the risk of not being able to go back.
Yeah, like, none of us are going to side with this bitch.
But what's wrong with that? Thinking we back down because of something like that is a huge mistake.
That's my line. Thinking your little shutdown plan will succeed is a huge mistake.
Huh?
You're totally overestimating those chumps over there. There's no way they'll start the shutdown sequence.
Why won't we?
Look upon their faces. They look like piglets who were forced to watch their mom roasting on a spit.
She's still insulting us.
There's no fucking
I would
way
do it out
they'll
of
initiate
stubbornness.
The shutdown just to go back to
I would
being
do it out of
ultimate
spite.
despair.
That is... well... Junko, I don't care what you say. I've decided to believe in everyone.
But what if we get back out and we go back to being ultimate despair and we're like, oh yeah, this is what we're actually like. And then we just start killing everybody.
It's true that
including
they
you
walked
guys
the wrong path
in the real
before,
world.
But that's all in the past now. What I believe in is not their past, but their futures.
Thanks, man. Jesus Christ, what's her problem?
I was totally waiting for a protagonist to fly like that. When I crush it with despair, such ecstasy.
He's taking protagonist duties away from me.
No matter what you do to me,
It's upsetting.
I will never fall into despair.
Wrong. I'm not the one who's gonna make you fall into That's the Mastermind's job, and they'll be appearing very soon.
The mastermind. Oh no. There's still a string puller and it's not her as the virus.
Mastermind?
Mastermind?
Oh my god, there's more.
Someone else.
That can't be. It's just a bluff.
You should never make the last character who appears in a detective story turn out to be the mastermind. But I always fall into that pattern, so I was kind of worried about that.
Enough already. What are you talking about?
Oh well. Let's bring him out with lots of energy. It's
Izuru.
Mr. Izuru Kamakura!
Izuru Kamakura?
Like the ultimate student dude? A person called the Ultimate Hope, but that shouldn't be all he was. I've seen a person called Izuru Kamakura somewhere else. Oh, the fucking painting of him as the founder of the Academy. I still am confused about how he's both the founder of the Academy and the best student. And the one who did the massacre in that one classroom. This Dark Deva of Destruction was one of the options. I could have called him a hamster.
Izuru Kamakura.
Oh, I should have done
Isn't
it just
that
for
the
fun.
name of the founder of Hope's Peak Academy?
Yeah.
It was written on the placard beneath the portrait of the Academy's founder. That name. It was definitely Izuru Kamakura, right?
However, based on the information I know, the man known as Izuru Kamakura...
If I recall, he's a super genius who acquired many talents. He was even called the Ultimate Hope, right?
Does the founder have the same name as that Ultimate Hope guy?
Is that kind of coincidence even possible?
The Future Foundation might know something, right?
How about it, Kyoko?
Even within Hope's Peak Academy, there's
Why did
very
he
little
throw
information
specifically to
about a
Kyoko?
person called Izuru Kamakura.
Doesn't even know who Kyoko is.
It's a mystery if such a person ever really existed. And not just that. The matter was closed without ever being settled because of that incident.
If you do not know, then please allow me. providing hopelessly skilled explanations is a quirk of mine. The reason Izuru's existence
I like her librarian
continues to
mode.
be such a mystery
So good.
is because the Academy hid it.
Why did the Academy hide his existence?
If I recall, they were trying to protect their superior talent. They even called it mankind's hope, correct?
However, that prodigious student ended up killing 13 student council members at Hope's
Unlucky
Peak
number of
Academy.
kills.
Izuru is the killer responsible for Hope's Peak Academy's biggest, most awful event.
And you're the one who set it up, right?
Information about Izuru completely vanished after that incident.
We thought Junko Enoshima killed them? Izuru Kamakura is very much alive.
How is he still alive now?
Isn't that right, Hajime?
Wait, why are you asking me?
What?
Like I said, you're Izuru Kamakura.
Oh my god, what? What? I'm not an old man.
Alrighty? If you don't understand, I'll explain it to you till you do understand.
Whoa, dude. So wow. How many times have they plot twisted the true nature of my character's background? I was a mysterious ultimate student. Then I wasn't an ultimate student. I was just a reserve nobody. Then I'm a terrorist that's part of the Ultimate Despair. Then I turn out to be Izuru, who is like the ultimate student of Ultimate Hope, who has multiple ultimate talents, apparently. What the fuck?
You're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura, you're Izuru Kamakura.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on!
You said that.
Seriously, what are you talking about?
Liar! There's no way. There's no way Hajime is Izuru Kamakura!
Izuru is that ultimate hope, right?
Makoto, you don't know as much as I thought you would
Hajime
coming into here.
That's right. Hajime is one of those reserve course dropouts and has no talent whatsoever. But the fact that he's really Izuru Kamakura makes all this much more hopeless.
Why? Oh god, now we've got to argue it. Well, maybe it's a lie. Maybe I'm not. What are we talking about?
Good news, Hajime!
Oh, it's just telling me more about the fact
Even
that
though
I'm
you were mocked for being
Izuru.
a reserve course student, he had a talent all along. Ultimate hope.
How can
Just
someone
like
from
Makoto.
a reserve course have such an amazing talent like that?
In order to hide Izuru's identity.
Hide Izuru's day.
Was he hidden in the reserve course?
Then Hajime's
I
name
can
is
contradict
fake?
hide his identity.
There's no doubt I'm Hajime Hinata. I've always had that name ever since I was born.
You don't know that.
Then Izuru is your fake name?
Hey, you weren't lying to us, right?
Nope.
I do not want any more last-minute plot twists.
Neither do I. There's been so many. Could it be? Created hope?
Izuru.
I'm the ultimate hope. Then the current me and Izuru Kamakura are... What did Hope's Peak Academy do to me? Well, let's have a look-see. Resources to create Izuru Kamakura, the ultimate hope. Massacred 13 people. So, did I massacre all these people? Ultimate despair, killing school life, counting survivors, remnants of despair, the subjects. Observers, the two teachers. The number, the shutdown sequence, the vision of Megiddo. Future Foundation oranges. Did I just say oranges? Origins. Academy's founder. Portrait hanging in the office. Izuru. Doesn't help me. Hope's Peak Academy attempted to create the true hope by consolidating the results of all their research. I mean, that was their plan to create the ultimate. So they were trying to create me, is what that book's telling us.
Good
Do it
news,
again.
Hajime! Even though you were mocked for being a reserve course student, he had a talent all along. Ultimate Hope.
How can someone from
Too
the
many of us
reserve
seem to
force
end up being Ultimate Hope.
have such an amazing talent like that?
Every
In order
single
to hide
Danganronpa
Zuru's identity.
protagonist.
Was he hidden in the reserve course?
I don't think I can contradict
Hajime's
that.
name is
So that,
fake.
that one's out.
There's no doubt I'm
There's nothing
Hajime
that actually
Hinata.
contradicts it. There's no point
I've always had that name
to
ever since I was
contradicting
born.
that phrase.
Then Izuru is your fake name?
Hey, you weren't lying to us, right?
I do not want any more last-minute plot twists.
Could it be Created Hope?
Can I agree with Created Hope?
It might be Izuru.
Yes. Okay, I've got the document that says they were trying to create hope, and Makoto goes they were creating hope. So I can agree with that phrase, even though I'm not sure where that's supposed to take. That hope cultivation plan? I don't know where this is supposed to take us argument-wise, but the contradiction doesn't work.
There's no
So
doubt. I've always had that name. Then Izuru is your
this will have to
You weren't lying.
achieve
I mean,
something.
I mean, what
Could it be created?
Hey,
That must be it.
consent?
Created Hope. Are you talking about the Hope cultivation plan?
Hope cultivation plan. What is that?
How do you not know?
A while back, I saw a file kept by the Future Foundation. For many years,
Oh, Makoto's seen it.
Hope's Peak Academy was researching a breakthrough plan to cultivate personal talent.
It's
And they
true,
created
it was
me,
a breakthrough plan.
Izuru.
After all, it was a plan to create the perfect genius.
Create? For the longest time, the Hope Cultivation Plan was the earnest wish of Hope's Peak Academy. In fact, that's why the Academy was established. Part of that plan was researching the talents of Ultimates. Because the plan was so important, they adopted the name of the Academy's founder and called it the Izuru Kamakura Project.
Oh, okay. So the old man was Izuru, who founded this place. So in the honor of his name, they called the ultimate student Izuru.
Izuru Kamakura Project?
Just a little while ago, they were finally able to reach the experimental
And that was
stage
me.
of that plan. From there, they set their sights on the reserve course dropouts to use them as lab rats.
Why did they use the reserve course as lab rats?
A plan to create talent artificially requires test subjects that are wholly lacking in talent. From that group of reserve course
Because you want to
students,
create an
the one
ultimate
who
talent
was
that's a
finally
combination
chosen was
of ultimate talents. So you just start out with a blank slate.
Hajime,
See
who
if you can
stands
put it all in
before you
somebody.
now.
Why?
So my real name was Hajime, but I just became Izuru when they
Because you admired
they
Hope's Peak Academy
successfully
more than
ultimate
anybody
student
else.
upgraded me.
You still don't get it? You were used by the Academy. They exploited your feelings of admiration toward hope and talent just to use you as a lab rat.
What?
See? Didn't I tell you? The moment you cling to talent and hope, despair has already set in.
Lies. That's definitely a lie.
After many surprises, Hajime Hinata was transformed into Izuru 1.0!
So if I left here and lost my Hajime memories from the island and all that, as a good, hope-filled person, I will go back to being this Izuru entity, mentally. That will be what?
You say transformed?
That's probably who Nagito was talking to in Chapter 0, when heading over on the ship. When it just showed question marks in my voice. It was probably me as Izuru. And he seemed pretty up himself about the world being boring.
What did they do to him?
Unless you're willing to go to extremes, it's impossible to change a normal person into a perfect genius. So naturally, they went to extremes.
Jesus.
By directly interfering with his brain, Hope's Peak Academy transformed Hajime Hinata
So they did a reverse
into
lobotomy.
a completely different person whose
Instead of
specialty
lobotomizing
is
me to
talent
become
itself,
stupid and vegetable,
known as Izuru Kamakura.
they made me better. They made me into a talent fiend.
Eventually, Izuru became an ultimate despair, thanks to me. But all I did to Izuru was simply break his spirit. That's nothing compared to what Hope's Peak Academy did to him. Not even close. Seriously, it's scary how determined the researchers were to mess with the human brain that much. Doing such inhumane acts that nobody else is capable of with such a calm mind and a steady hand. I admire it so much, it makes my mind numb.
Okay, cool, lady.
By the way,
I admire
you're just a
surgery.
simple
I
avatar
admire
right
brain
now,
surgery.
So even if you touch
It's
your head,
hot.
you won't feel the scar.
So what, in real life, I had a scar on my head from when they did brain surgery to turn me into an ultimate.
Did they really do
Cool
something
beans.
like that?
But if you think about it, if Hajime gets out of here, he's gonna be a super genius, right?
Yeah, but in a bad way. Too much of a super genius. The point where the world is boring and I'm a chaotic.
Like I said, he's
Influence.
not Hajime. He's a completely
Like the
different
Joker.
person whose specialty is talent itself.
Different person? How is he different?
All of his senses, emotions, thoughts, and hobbies that interfere with acquiring talent have been excised.
Huh?
All of his memories of the past have been forcefully suppressed into the darkest recesses of his mind.
Huh?
Emotions,
He's not getting it.
thoughts,
He's just hitting us with the eyes.
It sounds like he is a completely different person.
So that's why it's
I should
so
probably tie a
surprising
rope
that
around my
Hajime
foot.
even exists here at all, even if he's just an avatar.
Wait, no, that doesn't make sense.
The Neo World program.
I was
must have
thinking
dug
that
up
if you
those
tied a
memories
rope
and
around his
rebuilt
foot in real
old
life
personality
before he
from
wakes
data
up,
from the past.
no matter what he becomes, some super genius, more villainous despair guy. We've at least got him like handled before he does anything.
I cannot help but feel impressed that the Neo World program was able to accomplish such a feat.
But as for Hajime, he probably would have been better off if he stayed erased.
Oh my god.
Then, when Hajime
Everyone
returns
hates
to his
Hajime.
original
He's too
state
vanilla.
after the
That's the
shutdown,
problem.
He'll disappear.
The cute face at the end.
All that will remain is Izuru Kamakura, an entirely different personality created by Hope's Peak Academy. He will no longer be Hajime Hinata.
I'm going to disappear. Disappear. Don't. I'm gonna keep repeating it. I mean, you'll just go back to being Izuru, right? In a way, you're not really going anywhere. Holy shit. Oh my god, it was me in that scene on the other side of the conversation. Talking about the world being boring and not giving a shit about anything. When did my eyes turn red? Well, how did they turn back? Well, yep, that was that scene. We've seen this. So he thinks other people, including their talents, are boring to him because he's the ultimate talent guy. He's basically, Dr. Manhattan in Watchmen. He's too ultimate. Everything is just meh to him, including humans in existence and stuff. Freaking out, man.
Hajime? What's that? Me? No. That's not me!
I had very long hair. When did I cut my hair?
That's what you are. That's who
At some
Izuru
point I got an
Kamakura
Izuru
is.
haircut.
You're the one who brought me into this world. You're Izuru Kamakura, the mastermind behind all of this. Huh?
So, I was half right throughout the game. I always thought I was the traitor. I guess in the same vein as me thinking I was secretly the traitor, I just had amnesia. Except I wasn't the traitor, I was like the ultimate final villain. Even above Junko. And having brought it back to life
Could
as
it
an
be
AI.
The one who uploaded you into the Neo World program was...
It's not me!
Just so you know, as long as your brain has been messed with, you can't undo it no matter how hard you try.
Well, that really threw a wrinkle into things. If we let me out now, and I become that guy again, that could be bad. But he said he wasn't going to take part to Nagito in Chapter 0. So why did he end up taking part? With his shaved head and everything.
Have no way to be saved, you say? But you already know what you must do.
What do I have to do? Become the Blackened? What, murder someone? Submit to Junko. I kind of want to do that in real life. I'm ready to submit to Junko. I'm supposed to graduate, yeah? That's what you want? How can I be saved? Yeah, because she needs us to graduate for her own purposes. But so if I do it to save myself, I mean to save everybody else, I'm gonna lose myself.
I see. I just need to choose graduate then.
Huh? In that case, the Hajime avatar will be uploaded into his real body.
Yeah. So I get to keep being Hajime. If I do the other one,
So,
I get to
Hajime
go
will
back
be
to
safely
being
reborn.
Izuru.
Truly a royal road to a hopeless happy ending.
Hold on. You can't do that.
Can't do what?
If you do that, everyone who died will be taken over by Junko's alter
Oh, they're
ego.
trying to tell me not to graduate. Or I fuck over everybody else. Then I fuck over myself as well. Damn.
Like, if you guys don't start the shutdown, the Future Foundation will be trapped here. I can't allow the Future Foundation to sacrifice themselves for the ultimate despairs.
Jeez, you should have said so before. You guys aren't honest at all.
I don't know a way around
That's
this.
not it.
I've been thinking about
what
it.
we're saying is,
We have to protect the world from despair, you say? Okay, that's getting so old. Do you really have to sacrifice yourselves just to protect the world in the first? What if the world's hope is different from your hope?
Fuck.
Even if the world is happy, it's
It's so
meaningless if you
complicated,
aren't
and it's also going around in circles a little bit. I can't see the solution yet.
Plus, the Future Foundation wants to kill all the ultimate despairs, right? Once you go back to being ultimate despair, the Future Foundation's punishment time will activate.
Punishment
It would
time.
be absolutely dreadful if that was
Is
to
that
happen.
what? Is that the system that's designed to execute despairs or
Not
something?
just dreadful.
It's rather fucking hopeless, don't you think?
See, this is the kind of railroading into a dead end that I think her and her as Monokuma have been planning all along to despair
Can
us.
you guys even endure that? Everything that happened here will just end up being a meaningless game. Everything you felt, awe, friendship, love, there won't even be save data left of it.
Damn.
The girl you love and the guy you hate grow weaker and skinnier each day they lay immobilized. And in Hajime's case, his very existence is going to disappear. All because of the academy he loves so much.
Jesus.
Will you be able to endure such despair? Who are you going to endure it for? For people you've never met before? For people who don't even appreciate you? Does that sound like hope to you?
Not really.
Can't believe her.
But this is what
That's
this
how
is.
she works.
This is the whole plan. Keep cornering us like this in impossible choices, impossible situations that we have no way out of until we despair and
that's
give up.
what she does. So she can lure you all toward despair.
Yeah, that's what I just said, Kyoko. God damn it.
There is no reason to listen to her. Hurry up and start the shutdown.
Oh, hold on.
What is it? Why are we still waiting?
I don't know, dude.
Do you still not understand what's going to happen to the real world if Junko escapes?
No.
Everyone gonna be
I was
Junkos.
just-
We're gonna have to
How
sacrifice
many victims
something
do
of
you think the
ourselves.
biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is claimed?
Right now, it's finally started to calm down. If Junko Inoshima makes it to the real world, countless victims will fill the streets. The world will regress to an era of bloodshed, chaos, and worldwide rioting.
Isn't that what it was already?
So that's why you're telling them to start the
Like
shutdown
just then?
sequence? You're telling them to turn back into ultimate despair and lose all the memories they made in this world. Even among them, there are those who will simply cease to exist. And you're telling them
Chiaki?
to just deal with it?
I think that's just Chiaki. Because she's an AI, right?
At this point, this is the only way.
No, no, no. There is another way.
Again?
As long as they choose to graduate, they can pass along their avatar's memories.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone here will be able to hold hands and keep on living. Well, everyone who died will be taken over by me, but...
Yeah,
don't
see,
you
there's
think
the
that's a
catch.
better fate than being a vegetable for the rest of their
Again.
life?
You guys, you can't buy into this. Think carefully about which is true hope.
And which is true despair.
I don't know, man.
What shall we do?
Just fucking
You're
lay on the
asking
ground
us?
and die at this point. It's all very complicated.
You're telling us to decide?
Damn it! Why'd it turn out like this?
Oh god, what?
If everyone can overcome despair, you guys should be able to grasp true hope.
If our memories up until now disappear, I will not even remember the reason everybody died.
Mm-hmm.
Are you really going to let her take
Wait,
over
why
your
are my
friends' bodies?
meters going crazy?
You might think
My
I'm
health
a
and my
fool,
focus are going up and down like random.
I want to see Peko one more time.
That's
If we
not
turn
normal.
back into
The
ultimate
timer's even
despair,
fucked up.
The Future Foundation might kill us, right?
We won't let them do that.
This is all the Future Foundation's fault. They're the ones who stuck us in this messed up world!
For your protection.
If Junko escapes to the real world, there will be countless victims again.
I know.
This is a long conversation.
Everyone's hope is in
With
conflict.
broken health, focus, and the clock.
Such despair!
There's despair. I can counter that somehow. Graduate or shut down. The world or me. Hope or despair. They're telling me to choose. But why? Why do we have to choose? Whoa, my shit's going down, dude. Did I fail somehow, or was it supposed to break like this? Oh yeah, that game was not even a choice. That was just the entire game system breaking. Didn't have to do anything.
Huh?
I can't do it.
Can't do it?
I can't choose. You guys are telling us the world's going to be destroyed unless we sacrifice ourselves. And that, I can't decide. I can't choose either one.
Hajime!
Shut up! Leave me alone!
I mean, it is a ridiculous choice.
This is just too much.
He's gonna crack it.
Why do I?
He's gonna go
why do I
Nagita
have to
level
be a
insane.
part of this? I mean, I'm different from the rest of you. And I don't even have a talent. But even so, I got dragged into this. And now, my existence is going to disappear?
Hmm.
I don't understand it at all.
It's just a different personality. It's still you.
Both choices are hopeless.
It's the normal one. It's the one you had before you came in here. It's more correct than the one you developed while in here without your memories.
How much of ourselves do we have to sacrifice?
This burden. Don't you dare make us shoulder it.
There's no way we can handle this on our own.
Everyone, get a hold of yourselves.
It's impossible!
We're trying.
For someone like me,
But it
it's
is an impossible choice.
I can't choose the future. Hope, despair, do whatever you want.
I guess they're just stalling
it's not
until
my problem.
a better solution
That's...
reveals itself.
And there's no answer. So you've chosen to make no choice at all. Jeez. Once again, this went exactly as I expected. I get so hopelessly bored when everything goes according to plan.
Did this really go according to plan? I mean, the fact that we can't make a choice, I guess, is us giving into despair. Because not making a choice either way is even worse. Because then we're in such despair over which choice to make that we fall to pieces.
Oh well, since I have everyone's data, I kind of figured things would play out like this. That is, unless something else hopelessly unpredictable happens.
That's the key. We've got to be super unpredictable.
Well, I can say that, but the chance of something convenient happening is hopeless. After all, this is a game. A world where everything progresses with predetermined harmony. Fine, I guess it's okay. You don't have to force yourself to make a choice. A futureless future. I think it's fine if that exists too.
Are we just going to stand here in front of these button pedestals and just never make a choice?
As
just
long
trapped
as you
in
don't
here
yearn for hope,
with
you'll
this
never fall victim
AI
to despair.
Junko yammering in our ears the entire... That's a worse existence than not existing anymore.
That goes for me
I think
too.
that makes the choice easier.
As long as I don't yearn for despair, I'll never need to hope for it. So, let's all free ourselves from this curse and stay here as the best of friends. Let's immerse ourselves in this tropical island life forever and ever.
I wouldn't mind being best friends with more chill version of Junko on the island tropical life forever.
Forever and ever.
That could be rad.
And ever 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 and ever.
Whoa. What's happening? Why have we gone negative? Oh. She cast some kind of inverted negative color scheme magic. And now we're back on the island. But still in the trial formation. Hey, everyone's alive.
All right.
Why does my bullet say nihil?
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
Oh no.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
The fuck does nihil
I guess
mean?
it's fine to stay like this for a while.
No?
Young master, that is a wise call.
Yay! You didn't have to forget us!
Yes, there's no way I would forget.
And with this, Junko's gone.
So can we choose this as our actual ending?
Let's party!
I'm gonna showcase my full cooking ability.
Just leave the BGM to Ibuki. Hey, can I take a picture to
What are you gonna make
commemorate
music
this?
with, Ibuki?
Want to be awed by the sight of my prowess?
I'm kind of sad seeing everybody again.
I've prepared you a training
Some really
regimen.
great characters that we've lost.
Ooh, if you get hurt, let me know.
Should I begin with a brief introduction of myself?
After all this time?
It was also auto-playing itself. I didn't have to click that entire time. What was this again? Oh well, there's no need to think about it. I wanted this ending.
All right, a game reset.
What does nihil mean?
And with this, the world will continue to
Oh
loop.
my god.
An eternal game. I guess it's fine to stay. Young master.
So we're in an eternal game utopia loop with all our friends, where we just have this conversation forever. This is like some kind of hellish purgatory.
Begin with a...
This is not actually
You guys aren't part of the
preferable
game,
at all.
right? All right.
And with this, the world will
Oh God.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
Nihil? Surging emotions, gentle words, hope should be expected. Despair should be ended, bullets should be fired, nothing exists. I think nihil means nothing, like nil. Oh my god. So if the bullet means nothing, what am I supposed to do here? It's probably one of those absorb situations. There's a few contradictions in there that I can absorb. I just don't know what to use on what, or what we're trying to achieve here. We need to... Hang on, okay. We need to break out of the despair loop and actually make a legitimate choice, regardless of whether it goes badly for us or mankind. Yeah. But first, Will it and coffee replenish? Because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be trapped in here with Junko, being driven into despair. I feel like they do a good job of thematically building the arguments of the Junko character and just the pacing of all of this to actually like wear you down. I feel like the player themselves start to despair from going through loops and loops of Junko logic and other people trying to like block her logic and they're just going in circles. Clever. Anyway, I'll be back. Oh, okay. I got coffee. Ah, too hot burn. Shouldn't have gone for it. Oh. Okay. That was getting quite difficult. There's so much exposition hitting so hard and so constantly. And so much talking around in circles and arguing about despair and hope and all that stuff. That, it's starting to turn my exhaustion brain inside out. I was starting to lose the battle there for a second. I came close to passing out a few times. I could feel myself decelerating and then almost like losing the connection to what was happening. A couple of moments where I felt like I already had been asleep for a sec. And then I had to re-catch up what was being said. Maybe I'll have some sugar. There we go. Last one. Do your worst, sugar chocolate. Hi, Mink. Oh, Biscoff. But I'm having a Tim Tam. What is this? Okay. I guess we'll just have to do the thing where I put the Biscoff on the chocolate and see what that's like. Okay. Experiment. Yes. Quite. That works. Bit of Biscoff, bit of chocolate, bit of caramel. All of the above. Okay. Is this even helping? I still feel like I'm going to pass out. I think there might be a limit to how much sugar and caffeine the body can take and actually affect it. At a certain point, I think you adapt and it becomes like the normal baseline. I'm just filled with sugar and coffee. That's now the norm. So it's not affecting me anymore. It's not saving me, man. Maybe I need to do the opposite. Maybe I need to get fruit or something. I don't have fruit. I can go outside and pick some off the tree. A tree. I don't have a fruit tree. I can walk around town till I find one. Maybe some lemons? Lemons will keep me awake. Especially if you bite into the rind. Okay. Actually, drinking it when it's too hot might be helping me stay awake because I'm being burnt. If I burn my tongue on the inside of my mouth... It's technically, shocking me awake. Singe. Okay. We gotta do this. We gotta figure this out. There's some tricky shit happening. And I'm not really sure how we're gonna solve it, but I don't know. We'll try stuff. Game? Oh, there's something about having headphones on that makes me feel cozy as well. Adds to the drowsiness. Don't like that. Okay, this Nihil bullet is obviously bullshit. It's a non-bullet. I have no evidence in this fake tropical version of our existence on the island. What? Wait. Hang on. Fuck something up. Okay. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Your master, that is a wise call.
Okay.
Yes, there's no. And with this, Junko. All right, I'm gonna showcase my. Just leave the BG. Hey, can I? Take
Everyone have your say. That's great.
If you should I begin with a? That's not it. You guys aren't part of the game, right?
You guys aren't part of the game, right? That's something I can contradict.
All right, a game reset.
Oh, Monami loves it.
And with this, the world will continue to loop.
An eternal game utopia sounds like fun.
No.
I guess it's fine to stay like this for a while.
Okay, we got two.
Your
Eternal
master,
Game
that is
Utopia.
a wise call.
And
Yes, there's no. And with this, Junko. All right.
you guys
I'm
aren't
gonna
part of the
showcase my.
game
Just
at the
leave
end.
BG. Hey, can I take a?
Want to be awed by the sight of my prowess? I've prepared you a training regiment.
Ooh, if you get hurt, let me know. Should I begin with a?
After all this time?
That's not it.
What? Wait, okay.
You guys aren't part of the game, right?
Okay. Them not being part of the game anymore
A game reset.
might be a contradiction to this
And
being
with
an
this, the world
eternal
will continue to
utopia.
loop.
An eternal game utopia.
This world.
Oop, okay, I think we've cancelled this fake world.
Who are you?
Chiaki, save us.
I'm just a part of the game. But you guys aren't, right?
Chiaki? Is that you?
Thanks for giving
Why
me
are you here?
the contradictions I needed, by the way.
I don't know.
Does this mean you're my memory of Chiaki? Because you should have already disappeared. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Anyway. Don't you think you're
Didn't
messed up?
Junko, like, just recreate everyone we'd need, including Chiaki, to create this fake utopia to loop?
Telling us the world's going to be destroyed? And to sacrifice ourselves? There's no way I can choose. For someone like me, I'm just not able to choose.
Maybe you'd have more balls if you went back to being Azuru.
Seriously?
Or you'd be
I've
more
had
evil
enough.
and join with
Getting mixed up in all this stuff I
Junko.
don't understand.
Maybe that's not a great thing.
Not only was I told that I have no talent at all, but if I get out, I'll go back to being ultimate despair. And on top of that, I was told I'm going to disappear too. Isn't that messed up? Hey, you don't want that either,
She's
right?
not saying much, she's just watching me talk.
I mean, if we lose our memories, there won't be a single trace of your existence left. You're going to completely disappear, and none of us will ever remember you.
No, I won't.
Huh?
Even
What?
if I cease to exist, even if you guys never remember me again, that doesn't mean I will completely disappear. As long as everyone continues to move forward toward the future we created together, I will never disappear.
Yay.
What I lived for, fought for, and risked my life for will still exist.
You're right, but
You're probably just scared, right? Not just of disappearing. You're scared of moving toward the future with such a heavy burden, right?
I'm scared.
What's that to be so scared about,
I'm
man?
obviously terrified of that.
You don't want to go back to being an asshole. I get it.
How much longer are you going to be this indecisive?
Yeah, it's
Huh?
it's not helping much, Hajime.
Didn't you want to become someone with confidence? Isn't that why you admired Hope's Peak Academy?
Just take the plunge. Take the sacrifice.
Even Hope's
Go
Peak
out like
Academy
a
tricked
go out like a
me.
boss.
Hajime, You've had it wrong this whole time.
Wrong?
Having talent isn't the goal. There's something much more important than whether or not you have talent, right?
Big dick.
What's important is that you believe in yourself.
Look at that too.
If you can't do that, no matter how much talent you possess, you will never be confident in yourself. Just like how you were in the past.
You don't know me.
Hey, who are you? I mean, you should have already disappeared, right?
But past Hajime is in the past. He's not the same Hajime who spent time with me and the others in this world. So it's going to be alright. I think it's time you finally had confidence in yourself.
Hey, Chiaki.
But aren't I about to delete myself?
Can you tell me something?
To save the world?
Which choice should I make? My hope? The world's hope? Which one should I choose?
You guys
World's
are the
hope.
only ones who have the right to decide your future. And the responsibility, too.
So you're saying I should choose for myself?
But if you can't choose either future, why don't you just create one?
We can create one?
Even if this world is just a game, you guys aren't part of the game.
Oh, you want us to Neo? We have to become the one. And take control of the simulation.
You guys don't have to just choose a future. You should be able to create one as well.
When I'm ready, I won't have to dodge bullets.
Do you think someone like me can do that?
Since you're not part of the game, you don't have to worry about talent, skill, or level. You guys have a tremendous ultimate move that can overcome anything.
The power of friendship.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you just do it, things will turn out okay.
If we just do it? What do you mean if we just do it? Everything will be okay if we have an orgy on the beach?
If I do it, things will turn out okay.
Stop saying do it. That's very sus.
Of course. Games aren't very fun when they're easy to clear.
But this isn't a game, right?
Hey, Hajime, this isn't for the sake of anyone else. You have to do this for yourself. Now then, it's about time you show me your cool side, Hajime.
Does Hajime really have a cool side?
Come on.
He's a bit of a
I'll
whiner.
help out too.
Not as much as, Soda. Help out too. Oh, you're gonna...
I have no talent at all.
Holy shit, what?
I was even betrayed by the academy I admired so much.
If Teru was
I don't
having
wanna
this role?
disappear.
It would never go down. It would never work.
Who cares what will happen to the world?
We'd all die. We'd all be screwed if Teru
sacrifice
was the main
myself.
character.
It's not like I'll be appreciated anyway.
What the fuck is all this?
There's no way we can beat Junko. It's the Future Foundation's fault. Not mine.
I like my hair all of a sudden.
I can't choose the future.
My hair's banging.
See? If you just do it, things will turn out okay.
Do what?
You should even be able to create the future.
Yeah? This is me? So uncool. Totally uncool. Actually, I think the Azura, what's his name? Azura? The evil version of him is actually cooler looking. The hair is dope.
I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the academy I admired so much.
Alright, so these are all...
I don't want to disappear. I'm not Izuru. Who cares what
These are
I
all
don't
bad
wanna sacrifice.
things.
It's not like I'll be there's no way we can be. It's the future found, not mine. I can't
Choose the future.
See? If you just do it, things will turn out okay.
Okay, I gotta use her
You should even
shit.
be able to create the future.
Create the future. What do I use this on?
I have no talent at all. I was even betrayed by the academy I
I'm not actually
admired
sure
so
what
much.
to use this on.
I don't want to disappear. I'm not Izuru Kamakura.
Create the future.
I don't want to sacrifice myself.
Oh.
It's not like
I still
I'll
have
be
the bullet.
appreciated anyway.
Wait, can I just use this anywhere I want?
There's no way we can beat Junko.
Oh yeah, just blast all the bullshit.
It's the Future Foundation.
Shoot down my own negativity. I think that's what's going on here. It's a metaphor.
Not mine. I can't choose the future.
Sorry. Metaphors.
See? If you just do it, things will turn out okay. You should even be able to create the future.
What if I shoot down create the future with create the future? Will that cause a paradox?
I have no talent at all.
Nope.
I was even betrayed by
Shut
the
up.
cat. I don't want to disappear.
Goodbye.
Even so, who cares what will happen to the world? Even so, I don't want to sacrifice myself. Even so,
Wow, shot down, boy. Take all those opinions and shove them up your ass. Oh, she's adorable.
No matter what kind of future it is, as long as you guys move toward it, I will never disappear. Everything that happened here, it won't be meaningless.
It cuts her off, just deleted.
If you guys carried the burden of both hope and despair, you should even be able to create the future, even if it's a convenient miracle. If you just
I
do
have
it,
to be honest,
things will turn out okay.
I don't really know what she's talking about.
That's why you can't hesitate now. Resolve to throw everything away and give it everything
It's
you
kind
got.
of anime hopeful, friendship is magic. It was the friends we made along the way speech.
I'll be cheering for you too.
Bye. Thank you.
That reminds me. I forgot to say it again.
What, thank you? I love you? Oh, we're back. You can't lose hope! Wait, what's happening? Awaken. Am I awakening?
If we don't
Rapid!
despair, the tragedy will start once again.
Hold up. I'm Super Saiyaning.
I want to see
Give me a sec.
Neko one more time. If we turn back into ultimate despair,
God.
we might be killed by the Future Foundation.
How much do I have to press
right?
this, though?
This is your responsibility, since you're the ones who fell to despair.
Oh, I got it.
It's not my responsibility.
I think.
It's the Future Foundation's.
They're both hope and they're both despair. A conclusion will never be fucking reached.
You can't lose hope.
I'm storing power, I think. What's what do I do now?
I will not even remember.
Oh my god. My bullet is getting more erect.
If we
These
don't rid the
metaphors are
world of
getting
despair,
sus. I have a few.
The memories we made,
I have a
will
future
not
bullet,
even
and now I'm
If we
blasting
don't rid
everything.
The tragedy will.
I want to see Neko. If we turn back, we might be killed by.
This is your
I'm
responsibility.
just shutting everybody up for some reason.
Future
Whoa,
Foundation.
there's a zoom on the tits.
A conclusion will never.
Well, my future bullet just went crazy.
No, that's wrong.
Holy shit, I am Super Saiyan Hajime. What is happening?
There won't just be hope. There will probably be a lot of despair, too. I don't
That's
know
normal.
what kind of future
I
awaits
actually
us.
am Super Saiyan, I'm all white. Boom.
But our futures are ours. I won't let anyone take them.
Hit Junko with a Kameya.
Huh? Who the hell are you?
I'm Hajime.
I've decided. I'm done running away.
I'm Hajime, but I'm just a bit spiky, like I touched an electrical socket.
I will fight for my future. I will fight alongside the future that everyone created for me.
Yeah.
It's not for anyone else's sake but my
Akane looks
own.
confused.
Don't tell me. Izuru?
I guess.
Hey, what the heck is going on? Is this a serious bug or something?
I'm like good, positive Izuru.
I am not Izuru Kamakura.
Yeah, Akane is gone comatose over there.
I am Hajime Hinata!
Boom! Oh shit. Future sword?
You
Okay.
despair because you yearn for hope.
Wait, I gotta
You yearn
cut all
for
your
hope
shit.
because let's finish this already.
Eat
There's no
your
need for you to
language,
choose.
cut
Close
your
eyes and cover
dialogue,
ears.
fuck
Just
your
shut the hell up.
grammar.
If you do that, this game is gonna. If you don't want that,
I'm
just
going to
turn off
cut
the
all your
game.
letters, bitch. There you go.
Even
so,
You don't have to look at the hopeless future.
Cut it. Yeah.
I'll never let anyone choose again!
Punch her in the coochie. With a super judgment punch of contradiction or whatever the fuck. I don't know. I'm not good at naming it.
I don't want
Oh
anything.
fuck.
You have no argument.
Oh, I have infinite bullets.
There's no hope.
Amazing.
Just give up already.
So I don't have to reload? Great.
A miracle won't happen.
Here we go, here we go, here we go. Fuck you,
Crappy
Junko.
feeling. I don't want anything.
I shoot your arguments.
You're
You're a bitch. Yow.
You have no argument. The future will make you suffer.
Where's their health? How am I going?
You're not Hope.
Shit.
I don't want to lose anything.
There we go. What's
you
this?
won't be able to do it. You won't be able to do anything.
It's wrong.
No,
That was
that's
awkward.
wrong.
I just saw random letters and I was like, what the fuck is this? Is that
What the heck is wrong
my
with
rebuttal
you?
to Junko?
Why is there a bug
Just
like this?
that's
all of a
wrong?
sudden?
Hey Junko, that's wrong. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I win.
Everyone, let's shut this game down.
Is this just about... The solution was just to shut her down and just say, you know what? Fuck you. You're wrong. Oh.
Don't you get it?
Well, I
If
guess
we
I'll
start-
There's
stop
never
then.
only one choice to make. There's no way I'll allow things to end this way. The future everyone has created for us should have more possibilities than that. Let's leave this place with confidence, and from there we can just create it on our
Oh,
own.
Connie's back to emoting.
The future that we want.
What are you saying? There's no way something that convenient is going to happen.
I agree. We set the ground rules and now I'm just breaking it by being Super Saiyan positive.
It wouldn't be strange if a miracle happened.
I still don't know what's happening.
This isn't a game. We can change the future as much as we want.
Even if you talk big, if you leave here, you're just gonna forget everything.
Oh, there's a remix of fucking Danganronpa's theme coming in right now.
That goes for everyone else.
That's some fire right there.
We just have to press these two buttons at the same time, correct?
Yeah.
I wonder. I do not really understand it myself, but I just saw it.
What?
When my body felt so heavy that I could not move. When I felt as though I was sinking into a deep black sea. It was at that moment I somehow heard Hajime's voice. And though it was just a flash, I saw it. Like a lighthouse beacon shining across an ocean of darkness.
That's the absolute
A
hope,
one,
baby.
That resolute light.
I guess.
The one who shined that light. It was probably...
It was me. Hi.
You saw it too, right, Hajime?
You're my girlfriend now.
The future we are going to create from this moment on.
Yes, our
It
future.
is also the future that everyone has created.
No,
right?
fuck them. Just the two of us.
Then, there is no way we can stop now.
Okay.
Seriously, that's a suicidal decision.
Okay.
I'm well aware it might be an act of suicide. There's no telling how this will play out, but
You still look like a child.
I heard her voice. In fact, I think it was the first
I think
time
everyone's
she ever
ultimate
noted.
hoping out right now.
I can't stand on my own 2 feet if she keeps treating me like a damn kid.
I don't like thinking about complicated stuff.
So here's some titties. Pulls them out.
There's someone
Ultimate
strong
hope right
will
here,
fight
right in
me.
these cleavers.
I'll fight. It's just who I am, you know? That's what it means to be confident, right? Then, I'm gonna choose this!
Man,
We don't really
this
need to hear
series
from
getting
him, do we?
annoying again. But if you're saying you're gonna do it, there's no way I can back out now.
That's all?
If I don't have any place to go back
I don't
to,
like his
I
face.
should at least protect this place no matter what.
You all... Why?
Power of friendship? I don't know.
Why?
Something.
How can you guys throw yourselves back into the depths of despair?
That's life, baby.
Because we believe.
It's a roller coaster. There's good times, there's bad times. You just gotta take the good with the bad. Play the ball where it lies. Golf metaphor.
We believe in our future. That's what makes us different from you. We believe that if we try new things, even difficult things, that everything will turn out okay. We
Yeah.
believe we can even create our own futures.
That's impossible! That can't be hope! It's not even despair! What is this?
Hajime.
She's freaking out. She's about to lose again. Junko?
Thank you.
I mean, you're not real. You're AI now, but you're about to lose again hard.
I'm not the one you should be thanking.
Can I go back to not being spiky though? Oh, Chiaki. Thank Chiaki. Oh, we get actually ranked for this? Okay. Cool. B? Get out of here. Only 79 coins?
Let's get started.
Just get started? Oh, we're gonna press the buttons.
think you
I thought he
were
meant
gonna
we're gonna
miss
just
easily.
jump Junko and Roller.
Huh? It's not the end, right?
This is just the beginning, right?
First, we need to let this game world end.
And from that point on, we're the ones who are going to create.
Badoop. And press the button. We should have done this a long time ago, by the way. Bye, Junko. Oh, we're cleavage just shattered. Monami! It's a Monami Junko battle. Unexpected. This is weird. Wasn't expecting this. Monami, you could have come out before and beat the shit out of her. Monami lobotomy? That rhymed bars. What is she doing? I'm guessing this is a fancy way to show that you're deleting the virus. Damn, I'm out of coffee. After seeing that, I kind of needed more coffee. Yeah?
Man, this is absolute despair. I feel despair upon despair and despair toward despair yet again.
Because you keep trying to do shitty things and getting your ass kicked.
How fun. Once you've experienced the despair I've suffered,
I think
no
she
turning
likes
back.
losing. She likes feeling despair, and the best despair you get is from getting your ass kicked.
Living in the shadows of past memories. That's
She's a failure
too
junkie.
sad, you know? But I guess I no longer have to.
That is just so.
Bye, Junko. I miss you already. You're very gorgeous.
What was that just now?
So is Kyoko,
Why did
actually.
Asami appear? She should have already disappeared.
I guess it's just as Hajime said.
At least, this wasn't the ending prepared for them. This was the ending they created.
So, I still want to know why I get to see these three again, but where did the swimmer and the clairvoyant guy go?
Are you saying they're moving towards such an uncertain future on purpose?
No.
Even so, the only thing we can do now is leave it to them. This game world is going to end soon. There is nothing more we can do.
So, have we sacrificed, or do we get to come out?
Regardless, there's no need for us to do anything.
Bye. I'm so confused as to what we actually achieved.
Man,
Are we leaving?
It's collapsing.
You're right.
You missed the Asami. Yeah, she came in and beat the shit out of Junko. With rainbows. And candy.
I'm sorry to trouble everyone, but even if we awaken in the real world and forget about what transpired here, it will still have meaning, right?
So that's all that's gonna happen? We're gonna forget about the game world stuff and we're gonna go back to being despair freaks?
Of course, Miss Sonia. I don't know the proper
I really
way
hope
to
they
say
show
this,
what we look like. I want to see what they look like in the real world. The older, real them.
You're so bad at explaining things. Now that it's the end, you should at least try a little harder.
People can't change that easily, you know.
Well, whether it has meaning or not, it all depends on us now.
Time's almost up.
Could we just zoom in?
I'm pretty
It
scared.
made a funny noise when it zoomed in.
I am scared too.
But it's okay, right? It makes sense to feel scared, right?
That's the future.
Whoa. Nekomaru.
Hey, I'll never forget you guys. Or the others. you guys better remember me too.
Why did Nekamaru just
My
talk?
name is Kazuichi Soda.
With your colorful personalities, there's no way I'd forget you guys that easily.
They really do have the most colorful personalities, all of
Even if I
them.
forget, I will
Bunch
use
of
all my might and remember.
Fancy-ass archetypes.
If you start talking weird later, Hajime, I'll beat you up till you turn back to normal.
That's a relief. But make sure you hold back as much as you can.
So, I have red eyes now. I went Super Saiyan with the power of friendship, and I got red eyes. And I look more evil than normal. This is the end, but it's also just the beginning. Isn't that right? It doesn't change how scared I am. I can't help but feeling scared.
Thank you.
But I've got red eyes, so that's pretty dope.
Thank you, Chiaki.
Yeah, Chiaki.
Phew.
Thank you for giving me red
I
eyes.
finally said it.
Why couldn't he say thank you to Chiaki before? Why was that so hard? I bet they better not leave it on a mysterious cliffhanger.
Me too.
I want to see some epilogue.
I'll never forget about you guys. I'll never, ever forget. I'll be cheering for you guys from now on. From somewhere.
From the recycling bin
'Cause
on the
we're all
the
friends
computer
after
that
all.
hosts this virtual world. Don't forget to thank Nagito too. I mean, I guess kinda. Although he was super annoying, I still want to slap him. Chapter 6. Goodbye, Academy of Despair. End. I want to see what we look like in real life. Show me their bodies. Don't go to credits. If you go to credits, I'm going to punch somebody. I do like having presents, thank you. Giant cell phone. Oh my god. I got Junko's giant cell phone, that's fun. The incident is coming to an end. The incident riddled with absurdity, nonsense, and sheer irrationality. I'll say. It's about to lower its curtain. An incident smaller than Hope's Peak Academy's biggest tragic event. Smaller than the most awful tragic event. An incident so small it doesn't even have a name. The world will never know what happened here. Not now, not in the distant future, as long as they remain here. Well, there's those
Apparently
three.
They've finished the preparations. We can leave any time.
Then, I guess we should get
I
going.
thought they would be older in the real world. Because in the virtual world, it shows us as younger than normal, right?
Hey, Makoto. Is this really okay?
It's a pretty okay boat, if you ask
You're
me.
the one who said, leave the questions to me. So I let you take the lead. Are they really going to be okay? Didn't they just turn back into ultimate despair?
Yeah, we should have checked in on that, because when we come out, we're going to be going back to villains, right?
I don't think that's the case.
And the Future Foundation is going to want to murder
I
us.
mean, if they did turn back, they wouldn't have said that they'd stay on this island.
Perhaps they're thinking about helping their sleeping friends?
I can't really say for sure, but that's what I
So
think.
they're just in a coma? They're just comatose, the friends that died in the virtual world?
Whether they
They're
know
not
it or
technically
not,
dead?
the fact that they're already clinging to that feeling shows they're no longer who they were in the past.
It seems that there are too many soft-hearted people here.
But in reality, the possibility of those who are asleep waking up is close to zero.
Well, that's bleak.
No, the possibility
I do
isn't
like
the
the fact that we all dress in black now.
problem. Even if there's the smallest possibility,
Look how dope we
they're
are.
still trying to create that future for themselves.
Fresh.
In their eyes, that is the future.
The smallest possibility. You might as well call it a miracle.
But strangely enough, I have a feeling that they'll be able to reach it. They've accepted their hopes and their despair, and they're trying to create their own future. Maybe, for people like that, miracles are inevitable. Don't you think?
Yeah.
As cheesy as ever. Seriously, you haven't grown up at all.
Shut up.
Haven't grown up?
Byakugan, I'll slap you too.
That's the main reason we decided to come with you.
Well, who cares? I guess I'll respect your decision. This time. However, what comes next is going to be difficult for us.
At least, I'm glad he didn't turn out to be fat and dead. Like I thought
Leaving
he
them
was
on
at the
this
start of the game.
island. If the higher-ups at HQ find out about this, it will definitely cause a scene.
We need to work on concealing it.
That's not a problem.
And what do you intend to explain to HQ?
About that. I was gonna think about it while I was on the ship.
Good luck. I'm not going to help you that much.
Huh? Why?
You should at least be glad that we decided to respect your decision.
Is Makoto and
Fine.
Kyoko dating? I want them to be dating. I want to ship those two.
Then let's go back as well. We're not even close to finished yet. There's still a lot we must do. Besides the Future Foundation, the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history is not finished.
You guys need to change that name. You can't just be calling it that long-ass name every single
We
time.
must end
It's
this
ridiculous.
once and for all, for the sake of the future.
It seems I must fight alongside you all for a little while longer.
Plus, there's someone waiting for you to return.
Toko?
Don't make me remember something so horrifying.
Oh, definitely Toko.
Then let's go.
She must be in, currently she must be part of the storyline of that spin-off game on PSP.
We must create our own futures too.
With Makoto's sister. I wonder if that's playable. I wonder if that's on Steam or something. I forget what that's called. The third-person shooter.
And so, the ordeal has ended. And from here, our daily lives have started. Lives that are much more absurd, nonsensical, and irrational than before. Things are probably going to be a lot more difficult now.
Oh, it is on Steam?
There's no
Cool.
such thing as an answered mystery. It's doubtful whether or not things will even end well.
I guess that would fill in a little bit of extra story as well. Because that technically happens between these two games, 1 and 2, right?
The future isn't a path. It's like an endless sea. You can try to go anywhere, but it doesn't mean you'll get there.
Are we not going to see what they look like?
Even so, I will keep on living.
I bet he's got long hair in real...
I will keep on living as
in
Hajime
real life.
Hinata.
Wait, what? He's got short hair. He's supposed to have long hair in real life.
My future
because he was a Zuru.
lies here.
Cool. Wait, was that the epilogue, or is the epilogue starting now? Black Dream? Hello? Oh, it's just credits. Alright. What a wacky font. I want to see what they look like in real life. They're supposed to be older and fucked up, like mutilated their bodies or whatever they said. The only one we got to see in real life was Nagito in that one Chapter 0 cutscene where he had longer hair and he had the Junko arm. Also, this song that's playing right now should be the Danganronpa theme. Maybe a rock remix or something. You know what I just realized? The song that's playing right now is probably not copyright friendly. I bet when this stream gets archived on YouTube, it's gonna get mad at me. I'm curious if in one of the upcoming animes that takes place after this, or even the next game, if one of them actually touch on the comatose students that died inside that simulation, whose bodies are technically still alive, but they have no chance of waking up apparently. Like if they do more with that. I wish they'd give me subtitles for the lyrics of the song, so I could sing along in English. This song is by a woman who was a VA for Nagito and also Makoto. Oh wow. Cool. So she got multiple paychecks from this series. Hey, thanks, Pantsu. I'm gonna have to take a nice break, I think, before playing V3 someday. I'll definitely play V3 someday, but I'll have to take a nice break before I do play some other games to reset my brain, and maybe use the time as well to try and watch the animes that I'm supposed to watch before I play that game. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna do V3, but people told me that it is better to watch the animes first before playing the third game, so I might try to do that first offline, and then get around to V3 at some point after that. And also, Priest Cloud mentioned before that the spin-off game that happens between 1 and 2, the third-person shooter, where you play as Makoto's sister, is available on Steam, which I didn't realize. Oh my god, Harambe. Minx, you're flopping out your bits. Is that a celebration bits for finally beating this game? After how many days? 4? 5? Oh, that was an onslaught for the brain. When I'm done here, I'm going to sleep for 48 hours straight. I'm going to have like the longest Danganronpa sleep. And I'm probably going to dream about this shit. I'll probably dream that I'm on trial. Monokuma yelling at me and stuff. That's a nightmare, actually. Better to play the spin-off before the anime? Because of character cameos? Oh, okay. I did read somewhere that the events with the sister and Toko that takes place between the two games, it takes place in the real world, like in a ruined city amidst the apocalypse, and it apparently leads to... The hell is he doing? Okay. Down he goes. Apparently it kind of leads to the setup of the second game. Like partly explaining how it gets set up or something. Cleared all chapters. G70. Obtained Easter egg. What is Easter egg? Usami strap. Why am I getting so many presents? Danganronpa 1F. That must be that extra manga that you get. I heard about that.
Danganronpa.
Oh my god! Novel? Read the light novel Danganronpa 1F written by that amazing writer. Is that about Junko's sister, the mercenary? Artwork gallery unlocked. How much is in here? A lot. Oh my god. Huh. Whoa. Okay. I need a lot more cash. Don't remember the actual ending, but in terms of timeline, it exists somewhere in between. Yeah, it was something to do with, like, Easter eggs at the end, or post-credit scenes or something at the end of the game, suggesting the beginnings of the plan to set up the island virtual thing that happens in number 2. Like it hints at it about to begin, which is kind of cool. Okay. Most important thing, I think, I need to get the 2 secret scenes in chapter 1 that I missed. So I need to high-speed skip through text until I get to them, and it should be pretty easy. Chapter 1. Beginning. That's not gonna matter. So I've got the replica sword and the Arn magazine. I just have to hold down the speed up button until it gets to, let's see. Play to the point where you're in the restaurant and Byakugan asks you to the park. But instead of going there, go outside the restaurant and find Kazuichi. Okay. Easy. I'm really glad they, the Danganronpa adds this speed up button that you have to hold down. Can you imagine having to rapidly click your way through all the dialogue individually? It would give you carpal tunnel. Oh, wait, what? Hello? I'm not sure what they told me to do. Definitely not this. The fuck? Oh, cottage. Okay, yeah. Oh, I got my collection still there. Nice. Look how fast it goes. Nope. Get out of here. Monokuma, we don't need you. Hi. Okay, so it said play up to the restaurant. After the restaurant scene, we go out the front and we should find Kazuichi near these cottages again. Hey everybody. Hey fake Byakugan with your chunky ass. Aw, it's so sad to see all these dead characters again. Not him. It's not sad to see him again. And I'm not sad to see the little girl again either. Oh my god, she does the fan service pratfall this early in the game? Wow. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, Byakugan. Byakugan! Yammer, 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 yammer. Off he goes. Okay. Now we can leave, right? Kazuichi? Yeah, here we go. Byakugan is at Jabberwock Park. That means Kazuichi should be near the... Wait, I forgot I had a Tamagotchi. I forgot I got a Tamagotchi. Poop that. There he is. Okay, this should be the secret scene set up. What are you doing? You should hurry over to the park. Stop screaming in my face. Didn't the same thing happen last time?
Hey!
How many times are you going to surprise me? I just spoke to you normally. Anyway, you should hurry out of the park.
Damn it!
I'm going back to my room. Seriously, it's just one big hassle. If we're on a tropical paradise, why are we in this situation, bruv, in the first place? Isn't a vacation supposed to be nothing but lounging around sipping coconut juice?
Hey!
Right. It's decided. You better come to the beach with me later. The coconuts. I saw some big ones that fell on the shore. Is that the fan service scene with him? Going to the beach to get coconuts? That reminds me. I've got the replica sword. That might be able to split them open if we use it.
Alright!
That's why I had to collect the sword. Bash open coconuts. Okay. Okay. So now I think it said before the next free time event that beach thing should happen. Jabberwock Park. Oh, the robot's already here. Holy shit, everyone's here. Hold down that speed up button. Everyone keep talking. What are we doing? Ah, there we go. 21 days left. Till something. On the plus side, whenever Usami's music starts playing at the jam, it never gets old. I love that song. Good lord. Everyone's got a lot to say in this scene. Jesus Christ. Blah 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 blah. Oh, okay. This might be the coconut scene. Yes, here we go.
What's up?
There he comes. Bravo, I was waiting for you, Hajime.
Hello there.
Why is he here? Geez, making me wait like that. You're such a naughty little kitchen. Oh, sorry, kitten. He's already hitting on me. You're here too, Tara Tara? To be able to taste the natural flavor of freshly picked coconuts. Spending most of my time in places like Uyahama and Azabu. Something I really get to experience. My curiosity as a chef is stimulated.
Hey!
Come on, bruv. This coconut thing we're looking for. Alright. We're gonna cut a coconut in half with a sword? Let's do it. How are you gonna split it open? Huh? Hajime gonna split it in... Well... This bruv is gonna split it with a bang with a replica sword. If I try to split it open, I might spill the juice all over the place.
Right.
Bro, do you already know? You split these when you cook them, right?
I don't use such a barbaric cooking technique.
Understand.
My style is used to sensitive, delicate touches, no matter how, who, or what I'm handling. How about it? Care for a taste?
As he pulls out his 2 fingers like he wants us to lick his fucking hand. Oh, what are you doing here?
Whoa!
Ibuki!
Hello!
I just got here. I was holding hands with Piku and going for a walk when I saw you guys.
You and Piku were holding hands?
No.
Oh, you lied. She's a liar.
I can't
Ibuki's
stop
a liar.
drooling.
I see it. A moist lily glistening in the morning dew, blooming vibrantly on a tropical island.
I'm pretty sure when the sun goes down, Miss Piku is the one who frolics in Miss Ibuki's lily field at night. Oh, gross, man.
Hey.
Don't fantasize about weird things. What are you huddling around for?
Well...
Actually, bruv, we really want to split open this coconut so we can drink the juice.
I see. Hey,
Can you do it with your real sword? Oh no, she has a bamboo sword, so it's also fake.
then...
If it's not too much trouble, could you please rotate the coconut so it's facing up?
Hey,
You're gonna do something cool. Bruv, if you split it open like that, the juice won't just spill out, it'll splatter.
Oh, fresh coconut lotion. Wouldn't it be better if I take my clothes off first?
Little man, chill.
All I need to do is be ready to catch what's going to fall.
Ibuki is such a lesbian. I know it.
No
Always crushing on the
problemo.
girls. Oh, she dropped it.
More to the right. The hand you receive change with. Oh, but it'd be the other hand if you're holding a purse.
What?
Let's go.
Did she do it?
Yahoo!
Those coconuts don't look cut in half to me.
Once again, I have cut a worthless object.
I have more story context now for who she really is. The fact that she's an assassin for the Yakuza, I can see why cutting a coconut is
It's
just
so yummy!
below her.
The smell is to die for, and it's perfectly ripe. It tastes like the Kalakaua Road at night.
Why are some of these things voice read and some of them aren't? It's so good it makes all the coconut juice I've drank up till now seem like a total sham. Ibuki's gonna have some too. You too, Pika Pika.
No.
It's calling her Pika Pika is so weird. Please drink some. We wouldn't have been able to enjoy this tasty juice if it weren't for you.
That's right!
Bruv, I finally got to taste this tropical island sensation. Thanks, Pika.
Well, guess
I'm
that's
even
about
starting
it.
to come up with a new coconut recipe in mind. When it's finished, it'd be nice if Piku could sample my dish.
Honestly. Not bad.
If you're enjoying yourselves because of that, then I'm truly glad. After having ourselves a good time, all thanks to Pika, we went back to our cottages. There wasn't very fan service to that scene. I guess not all these secret scenes are that sus. Oh no, we don't need to know about this. Although, continue with the plot until after nighttime in the park. In the morning you will need to head to the restaurant, but before you do, go talk to Mahiro by the pool. And you can show her the magazine. Okay. But we do get to do a free time here. I might as well do it, because I got report cards to finish. Oh my god, Byakugan. Holy shit. Definitely him. Because then I get his special. I can just do it now. The hell is he? No, no. What the fuck, man? Oh, there he is. Is that stupid statue? Oh wait, I should probably check. Where's his likes and dislikes again? Chocolate chip jerky, sweet bun. Oh, I definitely have. Okay, this is good.
What?
Hang out. Very well, trying to slow me down. Definitely. So. Choc chip jerky. Got 2. Good enough. I need to do 1 anyway. Stalking is never acceptable behavior. Hey Byakuya, I've been wondering about this for a while. What you said earlier, what did it mean? The whole bit about the real you. Hajime, what do you think of me?
So in
Do you like me? Not really, to be perfectly honest. Whoa, what are you talking about?
What?
I'm just asking if you like me or hate me. It's a simple yes or no question. I don't know how to answer that when you spring it on me so suddenly. Byakuya looks serious, as if he's being backed into a corner. He won't forgive me unless I say something. It doesn't mean I should just tell him the truth. Wait, also don't want to fuck this up. I'll make sure I get this diamond. Okay. I like you. Are we dating now? If I had to choose between liking and hating you, well, I don't hate you. I definitely consider you a friend. There's no way I could ever imitate your leadership. Truth is, I think you're amazing. I see. He seems relieved. What's with him? I feel like he's not his usual self. Such a hesitant, no, kind answer is expected of you. That's how you feel about Byakuga Togami, right? What if I wasn't a Togami? What if I never had my birthright name or ability? What if I was more handsome and more disagreeable? Would you still feel the same way that you do now? Dunno. I feel like the Byakugan is speaking different than usual. What does this mean?
In other words...
This is him breaking his character as the imposter. It's a hint for later. The exterior is very important. From a person's name and appearance, an impression is already being formed. Let me tell you an interesting story about a certain man.
Listen.
Born with nothing. No name, birth certificate, no family, nothing. He was nothing. Nothing at all, do you understand? His existence was complete invisibility. He was a person whose life had no meaning whatsoever. The only thing he had was the desire to live a normal life. So what did he have to do in order to live? What did he have to do to have his existence acknowledged and receive affirmation? There was only one way. His only option was to become someone else. He had to lie. He had to lie to the entire world. The person in front of me isn't the real Byakugan Togami? No, even if he's telling the truth, it's not like I know the real one. All I know is... Byakuga, I don't know how you're gonna take this, but the only Byakugan Togami I know is the person standing in front of me.
What did you say?
So, if you get to the end of this date, the series of dates with Byakugan, he actually kind of gives away subtly that he's the imposter that you learn about at the end of the game.
Thank you. I've always wanted someone to say that to me.
That's a different voice. Wow.
Listen.
If by any chance everything that's happening here is resolved safely, there's something I would like to tell you. I no longer want to lie anymore, not to anyone, not to anything, not even to myself. Well, he never gets a chance to do that because he dies pretty soon. I've never told anyone this before, but I want you to hear what I need to say. But you saying it like that is kind of weird. The Byakuya I know always says you in a condescending way.
What?
You're right, absolutely right.
I see.
The Byakuga you know. For some reason, the expression on his face at the moment was different than anything I'd seen before. I can finally see a strong bond between Byakugan and me. All I can do now is wait till he's ready to tell me everything. Well, that never happens, unfortunately. That's sad. But we're done. Unlocked Sting. Oh, I don't want Fatty's underpants, that's for damn sure. Well, that's gross. Okay, what have we got? Bunch of new stuff down here. Proof you cleared the epilogue. A monument bearing words of resolution. The following words are inscribed on the front. Goodbye, Academy of Despair. Neat. There's Junko's giant cell phone. Gamer backpack from Chihiro. Danganronpa 1F. Unlocks novel mode, which is even more fun than the actual game. Depicts an alternate Danganronpa. Neat. Usami strap. Item that splits the world. Paradise waiting on the other end. This unlocks island mode, which is even more fun than the actual... They keep saying that. More fun than the actual game. Byakugans are undergarments. Only a brand that the truly elite would wear. Okay, cool, man. Alright, that's him done. What about Sonia? Do I have all her stuff? Let's see. 11? Yes. Yes. 74? From the battle? Yes. 86? Potpourri? No. Well, I got the first 3. That's enough to go see her. Where the hell is she? No? No. No? Oh, she's here. Everyone keeps hanging out by the statue for some reason. There she is. My girlfriend.
Howdy, howdy, ho!
Howdy, howdy, ho. I've never heard her do that before. What the hell? Did we already have our first date? Yeah, we did. So I gotta start giving you stuff for sure. Oh. Checking Tamagotchi. Poop.
Amazing!
Let's hang out. Walking along the shore with Sonia. Present time. I'll give you the... well, Google Hub cake is fine. There you go.
Surprise!
Could this possibly be from the legend that has been passed down? No, it's a cake. Just eat the cake. By the way, you're really good with words, Sonia.
Of course!
I've done much studying after all. You speak fluently.
Yes.
I do not know how many times I've seen I Will Arrest Your Eyes. When I arrived in Japan, the first thing I did was run across the Spain Zaka. Oh, I don't really understand, though. I believe the best Japanese dramas were the ones aimed at women between the ages of 20 and 34, just before Japan's economic bubble. What is she talking about? The trendiness, energy, and quality. Entertainment was truly in its zenith. Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about. Like all entertainment, Japanese dramas heavily reference their native culture. Because of this, slang expressions are often used. There are some things foreigners may not understand. If you're willing, would you train me? Train you? Okay. Thanks very much. When lovers go on a ski trip, they always end up trapped by a blizzard. No. In that situation, what do you call the ritual where they warm themselves under the blanket while naked? It's not a ritual, it's just sort of a sexy cliche, yeah. I certainly thought it was something that's known in my country as makango. Makango? It's a tradition in my country. Lovers cannot become one until they show each other the makangos they have grown. Makangos? What is a makango anyway? Huh? I cannot say. You will get a nosebleed. Oh, it's a... Makango is a word for a part of the body. They show each other's makangos. Kinda hot, I guess. Well, that's it for the free time, so let's just get on with it. Okay, that means... What happens at night?
Monokuma!
Congratulations! You're such a good boy for collecting all of these.
Are
if you're
you
seeing this, this must be your
serious?
second time playing through, or your third. That's amazing.
Special bleeding service!
Now you get surprise service time. What does that mean? Huh? You just doing poses? What are you doing?
Nice!
Oh, you're just showing me all the poses. Okay.
So, who knows? Well?
Why? That was weird. Didn't like that. What are we doing at night? Oh, nighttime scene at the park, next morning outside the restaurant. Broke through a total of 10,000 steps. Cool. Didn't realize I was going to get that. I thought I was going to have to grind that one, but I suppose if you're not using the fast travel because you want to get the Tamagotchis leveled up, it comes in due time. Okay, whatever this scene is. I can't remember. Oh, it's the comedy skit thing that Monokuma does with Monami. Who am I supposed to talk to continue this? Whoa, okay. That started something. Cool. Have to find the right person to click on. Oh my god. That took a while. Oh, thank God. Put us to sleep. Okay. My hero should be by the pool. Wait, I should actually check my Tamagotchi. Poo, poo. There she is. I see her.
Hey.
Good morning. Good morning.
Aww.
What's with the sullen face? I guess I'm not one to talk. I really couldn't sleep last night. I had a lot on my mind. I don't know if I'll ever get the answers.
Aww.
Man, just for kicks, I should prepare yummy desserts and tea. Invite somebody to come chat with me. Just so you know, it's a girls-only gathering. Don't expect the boys to be invited. Okay. But I don't know how to make desserts. Is there a recipe book? I've got one in my inventory right now. I have this magazine with me that has an article in it about beginning dessert recipes.
Hey!
I'll invite you if you show it to me. I get to go to the girls only thing? Holy shit. I guess I should change my evaluation of you a little. Unreliable Hajime to sometimes helpful Hajime.
Hey!
Come to the restaurant after breakfast, okay? Okay. Guess I just had to speed this up. Until then. Alright, speed up. What?
I won't let you.
Oh, this is the only girls gathering. Okay, we've gone right into the... It's gone right into the fan service scene. Mihiro asked me to come.
What happened?
Why is Hajime here? I heard this was for girls only. I brought the dessert recipe. Special participant, yes.
Like...
Why is Monami here too?
Yep.
Shiaki invited me. Oh, now I know that they're both traders, plants, AI. So that makes sense. That they always help each other out.
What? Huh?
All the girls are making desserts, right? That's right. Monami is sort of a girl. She's a girl rabbit. That counts.
Aww.
At this point, it'd be rude to kick her out. Plus, I've already made an exception for Hajime to be here anyway. Who, yeah, I've been compared to Monami. That's gross.
Right.
So what's the deal with this all-girl gathering?
No.
Exactly? And me? I don't believe you need to be so energetic when it comes to cooking. Oh, it's a unique scene. of just cooking. It's all girl cooking. Well, I stand here and I guess sample all the desserts. I'll be the taste tester.
I'll do my best. I'll try to live up to your expectations so you don't hate me.
Yeah.
My femininity is hella boss.
What the fuck?
This sort of
Sonia.
activity, it's not so bad once in a while.
Aww.
What is Ibuki making? Yeah, you're right. She's making herself out of pastry.
For many years now, Ibuki has always dreamed of making a cookie statue of her boobs.
That's not a statue of your boobs. That's like the whole thing. Akane is mindlessly eating all the desserts being made. It's better if I just keep my mouth shut. Oh, she's not even taking part. She's not cooking at all.
I want to try eating it. Yo. Hey.
Maybe this wasn't as exciting coming along to an all-girls cooking event. It's not as sexy and fan service as I thought. It was just kind of cute. After taking part in the mysterious feminine ritual, I went back to my cottage for the time being. Mostly because after I helped with the prep work, they kicked me out. I know it's girls only, but I think they even let Monomi stay. It makes me want to cry. Well, the rabbit is a girl rabbit. That's fair. Well, I guess we'll go see Sonia again. While we've got a free time. That makes all the secret events done. So I can pretty much quit out at this point. Oh, she's in her cabin. She's in her cabin. I get to see her house. I get to see how she lives. Yes. I bet it's much fancier than Akane. Akane's house was terrible. Whoa. It's fancy. It has a chandelier. Sonia.
That is... Well?
Yeah, hang on. We're gonna go give her the... Maybe another battle book or the brightly colored jeans. Does it matter?
All right.
Colored jeans are 21. There they are. Why does she like brightly colored jeans?
Surprise! Well?
That's weird for a princess.
Well?
Hajime, there's something I would like to ask you today. Lower your voice. We don't know who might be listening in. Now come closer. She walked up to me one step at a time. She smells nice. Oh, I bet. Hajime, do you happen to know a lot about the occult? No.
Then...
Not at all. Then what about cults? That's very similar to a cult.
That is...
You certainly are deceptive. I am finished talking to you. Let us disperse for now. Whoa.
I am concerned.
You are hopeless. Since I have already sailed this far, I shall sink you into the ocean. What does that mean? I understand it's forbidden interest for a princess. I'm quite interested in Freemasonry. Of course, my interest is purely academic. I have no intention of conspiring to overthrow the government.
Well?
What the fuck? When I think about Freemasonry, my chest begins to hurt. Sounds like she's in love.
However...
With Freemasonry? Huh? It seems not many people understand this feeling. I feel quite lonely. Sometimes I feel like I could just cry. Yeah, she has the weirdest hobbies. Expanding my knowledge like this is my duty for every member of the royal family. That's why I'm interested in the occult. That's why she loves Gundam so much. I guess. Hajime, please think about it. Do not agree that dismantling a different set of values due to ignorance is foolish.
How cruel.
Okay.
Do you have a minute?
Alright. Oh god. I forgot to look up her next thing. Oh, it's Makango.
However...
That's not the only one. Our country has another tradition in which you are not acknowledged as an adult until you consume a scone. think my generation should be objecting to these traditions. It's nice to retain purebred makangos and skongs as a symbol of high status. What the fuck? It sounds like she's making this up as she goes along. Auctioning them off to the highest bidder goes against the spirit of animal conservation. Oh, they're animals.
Please listen.
Okay, she made makangos sound like genitals in the previous conversation I had with her. They grow when they're scared and shrink when they're angered. I plan to harness the energy they release in this state. Using the knowledge of the past, we shall develop a new energy source from our old traditions. From animals? Oh, I don't know, I like that.
Perhaps. Well?
Okay. I think we're done here. In my eyes, Sonya and the Novoselic Kingdom are just full of mysteries. They're weird as fuck. Full of mysteries, my ass. Okay, I need to save and get out of here now. Oh, wait, no. I can do another one. I forgot. Oh, Sonya. Okay, she's not here. Nope. On the street. Where you at, princess? Not you. Wow, I think I've taken the long way around by accident. There she is. Jesus. Long way for sure. Did I just go across the fuck. I meant to talk to her, not go across the goddamn bridge. There. Dance with you on the beach? Okay, she taught me ballroom dancing on the beach. That's very strange. Okay, now I need to give her that book. I can't find it. Another battle? That was it, right? Yeah, it's the one. I don't know why she likes this.
Well?
Now then, what shall we discuss today?
I see.
How about friendship between men and women as depicted in Light My Heart on Fire? Oh, more Japanese soap operas. Has something happened? How can you be so calm? We've been involved in this terrible situation for so long. How can you be such an unchanging attitude? Do you think I'm a cold woman? I wouldn't say cold. Just weird.
You are right.
I understand. I see something that everyone else cannot.
Which means?
Destiny. I cannot allow killing under any circumstances. The lives of humans are shaped by destiny. We make an effort to prevent danger. It does not mean we can defy destiny.
Please listen!
My life belongs to my country and its people. If I were to die, it would be for no other reason than the sake of my country and my people. If I die here, it would be meaningful to my country. Okay, you said that already. I did not fear death. The moment I was born to the royal family, I was destined not to die a meaningless death. It seems like fate, more so than destiny. I guess that makes sense. You really are a princess.
Yes.
Since the day I was born. This is not my first brush with death. The royal family has governed many years. Coups d'etats and terrorism still occur. I have been abducted twice by insurgents. Wow.
However,
if I showed fear, it would fill my people with despair. I had to wait in silence until rescue arrived. I actually think the situation is easier since I can honestly feel fear for a change. You're expected to cope without feeling fear? I know you're a princess and all, but that's
Please
still...
wait.
When I'm in my country, I'm a princess before a person. And because of that, I was truly looking forward to the visit. I thought when I came to Japan that I could be a regular girl. But in the end, no matter where I go, I'm nothing but a princess. Aw. She's afraid, but there's no way she wouldn't be. She's just good at hiding it. You're still just a regular girl to me. I'm not a citizen of your country. I'm not even one of your vassals. When it comes to myself and the others, you're just a classmate. You don't need to try so hard. Thank you. Aw. Lovely. Well, that's another 2 of her. Okay. I need to save and get out of story mode.
Ahem! Hope's Peak Academy School Trip Executive Committee, it is please return to your now bed.
Okay. I can probably save it there.
Danganronpa.
Boo 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 boobies. Boo 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 extras. Okay. Now we should have those extra scenes unlocked. More. Oh, this is all from chapter 6. Got it, got it, got it, got it. There's something still missing. Oh, there's the extra scenes. Oh, okay. So there's one left. The hell is this? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep, that's all the secret ones. So I don't know what this is. I really want to know what this is. Experience the battles between Monami and the Monobeasts that occurred behind the scenes. Oh! It's the story context for how Monami beat the Monobeasts, I guess. I didn't know that that was something we get to be filled in on. Oh my god. It's Baby Rabbit Sailor Moon shit. What the fuck? Equipment. Wooden branch? Monami's diaper? What the hell? Okay, I guess that gives me stats. Help. WASD, jump space, run and draw, shift key. Transform into Usami, tab. Oh, this is not even a mouse control. Okay. I mean, let's do easy because I don't know what to expect. Is this a 3D minigame? Oh my god. Oh shit. Baby chickens. Alright, wait. Let's see. Wait. Oh, let's do it like this. Oh, 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 no, no, no. There we go. That's what we're supposed to do. Gather round, chickens. Okay, that's awesome. I guess that's this mode in a nutshell. Just run circles around baby chickens until they die. Ow, that one got me. Got him. Do I win? Oh, there's one. Oh, fuck. I see you. Did I miss? Okay. Jump on its head. Jumping on its head is actually harder. How long does this go for? Nice. Oh. What the hell are these? This is not the Mono Beast. Whoops. Is this entire mode? Just doing this? Oh god. There's so many little mannequins here. I got a bunch of them. I don't know if I've got health, because I keep getting hit, but then I don't see anything going down. Wave 7. Oh, okay. The waves, they just keep on coming. Some of these items I'm picking up I think might be equipment for the loadout screen. Final wave. Oh my god, the Mono Beast. Mono Beast. No, fuck him up. Oh, too late. Okay, well, that hurt him a bit, but I Don't know how much. Whoa. Hopefully I only have to do it 3 times. Because rule of threes, you know, in video games. Yes! Got him. Did I win? So, every level of this, I just think it's a level I have to get to wave 10. And then bust the Mono Beast, and that's it. Probably 1 level per Mono Beast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, the islands are on the left there. And I guess the middle island's probably going to be number 6. Did I get new shit? Didn't seem to get new shit. Damn. Alright, I guess I'll keep trying, it's interesting. I'll just go to the toilet for a bit first. Bye. Whoops. Alright. Now my tummy's upset. I think it's because I've been drinking all this coffee. Sorry, I just have to splash water on my face. Staying conscious is becoming very difficult. Holy shit. Oh, Minx. You dropped a Biscoff. I didn't even see. Sorry. My brain's a bit frazzled right now. Danganronpa has done a number on me. Oh my god. Oh, wake up. That helps a little bit. I'm not making more coffee because I've had way too much. So that's not helping to keep me awake anymore. Unfortunately. Okay. Oh, man. So this mode's weird. After all the normal shit I've been through, well, normal by Danganronpa standards, now we're playing like a little Kirby-esque 3D action game, like the one where you draw on your DS. Why's my butt hurt? Ow. Okay. Ah, Danganronpa, you motherfucker. What's next? Hang on. Let's see. Help. Shift key while jumping. Whirl attack. Why doesn't the... Hang on. I'm pretty sure only left shift works, not right shift, which is really inconvenient. Turnabout probability of 156? What the hell does that mean? Okay.
I will protect this island.
Yeah, doesn't work. Maybe I can... Shit. I hate having to use my hands in different positions like this just because of this stupid control scheme. Got him. Go on. Cookie? Where the hell are all the equipment collectibles that are supposed to be dropping? Oh shit. What happens if I do this jump shift thing? Oh, there we go. Oh, it didn't work. Still alive. Never mind. Stick to the circles. Shit. Shit. Oh, present! Feather scrunchie. That's some shit right there. That's what I need. Oh, more presents. Red and white headband. Okay, now I'm getting the equipment. Hey. Why did they add this mode? There's not really much to it. It feels like padding. Oh, it's still alive? Some of them can survive the circle. One time at least. Shit. That's new. Wave 6. Holy shit. These tralalas are driving me crazy. Present. Old man's grass skirt. Come on, get me. There's more. Cactus. I like you can do a little double circle. Tra-la-la. Tra-la-la, I say to you. Who's alive? Oh, you. Have some tra-la-la. Barbed wire bat. That's fucking dangerous. Alright, boss. Big snake boy. Give him the doubles. Give him the triples. Push it. Holy shit. I don't know if getting hurt is actually doing anything to me. I don't see any health being lost anywhere. Okay, flashing red, that's a good sign. Ow. Oh, the heart on the left is actually emptying. So I am taking damage. Okay. Nice. Yeah, so 6 stages, 10 levels, 10 waves each. So 60 waves total. Not counting any repeating waves to get all the equipment unlocked. What did I get? The diaper. 300. Sami. Wait. The grass skirt made for traditional dancing increases the appearance of presents boxes. Definitely. Up to 12 pairs of the holy diaper can be worn at once. I don't believe it. Ribbon. Show your team spirit. 150 magic power. Does that mean my little circle that I make? Okay, that one for sure. Wooden branch. Barbed wire bat. Okay. Now I should be souped up. Stage 3. Get the eagle thing. Alright, cool.
I will protect this
I'm
island.
a bully. I'm a bully. Get him. This old man's grass shirt that the skirt that I put on that's supposed to increase the present drop chance is not really helping me. Damn. Damn. Why aren't you making circles? There's one. Got the circle. Fuck you. Tra-la-la. Come on, you freaks. Come on, you freaks. I got your shit. Sacred Tree Branch. I think I read somewhere that there's like 60 something findable equipment presents. Who's alive? Ah. Hi. A cake? I just picked up a cake. Yes, here we go. Didn't work. There it is. Seems annoying. Oh, he's dead. Tra-la-la. Those 10 waves felt like it went faster than normal. But because I equipped all those new items and became OP. Became OP. Did I get anything new? Sacred tree branch. I'm changing that. Ah. I just love this song so much. Just want to jam out. Alright. Stage 4.
I will protect this island.
God damn it, you know me? Mon ami, I mean. Shit! Oh my god, it's annoying. Gold brocade bracelet? Ah. Finding a way down here, are you? Holy shit, that's a lot. Whoa! That's new.
Your head is exposed.
Is this a cat? Tell what this is. Cat owl. Why isn't this working? Oh, there we go.
Your head is exposed. Your head is exposed.
She's yelling men? I think he's yelling men. Why men?
Your head is exposed. Your head is exposed.
Oh god. Finally. Finally. French Swiss ribbon. Yeah. Cool. I'm a bully. I'm a bully. Hey, hey, hey. Oh. Gold brocade. Gold brocade ribbon. I think I have to keep the old man's grass skirt on because that gives me the boost to picking up presents. That's really important. Okay, 5. Whoa. Oh, this place looks nice.
I will protect this island.
Whoa. Whoa. Big kill. Rake Samber's Rod.
Your head is exposed. Your head is exposed. This would work. Your head is exposed. Your head is exposed. Your head is exposed. Your head is exposed.
Oh shit. Wrong button. Caps lock.
Your head is exposed.
Oh shit. Got him. Oh my god. Wave 11? Oh, this just keeps going. Yes. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Oh shit. Immortal cats. Key to cats it's wait after the dash. Longest time between them doing another dash. Then then draw your circle. Oh yeah, buddy. Rocked. The bosses are actually ridiculous. You can just do circles around them, literally. Ugh. Oh, secret. Equipment. Popstar. Magic up 100. Strength down 40. I'm guessing magic is the circles I keep drawing. Do it. What does Sami do? Rod bestowed to those who have overcome personal weaknesses through great effort and spirit. Alright, secret. What do you got? Oh, the digital chapter 6 land. Okay. Let's go, little purple bastards. I don't like how they all look like half baby chicken, half cat. But at least the way you defeat them is run around them instead of actually directly attacking them. So that's very non-violent feeling. The bosses are regular enemies now? Nice. Freshman ribbon. Snake. Fucking hell, Snake. Oh my god. What is this mode? There you go. Give me that present. Sacred Tree Branch Boy. Oh, that's pretty got one of those. I don't like that you can get doubles. That's gonna make things a bit more complicated. Got him. Oh my god. There you go. Get the present. God. I got 2. Carpenter's 2x4. Amazing. Okay, I hate you. Man! Why men?
Your head is exposed.
Oh, this is so hard to aim.
Your head is exposed.
It's not exposed. Their clothes are not coming off.
Your head is exposed.
What the hell? How weak am I? I need more. I need better equipment, maybe, before I can do this area. Stop.
Your head is exposed. Your head is exposed.
There we go. There's 1. There we go. 2. All right. Get him. Oh, I just got the joke about Holy Diaper. Holy Diver by Dio. Holy Diaper, oh my god. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm gonna die.
Your head is exposed.
Your head is not exposed. Ow.
Your head is exposed.
Whoa. Oh my god. There we go. Oh shit. Oh, this is terrible. Fuck him up. Oh shit. Ah! Thank God. Yeah, my health's back. Thank you, thank you. Now I can go do this fucking thing. I was almost dead.
Your head is exposed. Man! Your head is exposed.
Sweet. Nice. Who's left? Hello? Ah. Whoa. Gorilla's throwing rocks at me. Whoa! Am I dead? Oh, it's just a special move. Thank God. Nah, fuck you. Oh my God. Get some! Wow, this guy's hard. Holy shit. Can you fucking stand still? Yeah, that's it. Nice. Washing line pole. What a weapon? Gosh, has the worst weapons. And everything. And attacks and controls.
Your head is exposed. Your head is exposed. Man! Man! Your head is exposed. Man! Your head is exposed.
Stop saying that, Jesus! Nice. Oh my God. Stun lock. Stun lock. Here you are. Die. Die, please. Are we still going? Holy shit. Monokuma! Oh, I'm gonna fuck you up. Yeah, that's how I do. Let's keep doing this. Nice. Not nice. Damn it, Monokuma's got magic too. Got him. How did Monokuma not drop any equipment? Well, that's all 6 levels. Cool. Cleared all Magical Girl Monomi stages. Wait. Oh, there's one for collected as well. For getting all the equipment. I guess that's just a grindy thing. We've seen how it works now, so that's fine. I can move on for the time being. No. Pop star. If there really is like 60 equipments to collect, that's gonna take a while. Well, that's how that works. That's pretty basic. Let's check out the novel. Oh my god. It is Junko and her sister. Button of Hope and Tragic Warriors of Despair. Makoto. Moral Compass. Athlon Prodigy. So this includes everybody? And Sayaka, who died first, so we don't really get to know her very well. Sakura. Celeste. Junko. Chihiro. Akuru Ikusaba. Oh, it's not... It's... Okay, it's not Junko and her sister, it's just a sister. But she pretends to be Junko. You can tell by the freckles and the shape of the eyes that it's not actually Junko. So Junko's not... Oh, there's Junko. The following novel contains references to characters who appeared in the novel Danganronpa 0. Monokuma's monologue. The world is full of ifs. If Adam hadn't tied the knot with Eve, society as we know it never would have been born. The world that everyone lives in is just an outcome among countless ifs. Oh, is that why it's called Danganronpa if? I thought it was one F. Like the number on a classroom door. If is what's in Miso Soup, you know. What lies beyond the point is a scary world filled with iffy stepfathers and abandoned their families. A Klein bottle where the inside and the outside are filled with uncertainty and... Don't break it, okay? It'd be so expensive that there's no way you'd ever be able to pay me back. No matter how you look at it, it's so simple, simply words like any other. No matter how hypothetically the story may be, the future is anything that's truly foggy. The past is more solid than a frozen banana. Oh my god. The past is more solid than frozen banana. You can't change conclusions that already happened. If you see a world that may have existed, it wouldn't affect the people living in reality. This is basically like a Marvel what if comic. If something happened differently in the story. Okay. What if scenario? There, they said it out loud. Do you really want to see that? You've got some sick interest. Do you think that's an insult to Mikado and the others after the tragedy they overcame? As far as I'm concerned, it's still an insult to them. Poo-hoo-hoo. If you're gonna look at if, I think it's better if you view the outside of a Klein bottle first. You might even be better if you view the ending of a video game called Danganronpa Trigger Happy Hava. I did play that. Tried to play it multiple times and spend your free time with Junko at least 3 times too. It may be ideal if you can collect all the items and movies. I did all this. If you guys have come this far, I'm sure you've already done all that. Surely I'd buy the game if I were you. I'd still buy at least 2 copies if I were you. The curtain lowers. Okay, they're just trying to make me give them more money, I guess. What should I do with this? Mikado Negi was at a loss. Despite his hesitation, his situation was extremely simple and composed of 3 key factors. The first factor was that Mikado was currently locked inside a school. Hope's Peak is a school for the privileged, each student attending possessing ultimate talent. Mikado was chosen to attend Hope's Peak by a lottery held to select the ultimate lucky student. When he arrived the first day, he immediately lost consciousness and woke up and blah blah blah, we know all that. The next factor was Monokuma, a robot bear, and the announcement he made to all the students. You'll be living your whole life in this academy, he declared. If you want to leave, then kill someone to become the Blackened. The strange remote-controlled robot was telling Mikado and his fellow Ultimates to start killing each other in exchange for their freedom. They learnt that more than one Monokuma exists, and they each contain a bomb to prevent anyone from attacking them. Monokuma announced that anyone who attempted to harm him would receive punishment. The third and final factor was the red button that Mikado was currently holding in his hand. Escape button were crudely written on the button in the marker. The first two factors are certainly cause for panic. Mikado only seemed at a loss over the third. During his free time, Mikado noticed that the school store was open and his curiosity got the better of him. He was overwhelmed by the disjointed atmosphere upon entering. There's the Mono Mono machine. It seemed like a bad idea, but Mikado thought there might be a chance the machine could dispense some way of escaping the school. He inserted the only coin he had into the slot. The result was the escape button mentioned earlier. So this is a version of events where he got the escape button out of the vending machine? Maybe the mastermind who trapped us here is making a cruel joke. The thoughts filled Mikado's mind and he began to deeply discourage. There's always a chance, right? Mikado was just an ordinary boy and he only gained entry to Hope's Peak through a lottery to find that ultimate lucky student. Maybe luck was the real deal. If the button was real, maybe I can let Sayaka... Maybe I can let Sayaka what? Mikado took a deep, slow breath and pressed the button. Pain burst through his entire body. His arms and legs went limp, and he lost his balance and fell to the floor in a crumpled heap. He breathed heavily and it dawned on him that what had just happened. He got electrocuted. He looked down at the button in his hand and noticed a small needle sticking out of it. He surmised that electric current must have been running through it. After regaining enough of his strength to stand back up, he thought about it once again. I should have known it was a fake. So this is that secret ending you can unlock. I remember this. Where the button actually does unlock the door and you leave. I suppose this is a what-if scenario if it was a prank. Mikado walked out of the school store with slow, careful steps, but he didn't know yet that the escape button really was a fake. It would have been an act of mercy from the mastermind. A bear-shaped shadow began moving around inside the now-empty school store. Monokuma stood before the Mono Mono machine and stared at it silently. After some time had passed, he began to laugh. A cold, hollow laugh, utterly devoid of emotion. Despite the fact he was alone, Monokuma began to talk, almost as if he was speaking to someone. Perhaps Monokuma was talking directly to the mastermind controlling him. I only put that in the Mono Mono machine because I thought it would be interesting if one of the last few survivors happened to win it. But with a success rate of 0.000000001, I never thought anyone would actually win. I should have expected the ultimate lucky student to overcome such impossible odds. Monokuma started blushing and breathing heavily for no apparent reason. A robot like Monokuma doesn't need to breathe, but because his technology is super advanced, he can express himself like a living creature. Mikado was chosen through a lottery and now he's won the escape button. This is obviously impossible. Is that what a miracle is? Is this all systems go towards escaping? Is something that defies all common sense about to come crashing into my world? Even though I don't really want this at all, I'm starting to enjoy this new sensation. We'll be back after these commercials. Monokuma's internal machinery began running at full capacity. His facial expressions began changing more smoothly than any human could. Suddenly, his expressions immediately stopped, and he whispered through his speakers. Is this really good luck? Ho ho ho. After muttering something so ominous, Monokuma's loud screeching laughter rang jarringly throughout the room. The situation was about to unfold contained two conflicting emotions, the hope and despair. Okay. Makoto lay in his bed desperately struggling with the despair and hope churning within him. Monokuma had forced the students to each watch a DVD. I remember this. Makoto was showed a scene suggesting his parents and sister were in danger, and he now found himself determined to leave the school. It seems the other students were forced to watch shocking videos of their own. Videos are so shocking they were now determined to escape the school too. If it meant sacrificing someone to do it, however, it was obvious that these videos were part of Monokuma's trap. As long as each student killed someone, they were allowed to graduate and leave the academy. It seemed the mastermind controlling Monokuma was hell-bent on making the students kill each other. Right now, Makoto was most worried about Sayaka Mizono, who seemed to be incredibly distressed after watching her DVD. Sayaka wasn't sure just the ultimate pop sensation, she was also Makoto's classmate when they were students at Blackroot Junior High. Her optimism had been encouraging Makoto these past few days, and he was becoming a similar source of strength for her as well. I have to at least save Sayaka. So this is leading up to her attempt at framing Leon and Makoto, or either or, for murder. Framing me for Leon's murder, I think. Yeah. So something's going to happen differently if this is a what if. As soon as Makoto thought that, he felt a small headache. Was he still reeling from being punched by Mondo? Or was this a side effect of being electrocuted by the escape button? Makoto pondered these things, the pain slowly subsiding, and he returned to his determined thoughts of escape. We all need to work together, and at that moment, Makoto realized his goal had changed. We all need to? Ideally, it would be best if everyone survived. However, aside from Sayaka, Makoto had never met the other students before. He didn't know if they could ever be trusted. At the moment, he trusted them without even an ounce of suspicion. He believed they were worth helping even if the cost of his own life, just like Sayaka. But why? The headache struck again, as if all the blood vessels in his brain were being individually sliced open. Why did I just think that I could trust the others as much as I trust Sayaka? Makoto tried to figure out why his thought process had suddenly changed. Something was wrong. The throbbing pain in his head seemed to synchronize with a strange feeling that something was approaching him. A ray of light began to form within the dark recesses of his mind, and a doorbell rang. Someone's here. He quickly got out of bed, but that only made his headache worse. With no concern for his safety, Makoto carelessly opened the door to his room and came face to face with Sayaka. I'm really sorry I came so late. Sayaka. The pain. What are you doing out so late? The moment he saw her face, the pulsating pain in Makoto's head began accelerating. He felt his world was torn apart from the inside out. That electrocution from the button has done something to him. Sorry to bother you, but something really weird just happened, and Makoto, what's wrong? Sakura was pale and had been trembling when she came to Makoto's room. She seemed surprised to see that his complexion was worse than her own. Is this where she actually goes to frame him? Oh, this is where she tricks him to staying in the other bedroom. Makoto couldn't finish the sentence. His eyes rolled back into his head and he lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Sayaka's beautiful voice let out a scream and she stood over Makoto's body. Oh, you're awake. You okay? How many fingers am I holding up? Makoto regained consciousness. He was greeted by the sight of fingers adorned with long fake nails. Oh, it's Junko. Hey, why do you sound so unsure? I'm a little shocked to hear you say that. Despite what she said, Junko was the ultimate fashionista, and laughing as she found this all very amusing. Makoto looked around and realized he'd never seen this place before. It looked somewhat like a hospital. 3 beds, his own, were lined up in the room, with various medical instruments laid around them. The black ceiling felt strangely oppressive, but as he sat up, Makoto's mind immediately centered on one possibility. Did we get rescued? That'd be nice, huh? She replied as she looked away. Junko explained that this was the nurse's office. That Monokuma thing said, I can't bear to see my precious students get sick and opened the place up this morning. But don't you think it's suspicious? What if all these meds were poisoned? I wouldn't be surprised. Makoto remembered his encounter with the escape button and let out a small sigh. Why am I here, Junko? You should thank Sayaka for that. She was here the whole night taking care of you. Junko ignored Makoto's surprise and continued casually talking. Then Taka got all fired up and was like, you should take turns watching over him. Taka's here as well? I just happened to be on duty when you woke up. And even then, only because Byakuya ditched. I see, thanks. Like I said, you should thank Sayaka. How are you feeling? Is everything alright? Makoto thought about it for a moment and I remembered what he had been thinking just before he lost consciousness. This is kind of weird, but actually it's really weird. What's up? We've never met each other before, right? Upon hearing this, Junko's eyes widened, but a few seconds later she began to laugh. Are you for real? That pickup line was like, totally played out. Even though she was grinning, a serious look came over her face. Just so you know, you shouldn't expect anything like that from me. I know I look this way, but I take my virtue pretty seriously. I never expected... Well, that's what I figured. It's obvious that you're totally a mega male anyway. A mega male? I wasn't a mega male. Makoto and Junko continued to talk to each other. Although he wondered why Junko was talking to him instead of leaving to get the others, Makoto didn't question it. He just wanted to talk to someone anyway. As long as he interacted with his fellow students, he believed he would learn the truth about what was going on inside his head. 10 minutes later, Junko mostly talked about alpha males and omega males. What the hell's a mega male? Omega? I don't think I've heard that one before. I've heard sigma male, but not omega. Her time being homeless and about her time and her past dreams. The last topic was a lot heavier than the previous ones. Makoto's calm demeanor seemed to cheer her up. She smiled sincerely and softly. Thanks, Makoto. Maybe it was a sign of gratitude for listening to her troubles, but she kept that same smile as she blurted out something horrifying. I promise that if I do decide to kill someone, it won't be you. Okay. Oh. Mixed together with the Biscoffs of the hydrate. Oh my god, my brain just did a dizzy spell. Hang on. Yes, sugar. That'll be good. Oh god, I feel weird. That's almost finished. I'm out of Tim Tam chocolates too. I look like I needed it? Oh, probably. I'm waiting for the moment where I just fall asleep sitting up. Or maybe even fall asleep with my eyes open. I don't even know where this is going. Why is there a whole graphic novel just in this? I'm super curious though. I wouldn't want you to become the Blacken in the first place. For some reason, Makoto felt like the murderous words that came out of Junko's mouth seemed like a natural thing for her to say. She seemed very surprised by Makoto's response and blurted out, "Are you serious? I was just kidding." Yeah, of course. Sorry for acting so weird. Let's just chalk it up to you being woozy from your recovery. How long do you think you've got left in the game? In life? In life, I might be dead in 25 minutes. At this rate. Honestly, I don't know what's going on with the game. I don't even know what I'm doing in this graphic novel. I just came in here because I was curious. I don't really know if I need to be in here reading this. It's kind of fascinating because it seems to be changing the plot of the first game. Like a what-if scenario. But I'm not sure where it's going with this. I do have to play that stupid Monomi mode where you run around the enemies and make them pop, which is really grindy and kind of boring. But you have to grind the collectible equipment that comes out of enemies in little presents. But I might ignore that for the time being. I mean, that's something I could, after getting some sleep, I can probably do it off stream. Listen to a podcast and just run around in circles until all the enemies are dead. It's not very interesting. I do have to go into the school life thing. But that's grindy as well. That's the problem. I think that's the thing. The school life mode where you just date and unlock report cards, and the Monomi thing where you run around enemies to make them explode, are both just an exercise in grinding. It might be better to... Yeah. It might be better to clock off, get some sleep, and then like grind through them offline while just listening to a podcast. It's probably not necessary to hang around on stream and doing it, because it's just going to get kind of dull. I mean, it's already got kind of dull, combined with me passing out. Anyway, I'll check out the rest of this at least. She returned to her usual bubbly self and let out a big stretch. I'm gonna get going now. Make sure you don't get killed before the next person arrives. Makoto laid back down on the bed and started thinking. His dull headache continued as his thoughts began to blur. I was just talking to Junko, but I feel like I was talking to someone else. Oh, that's right. Junko is pretending to be... Makoto is pretending to be Junko. I forgot about that plot point. They swap places. The more he thought, the more it felt like his memories were sinking into a thick swamp. Wait, okay, yeah. Junko's sister, whatever his name was, is pretending to be her, and then she dies, and the real Junko turns out to be hiding in the building, driving Monokuma's robot body. That's what happened. The pain pulsing in his head felt like a wave on the surface of a swamp. What is this feeling? It felt very unpleasant, as though someone's voice was screaming at him from inside his head. Makoto tried to organize his thoughts, and go over everything that had happened. He was interrupted by the sound of a bell. Unlike the dorm rooms, the nurse's office didn't have a doorbell. The bell sound that Makoto heard was ringing throughout the entire building. Mic check. Is a test of the school broadcast system. It was Monokuma's voice. Makoto listened to Monokuma's heartless order to get out of bed without complaining. He walked one step at a time in accordance with the rhythm of his throbbing headache. Why do I just have a headache now permanently? Not knowing if he was headed to heaven or hell. The gym. Makoto, are you alright? Sayaka ran over to Makoto as soon as he entered the gym. Sorry about yesterday, I guess I really worried you. Plus, don't apologize, I'm sorry too. I barged into your room when you weren't feeling well. Now that you mention it, what happened yesterday? She looked away for a brief moment, but immediately turned back, smiled her pop sensation smile and shook her head. Nothing, I'll tell you some other time. So I ruined her plan by getting sick. She was going to make us swap rooms, and then kill Leon in my room to set me up. And I've completely fucked it up for her, so I guess she doesn't die now. Interesting. While they were talking, Kiyotaka, the ultimate moral compass, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger. You're late. Explain why you were tardy. The other students collectively raised their eyebrows if they were thinking, what is this guy yelling at someone who was sick? Makoto just smiled gently and answered him honestly. I didn't feel so well, so I was resting in the nurse's office. Can you note that in the daily logbook? That's consistent with my information. If that's the case, I shall consider the matter settled. The conversation progressed smoothly. Taka smiled as he kept talking. I'll take full responsibility for recording it, just focus on recovering. Please report to the health committee. It seems we'll need to appoint a health committee members after this meeting though. Oh, there's no health committee yet. God, Taka's annoying. Taka walked away, mumbling to himself as he opened the daily logbook he found in the academy supply room. Celeste Ludenberg, the ultimate gambler, saw the whole conversation and walked up to Makoto. Despite his unreasonable behavior, you know exactly what to say to him. As soon as Celeste said that, it dawned on Makoto. It's true he didn't feel well and that he had been resting. But when Taka asked him why he was late, even though he should have already known the reason, Makoto didn't feel annoyed or disappointed at all. It was as if he expected Taka to say that. Makoto felt strange that he accepted Taka's personality so quickly. He couldn't understand why he asked Taka to do something so unnecessary as recording it in the daily logbook. Why did I say that? It's like I was used to it. His response to Taka's demands came naturally to him as breathing. It's probably a response to the sealed memories of them being schoolmates together and knowing how that guy operates. Every time he tried to think about it, his headache grew even worse. Makoto struggled to think through the pain. A black and white stuffed animal jumped out from behind the gym's podium, began twirling around in a cheerful voice. Hey guys, is everyone here? He sounded like he was about to lead the students on a field trip, but not a single one of them had a smile on their faces. Of course, there was one exception. Hishiro, the ultimate clairvoyant, still believed their current situation was some kind of planned event. Monokuma ignored him and continued to address the students with his adorable voice. Today I'm going to tell you about our wonderful academy system. System? It reeks of danger just like a bear. I want you all to trample over the deaths of your friends and grow up to have hardened hearts. It's good to be a little naughty. I want you all to grow poisonous personalities. What the fuck? After making his nonsensical introduction, Monokuma moved on to the next topic. With this, he began providing a detailed explanation of the most vile system in the school, the class trial. You don't even know about the class trial yet? You can't just kill someone, you gotta kill someone without anyone else finding out you did it. He talked about his horrible graduation program with casual indifference. The killings hadn't happened yet, and his lecture didn't instill any despair in the students. As long as killing never occurred, there'd be no point. No one could really say that killing wasn't going to happen, but as the students' suspicion began to rise, Monokuma continued explaining the class trial to the end. As Monokuma began to explain the executions that would serve as punishment, one girl stepped forward. Junko. As soon as he saw how angry she was, the rhythm of Makoto's headache began to change slightly. You're freaking insane, you know that? The girl continued to complain angrily. She seemed completely different from the smiling person Makoto saw in the nurse office. Was Junko always like that? No, she's different. That's how Junko acts, but is that person really Junko? What am I thinking? Makoto struggled with his headache and confusion. Monokuma and the girl continued to argue. Are you saying that you're not going to participate in the trial? Only punishment awaits such blasphemy. I might throw you in deep dark prison. The strange feeling was now directed at Monokuma. Prison. They aren't that kind. A series of images flashed in Makoto's mind, and at first he thought it was some kind of parade. He quickly realized that was a mistake. What looked like lights were actually buildings engulfed in flames. The red decorating the scene seemed to have come from human bodies. Despair. It wasn't confined to the Academy, or even Japan. Images of worldwide death and destruction flooded Makoto's brain with every throb of his headache. I've seen this before. Besides the indescribable violence taking place in the images, there was one thing they had in common. Who are they? Rampaging terrorists wearing black and white masks wreaking havoc in the images. I think this escape button has given him headaches that are kind of clairvoyancies. He's figuring things out about characters' personalities and about the true state of the world that he didn't know before. The master terrorists were wearing perfectly resemble the face of the stuffed animal arguing with the student, Monokuma. I'm not going to be a part of this. Don't be so selfish. You're the one being selfish. Kill whoever you want. It's got nothing to do with me. The evil standing here before me. I'm trembling with fear. But I won't give in to such evil. It's my style to stick it out and resist till the very end. If you want to get out of here, you'll have to go through me first. Monokuma swung his arms wildly as he charged at the girl with waddling steps. The girl stomped on the self-proclaimed headmaster of the academy with ease. Is she about to die? Pinned beneath the girl's foot, Monokuma looked up into the girl's cold eyes and calmly asked, Are you... Huh? Violence against the headmaster Monokuma is not allowed. You violated the school regulation. At that moment, a chill ran down Makoto's spine. She's going to get killed. Monokuma's words sounded very threatening. It wasn't a prediction or a guess. It was the danger Monokuma posed from the start. If this continues, Junko's going to... His mind still didn't fully grasp the situation unfolding in front of him. By the time he realized he was about to remember something, he was already running forward. The impact of his feet combined with the rhythm of his headache, sending his brain and heart into panic. See, he's having premonitions, like Final Destination style, and knowing how to stop people's deaths. I invoke the mighty summoning spell. To me, godly spear Gungnir. Oh my god, Gungnir with the spears in the castle in the sequel. Were those the same spears that killed Junko in the first game? I never remember the name. At that exact moment, Makoto charged at her and screamed, Makuro, watch out. Oh, he knows her real name. The girl dressed as Junko widened her eyes in shock. As if to evade the charging Makoto, she jumped back with agility unheard of. And then, right at that moment, countless spears pierced the spot where she had been standing. All the students, including the girl, stared wide-eyed at the sudden turn of events. Spears had shot out at blinding speed from mechanisms installed in the floor and walls of the gym. Makoto was unable to notice this. But why did I call Junko Makuro? Yep, I have premonitions now. We can avoid all the things that happened in the story. A sudden impact struck him, followed by an intense deathly pain running down his spine. A spear stabbed into his side, tore his flesh to shreds and shot up his back, coated in blood and other body fluids. Whoa. The black fog that engulfed Makoto's mind was consumed by death itself. His consciousness slowly faded as he remembered everything. The electric jolt and the chemical compound from the escape button. The button that he had found by chance. Makoto had managed to escape. Escaping this hopeless game where he and his fellow students had their memories stolen and forced to kill each other. I guess maybe the chemical was bringing his memories back, which is why he was remembering stuff about the other students, including who Makuro was. Of course, that escape was also what led to his current life or death predicament. In the end, perhaps his only escape from one despair fell into another. His actions had unintended consequences for one person, the girl living a false identity as her beloved little sister, Junko. Makuro, the ultimate soldier, member of Ultimate Despair. Her past, her future, perhaps even her hope herself are on a path of despair. And so the curtain falls on Makoto's story for now. From this point, the story is about a certain girl. A girl who is more pitiful than anyone else in the sealed-off academy. A new curtain along with a new despair shall rise. Okay, so Makoto dies in this version. But he dies saving the fake Junko. So now Makuro's the main character. That's pretty cool, because Makuro didn't get to be part of the story at all. Really. Time had stopped for Makuro, as if everything around her had frozen perfectly still. In the past, she was known as the ultimate soldier and had experienced this feeling before. During her time with the mercenary group Fenrir, she was surrounded by hopeless numbers of enemies within jungle or desert ruins. The charging enemies seemed as though they were frozen in time, allowing her to claim decisive victories in her battles. This wasn't a battlefield, so why did this familiar sensation activate once again? In order to understand what had happened, Makuro slowly tried to assess the situation. Junko and Makuro are both children of despair. Junko, the true ultimate despair, harbors far deeper darkness. Their last names are different. Makuro is Junko's older sister, connected by the bonds of blood. She had cooperated with Junko's hopeless plan and impersonated her under the pretense of participating in the killing game alongside her classmates. According to the plan, Makuro was supposed to oppose Monokuma, who her sister was controlling, and be locked in a dungeon as punishment. But instead she tried to kill her own sister. I guess that was probably Junko's plan all along. Isolated from the others, she would then escape the dungeon and perform various acts intended to deprive the students of hope. That was the role she had been assigned. When Makoto succumbed to this headache, Junko ordered her to see if the shock had caused him to remember anything that could make him a liability. He woke up as she was tending to him, so she made a small talk with him, but she didn't notice any change in his behavior. At this point, she was certain there shouldn't be any problems. Nothing could go wrong. She stomped on Monokuma like her sister ordered, and flawlessly spoke the line she was taught to memorize. Afterwards, she would fall through the trapdoor into the dungeon and remain isolated from the other students. That was her role. She hadn't done anything wrong. There were no problems. There were no problems. She repeated that to herself over and over in a silent prayer, but in that frozen moment what she saw was not a trapdoor but countless spears. One of them had skewered Makoto through his side. Why are there spears? I would have died if I hadn't moved. Did Junko mess up the plan? She never messes up. Was she trying to kill me? Yes. 100%. Makoto saved me, but why? Why did he say my name? Did his memories come back? Did I not realize that? Is that why Junko got angry? Is this punishment? Junko tried to kill me. Her own sister. Slowly, time came back to the world. Makuro could feel her face turning pale as she slowly looked towards Makoto. The students' screams rang throughout the gym. Sayaka was probably the first to scream. But who screamed first didn't matter to Makuro. Makoto, why? Makoto was the ultimate lucky student. Not anymore. He had been her classmate for the past 2 years, and now he was sacrificed to despair. Not long ago, he had given her an answer of all sorts during their conversation in the nurse's office. He was just a pawn in the plan of her sister. A feeling of doubt began forming in Makuro's mind. As her heart churned restlessly, she continued to think. In return, I promised that if I do decide to kill, it won't be you. Was I impersonating Junko then, or did I really mean that? When did I start feeling this doubt? From the moment he saved me, or when we spoke in the nurse's office earlier? Makuro stood there confused and overwhelmed. As Makoto slowly opened his eyes, the spear still impaled through his side. Makoto, are you okay? Makuro was no longer impersonating the ultimate fashionista. Looking up from the floor of the gym, Makoto asked, "Why are you dressed like Junko?" He was smiling. He couldn't feel the pain anymore. Maybe he was being affected by something else. Makoto ignored the fact that he was dying just to give Makuro his warm smile. "I'm glad you're safe." As soon as she heard Makoto's weak, fading voice, something inside Makuro snapped. From within the shell of despair she had built up, an intense emotion began flowing out. This is all wrong. She couldn't hold back the emotion any longer. For the first time in her entire life, she unleashed a scream. As Makuro fell to her knees and clutched her head, a small shadow started walking along her back. The stuffed animal that had been under her foot, Monokuma. His claws were extended and he was no longer walking in his usual waddle. Instead he moved like a beast stalking his prey, and he slowly advanced within his target's blind spot. As he inched closer to Makuro, Monokuma raised his razor-sharp claws, crashed on his haunches, and suddenly leapt towards the back of her neck. Just before the claws could reach the paralyzed Makuro, a dark shadow moved from the side and swatted the claws away in one blow. The lunge deflected, Monokuma was sent flying through the air. Damn you, what are you trying to do? Sakura, the ultimate martial artist, had just prevented another tragedy. She stood before Monokuma, addressed him in a loud, booming voice. Not only did you attempt to kill Junko for violating school regulations, you even attacked Makoto. You had nothing to do with this. If you plan to continue acting in such a savage manner, there is no reason for us to play along with your game. Byakugan, the ultimate affluent progeny, smirked condescendingly at Sakura. Ooh. You could say you've now violated school regulations with your senseless actions. He looked as if he honestly did not care if his fellow students lived or died. She merely deflected the headmaster's attack just now, so I do not think it truly counts as an act of violence. Like Byakuya, Celeste seemed unfazed as she chided him over his words. However, the banter between the two was enough to stir the stunned students to action. Makoto. Sayaka was the first to run to him. He lay bleeding. Monokuma stopped her, shouting in a tone of voice that seemed completely out of character. Be careful, don't get too close to those two. Startled by Monokuma's desperate tone, Sayaka and the others stopped moving almost instinctively. The students looked around at each other. Instead of the usual playful gait, Monokuma walked towards them with deliberate, methodical steps. He suddenly blurted out something that took everyone, including Makuro, by surprise. I'm sure you're probably confused by this sudden turn of events, but I want you guys to work together. As Makuro slowly turned her head towards Monokuma, he pointed at her and yelled. Makuro, Ikusaba, and her accomplice, Makoto, are terrorists responsible for locking you all inside the academy. Uh-oh. Once again, time stopped for Makuro. This time she wasn't the only one affected. Everyone seemed to be frozen in shock. For a few seconds, Ao, the ultimate swimming pro, spoke first. You're kidding, right? Makoto a terrorist? Possible. Who's Makuro anyway? That's Junko. Monokuma began slowly explaining to Ao. The real Junko must be imprisoned somewhere in the school. Worst case scenario, she might be killed. Makuro must have researched which one of you would be easiest for her to impersonate and hide among you to pretend to be her. She was trying to make sure the killing game went smoothly. Monokuma's hands and feet began jerking in an awkward motion as he looked at the other students and heaved himself. I'm Biseki Madurai, the ultimate hacker. I'm your upperclassman. I hacked into the academy from the outside and was finally able to take control of Monokuma. This is Junko lying, trying to turn them on Makoto and Makuro. From the head of the terrorist organization that's controlling this robot from the outside. Makuro trembled as she heard the words coming out of Monokuma's mouth. For a brief moment she clung to the hope that her sister wasn't trying to kill her, but as soon as that hope was born, it was immediately consumed by despair. Junko had the power to transform hope into despair, and she would never let anyone hack her that easily. There was only one explanation. Junko was pretending to be someone named Basiki in order to frame Makuro and Makoto. It was as if though Junko was using Makuro's survival as a branching path to lead the students to a different despair. Monokuma continued talking, telling the students more lies designed to prod them into action. On your first day, you guys were exposed to sleeping gas, knocked unconscious, taken hostage. Makuro and Makoto are probably the only operatives that the terrorists sent inside the school. That means they probably know how to escape. Monokuma turned his face at Makuro. Makuro was a member of a mercenary group called Fenrir. She's a wanted criminal who's killed over 10 people within the school. So don't get soft and think you can capture her alive. That's exactly what the cops told me. The moment I saw an opening, I tried hacking the trap they set and tried to kill her. What about Makoto? Monokuma gave a cold, emotionless answer to Sayaki's question. Sayaka. My guess is that a measly little ultimate luck student didn't stand a chance of defying a group like Fenrir, who was probably threatened and forced to cooperate. Judging from his early actions, maybe Makuro seduced him. Sayaka's face went pale when she heard the answer. She immediately stopped talking. Makuro raised his head and shouted, You're wrong. Makoto isn't a terrorist. You all have to believe me. The whole gym fell silent, and then as if he was speaking for everyone, Taka stepped forward and nervously asked, "What do you mean Makoto isn't a terrorist?" "It sounds like you're saying that there's no doubt that you are in fact a terrorist. I ask that you correct yourself at once." Celeste began expressing her own doubts. "It's strange, it does not seem odd that she is also protective of someone we all just met a few days ago." Makuro stood in silence. The other students' faces began to fill with suspicion and doubt as they realized they weren't looking at the real Junko. Byakugan pushed up his glasses and began coldly pointing out that what seemed out of place. "I heard that fool Makoto, or whatever his name is, call you Makuro. How would Makoto know that your name is really Makuro if he just met you not that long ago?" "I've also heard of Fenrir," continued Byakugan. As I recall, its members have a tattoo on their body." Instinctively, Byakugan's words put Makuro into a calm state of mind. In hostile situations, her defensive reflexes of the ultimate soldier often manifested themselves. Makuro's tattoo was on the back of her right hand. She wondered how she could hide this from the other students without also calling attention to it. In the end, this concern was in vain. If the police records are true, she would have a tattoo on the back of her right hand. As Monokuma freely divulged that information. "Alright," cried Taka, his voice full of enthusiasm, "show us the back of your right hand and prove your innocence." Monokuma dispensed another unnecessary remark. "Make sure you look real close, she might have covered it up with foundation." Junko had ordered Makuro to hide her tattoo with foundation, so Monokuma's information was entirely true. There was nothing Makuro could do except stay quiet. She wasn't staying quiet though, because her identity was about to be exposed. She was struck by the realization that her sister was completely serious about pinning this on her. "Why the hesitation?" shouted the foolishly dishonest Taka. Oh, sorry, foolishly honest Taka. "As my classmate, I have complete faith in you." From behind him, Hifumi Hamada, the ultimate fanfic creator, murmured to himself as a cold sweat ran down his cheeks. "Well, look at that. I guess this is what they call a checkmate, huh? Why don't you just fess up already, you bastard?" In contrast to Hifumi, Mondo, and the ultimate biker gang leader, was royally pissed. There were some other students who were busy questioning Monokuma instead of Makuro. "Hey, you're not coming to save us?" shouted Leon, the ultimate baseball star. "You should hurry up and charge in here already." Monokuma looked at Leon and shook his head softly. "The police can't help you right now. Not only are you guys hostages, it's possible that the entire school's been rigged with explosives and poison gas. I hacked into the Monokuma robot to investigate for myself." "Then what about everyone on the DVD? What about everyone outside the school?" The memory of the DVD she was forced to watch yesterday still weighed heavily on her mind, but Monokuma didn't have a clear answer. "I don't know anything about any DVDs, but there are definitely terrorists causing havoc out there. Law enforcement around the world is in shambles trying to deal with this." "That's impossible." Sayaka shuddered and collapsed to her knees. Sayaka! Next to her, Chihiro, the ultimate programmer, was unsure about what she should do. Behind her, two other girls stood silently. The first was Toko, the ultimate riding prodigy, trying very hard not to look at Makoto as he lay bleeding. Oh, because she'll turn into Jack, the serial killer, if she sees blood. The other was a quiet girl who hadn't talked about herself much, named Kyoko. Unlike Toko, Kyoko was watching everything intently, as if she was studying the scene of a crime. From Makoto's breathing patterns to subtle changes in Makuro's facial expression, nothing was escaping her attention. Suddenly, Toko began nervously talking to Sakura. "Anyway, let's just say that Makuro woman or whatever is a terrorist. Hurry up and beat her to death or something." "We don't know what she is yet," said Sakura. "My fish do not meet our justice based on simple speculation." Sakura tried to get near Makoto to examine his wounds, but Monokuma stood in her way, shouting, "Don't come any closer." This meant that Makuro was anyone who could get close to Makoto. She had ended up countless lives in the battlefield, she knew from experience. If she didn't treat Makoto's wounds, he would die. His wounds were not immediately fatal, but if he continued losing blood, he would eventually slip into shock and die shortly thereafter. "Please, you need to treat Makoto." "Absolutely not," said Byakugan, harshly interrupting. "Tying you up and examining the back of your right hand is our first priority." "Makoto's in danger. Now's not the time for that," said Ao as she cast a worried glance. She was still having trouble understanding the situation and hadn't decided if Makoto was suspicious. Byakugan was about to snap back at her, but Makuro's action stunned her into silence. She took a deep breath, and then Makuro removed the blonde wig from her head. Where there were two long blonde pigtails only a moment before, there was now short black hair. She cleared her face of all emotion, and when she spoke, her voice rang throughout the gym. The student stared wide-eyed at her open confession. All she did was remove her wig and clear her emotions, but in doing so, the person the students had recognized as Junko vanished from their sight. The terrorist that had taken her place continued to speak in a calm, stoic tone. I helped lock everyone inside the academy. The confession of a seaside cliff moment was finally arrived, Hifumi blurted out. Wigs are against school regulations, Junko. Makuro, Shitataka. As if stirred by their cries of excitement, the other students began clamoring amongst themselves. Huh? Said Yashiro. Makoto's wounds are like real? Doesn't that mean stuff about terrorists or whatever is real too? Everything that's happened these past few days wasn't a bunch of staged events. As the reality of the situation began dawning on Yashiro, all Leon could say to him was, shut the hell up. Byakugan was just remaining calm and addressed Makura in a condescending manner. What does your group want? If you were after money, you would have already tried to negotiate with me. I'd rather let them die than surrender to your ransom demands. Our purpose is to fill the world with despair. Byakugan scoffed at this notion and began to speak once again. I see Monokuma said something similar, so that ideal is what fuels the terrorism. That's true. If you did anything to me, you would certainly fill the world with despair, but obviously that would be impossible for you. Ayo couldn't believe what Byakugan was saying, and frowned as she muttered, how self-centered can you be? More water. Oh, hi, Jeannie. Hope I slept okay. Oh, I haven't slept yet, unfortunately. And, I'm very dizzy, actually. Don't feel great, but I'll get to that. After confirming that Byakugan had no more questions for her, Makuro looked at Makoto, whose breathing had slowed and let her voice show some emotion. Makoto had nothing to do with this. You can't believe what Monokuma says. What did you say, bitch? Shouted Mondo. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're a terrorist, just like Monokuma said. Makuro looked away from Mondo and continued speaking. That's true, Makoto wasn't involved at all. Celeste coldly brushed her objection aside. I do not think trying to protect him will do you any good. After all, we have heard Makoto call you by your real name. She had no words. There was nothing she could say to protect Makoto, even though Makoto was truly innocent. Makuro was the ultimate soldier. Her powers were largely limited to battle. Even normal high school students could outwit her when it comes to debate and negotiation. If she were the ultimate negotiator, she might be able to convince them that her memories had really been erased, but in her current situation, she tried to bring up their memory loss. They would think it was a desperate excuse. Even Makuro knew that. Even if she didn't know what to say, she still knew what to do. Right now, we need to treat Makoto first. She started walking towards Makoto as if nothing happened. To the others, it seemed like Makuro had decided to abruptly change the subject. Hold it, we will immediately take Makoto to the nurse's office for treatment. We must tie you up. That was Sakura's honest demand. There was no way Makuro would accept it. If she was separate from Makoto, there'd be no telling what Monokuma could do to him. Between Mondo's hot temper and Byakuya's cold heart, Makoto could easily sustain further injuries under the pretense of interrogation. Furthermore, among these students, Makuro knew she was the only one who had experience treating wounds due to her time in Fenra. After mulling that over, she narrowed her eyes and went silent. Her mind was made up. She was determined to fight her way out of here and escape with Makoto. I apologize, but I need you to fall asleep right now. As she said that, Sakura instantly positioned herself behind Makuro. She was completely within her blind spot. To a normal person, it would have seemed like Sakura had suddenly vanished. After moving faster than any human being could see, Sakura's equally fast hands launched a blow towards the back of Makuro's neck. However, sorry Sakura, but I need to get out of here. Makuro parried Sakura's fist with a spinning roundhouse kick. Sakura raised an eyebrow at the unexpected counterattack. Makuro tried to use momentum of her kick to sweep Sakura's feet out from under her. However, Sakura dodged and instantly struck back against Makuro's pivot leg. But Makuro was faster. He jumped up, aiming a tornado kick at Sakura's chin. Sakura deflected the attack with one arm, and then both combatants leaned backwards, glared, and charged simultaneously. Every blow they dealt was parried and countered by the other, as though they were both unarmed. And though they were both unarmed, the sound of their battle echoed throughout the gym. It was like a typhoon had been compressed into the size of a car and set loose inside the gym. The other students were powerless to stop them. All they could do was stare at the breathtaking dance of death. After 10 minutes had passed, the enormous sound of a final impact rang through the gym. The two warriors leapt back once again and breathed heavily. My mistake. Though it's only been a few days, I can't believe I did not notice such impressive fighter was hiding among us. In addition to the surprise Sakura felt, it was as if the battle had left her energized. Makura, on the other hand, looked down at her arm, confirmed it had been wounded, and thought to herself, she's strong. I don't think Sakura is even taking this seriously right now. Despite being constantly surrounded by firearms, blades, traps, and explosives during the time in Fenra, this was the first time she'd ever been wounded. Makura was powerless before the might of the woman known as the ultimate martial artist, and the strongest woman in the world. Just as I thought, I can't beat Sakura with my bare hands alone. If she had been directly ordered to kill Sakura, Makura would have opted either to snipe her from a distance or poison her. At this close range, she would need an assault rifle just to stand a chance. She looked at Makoto and confirmed that his breathing had grown shallower. He needed to hurry. At that moment, she had no one to turn to for help. Suddenly, Makura had an idea. It was true that gaining an ally in this situation was impossible, however, she could still turn one person into her enemy's enemy. Makura took a deep breath before she charged at Sakura. She immediately fainted and charged at a different girl. Toko had been cowering in fear from the battle between Sakura and Makura in the corner of the gym. This is bad. Sakura was caught off guard and turned and tried to run after her, but Makura was one step ahead and reached Toko first. I'm sorry. Wait. Hold on. Blar. Makura jabbed Toko in her solar plexus, and she fell into her arms. Taka and Aoi yelled in shock. This is bad. She plans to use Toko as a hostage. Toko? In the contrast to their shocked faces, Byakugan just snickered and coldly remarked, You fool, you really think we care if you take someone we just met a few days ago hostage? Makura just softly glanced at Byakugan and replied, You didn't meet me here a few days ago. Oh, you didn't meet her here a few days ago. You met her here 2 years ago. Byakugan scowled. Makura ignored him and held her bloody arm in front of Togo's face. And then she yelled into her ears, Wake up, Genocide Jack. It seems so random and out of place. Why would Makura mention the name of a notorious serial killer right now? The enemies looked at each other with confusion. Sorry, the students looked at each other with confusion. Toko had been groaning in pain, suddenly kicked off the floor of the gym with a renewed vigor. She leapt into the air much higher than any normal human should have been able to. While hovering several meters in the air, Toko twirled faster than a professional figure skater. This caused her skirt to flutter, revealing multiple pairs of sparkling scissors. Countless tally marks were scratched onto her legs, like kill counts carved into a fighter jet. If not for this situation, Toko's glamorous jumps and spins would have been a sight to behold. The girl formerly known as Tuka, cackled wildly. Toko. Her red eyes sparkling over, and her absurd long tongue flopped out of her mouth. You called for me, so I appeared. About a murder IOU, or YOU. That's hilarious. YOU, you. Toko? The situation had changed so drastically that even Sayaka, who was silent until now, spoke up. Hey, you flash in the pan? Don't treat Genocide Jack like that. The dirty girl doesn't bathe herself at all, so I gotta put 5 times the effort to rub myself down in the shower. It rhymes? I didn't even notice. Toko's sudden change of personality sent the students clamoring amongst themselves. Hey, Leon yelled. What the hell does that mean? Monokuma just shook his head. There are some things even I don't understand. The students continued to panic at the strange turn of events. Toko, now calling herself Genocide Jack, took a set of scissors from under her skirt and snipped them with glee as she looked around the gym. Huh? Man, it's been a while since I got to stretch my legs. So what were you guys going to do here at the gym while I was snoozing away? Have an orgy? I do understand, I totally understand. You guys need me to cut your clothes so you can feel even naughtier. Why the hell would I do that for, you dumbasses? My scissors are only meant for cutting the supple, tender flesh of adorable boys. Genocide Jack was causing a ruckus, but when she saw Makoto laying on the floor, she tilted her head once again. Big Mac, you're like totally about to die. What's the deal? Did the world fill you with so much despair that you all came out here to commit suicide? I think... No. I think it was... Okay. That's so hot, but why are you starting without me? What? Toko? Cried Aoi. Get a hold of yourself. Genocide Jack ignored Ao and let her emotions run unchecked, jumping and dancing with excitement as she held her scissors. Geez, I wanted to stab Big Mac's sides myself. The spot right here where these ribs are kind of showing. He's not even screaming right now, though. What does that mean? He's not died. He's not dying quickly. This is all the aliens' fault, Yashiro said, burying his head into his arms, but no one was paying attention to him. The student's attention was entirely focused on Genocide Jack. Using that to her advantage, Makuro began sneaking back to Makoto. She cautiously picked him up so she confirmed his body temperature was starting to decrease. He can still make it there in time. Although she was carrying another person, Makuro managed to soften the sound of her footsteps as she ran across to the gym's doors. By the time the students heard Makuro open the door, it was already too late. She had managed to escape the gym with Makoto. Not everyone was unaware of what Makuro was doing. Monokuma saw her movements out of the corner of his eye, but chose not to tell the students. One other person, Kyoko, she saw Makuro carry Makoto away, but did not inform the others as she watched them leave. Oh, wrong one. As everyone wrestled with their own personal thoughts and speculations. Hope's Peak Academy began walking a path towards completely different chaos. Jesus. With Makoto on her back, Makuro took several trophies from the gym entrance hall, and after passing through the door leading to the hallway, she jammed the trophies through the door handles. Though Sakura could easily destroy the makeshift locks, they should buy Makuro a few extra seconds. Makuro started running to the nurse's office, the place she last spoke to Makoto. Everything necessary for performing the first aid could be found here. Her little sister was her enemy. Her fellow Ultimate students were her enemy. Her only ally right now was Makoto, who was on the verge of death. Makuro knew that even she wasn't her ally right now. Amidst all this chaos, amidst her sister's betrayal, and nearly being killed, she believed. She believed she was the only one who truly understood her sister. That's why she felt like she had to protect her. That's right, you didn't do anything wrong, Junko. You just wanted to feel despair, that's all. Because you love me, that's why you wanted to kill me. You were just trying to feel despair, right? I'm sorry I failed to bring you despair, but at the same time, she wondered. If she saves Makoto and betrays her sister by disrupting her plan, wouldn't that fill her with an even stronger despair? Wouldn't that make her happy? But betray Junko? What should I do? Makuro closed her eyes and listened to Makoto's weak breaths. Ugh. On a battlefield where all you need to do is kill and survive, Makuro was invincible. She could suppress all her emotions and fully immerse herself in becoming a perfect killing machine. But on this twisted battlefield of daily high school life, she could no longer keep her emotions in check, especially around her sister. Makuro, the ultimate soldier, was beginning to question being the ultimate despair. The old impulses of a normal high school girl inside her were starting to affect her state of mind. The poor girl continued to run through the dark hallways, clinging to this conflict. She was now walking along a narrow, hair-thin path between the hope of Makoto Negi and the despair of Junko Inoshima. Meanwhile, everyone still in the gym was still in a state of complete confusion. Toko was famous for being a prolific author, but even though she came across as unsociable and depressing, her mind-blowing transformation seemed to have just tossed all that aside. Toko was Genocide Jack? Sayaka trembled with fear as Jack tilted her head and stuck out a long tongue. What's with this reception, guys? You guys didn't know who I was? Have I been found out? Or have you known all along? Why was the sullen samurai dressed like that? The outfit didn't look good on her at all. The sullen samurai was probably referring to Makuro, which means Toko already knew who Makuro was in advance. Confronted by that shocking truth, the students had no idea where to begin talking, so many things were clearly wrong at this point. There were a few students such as Byakugan and Kyoko who opted to remain calm and observe. Alright, someone better spill it. Who gave Makoto an extra mouth to feed? I don't care if you want to stab him or slice him, I just can't forgive whoever put that ugly ass hole in Big Mac's stomach. Toko, no Genocide Jack, spun her scissors in her hand as she spoke. Her emotions and facial expressions constantly changed. Even without the threat of her scissors, she exuded an aura of danger that made her unapproachable. The flank steak of a young boy like macaroons is like a Blue bird that pops out a golden egg. If he would have just let me handle it, I would have killed him so good that even Tiltil and Miltil would be eager to die. But poor Mayakuti's heart would have been stomped on by such a sloppy kill. That actually sounds pretty exciting too, but I declined. Toko, you're not making any sense, screamed Ao. What in the world happened to you? Genocide Jack answered by pointing scissors at Ao. What happened to me? I got bored, that's what. Sourpuss locked me up a few days ago, but when she went unconscious, I thought I'd finally get to do my thing. But I woke for all this? Maya Cutie's soaked with blood, and I've got no clue what's going on. It's so damn confusing, all I can do is laugh. No one seemed to be able to get the straight answer out of Jack, so Hifumi made a timid remark. I've dealt with girls like this in my 2D dating games, but this doesn't even compare. Don't give a less difficulty level to clear her. I can't believe you'd even think about her as someone of worth. Clearing, mumbled Neon. It was clear that things were going nowhere. As if she were responding to everyone else's expectations, Sakura stepped forward. She might be in the throes of confusion. I should try to restrain her for now. As though she had heard that, Genocide Jack stopped moving, stuck out a lizard-like tongue, and grinned wickedly. Oh, what's up? Are you really gonna fight me, Battle Ogre? Too bad, my lovely scissors are only for cutting adorable boys. Women should just stay home. I won't taint my scissors with your filthy blood. Replied Sakura. It seems my words are useless on you. Sakura entered a fighter's stance, determined to restrain Jack. But Jack knew she couldn't win in a fair fight, and opted a strange stance of her own. In a normal fight, Jack would have obviously lost to Ogre, but if Jack focused just on dodging attacks, the outcome of the fight could be hard to foresee. Of course, Genocide Jack's physical abilities were only obvious to a few of the students in the first place. The two women exchanged hostile stares as other students gulped nervously and watched. Except for one person. Kyoko was watching something else. She was watching Monokuma, who was in the corner of the gym, unmoving, as white noise emitted from his speakers. He had stopped moving the moment everyone's attention focused on Sakura and Toko. It's possible that Madara's hacking had been disrupted, but an infinite number of other possibilities were also swirling in Kyoko's mind. She brushed back her hair with a gloved hand and continued to watch. She couldn't fully remember her talent, but the actions she was taking right now were fueled by pure instinct. The strange situations that kept occurring in front of her were shaking her to her very core. Her mind worked diligently to scoop up countless amounts of information from her vast sea of memories. As they were synchronizing with the synapses firing in her brain, Sakura and Toko kicked off the ground at the same time and an intense impact ran through the gym. Oh, there goes that fight. More water. Oh, I need to pee again. Damn it. I'll just leave this run. Alright. This is the most I've ever peed in one stream. But I gotta keep drinking water to stay alert. No more coffee. Not worth it anymore. As soon as Makuro entered the nurse's office, she rummaged around the medical supplies and did what she could to stop the bleeding. Though still quite shallow, Makuro's breathing slowly stabilized. Makuro let out a sigh of relief. Even though she was somehow able to stop the bleeding, she wasn't out of woods yet. Miraculously enough, it seemed like none of Makoto's major arteries or organs were damaged. Was this perhaps thanks to his ultimate luck? Maybe he wasn't actually all that lucky. After all, the only sort of medical treatment he could hope for was partial at best. If only I could do a blood transfusion. The nurse's office should have had several blood packs for transfusions. Makuro suspected that Makoto's blood type might be written in his handbook, but as she reached over to search his pockets, I see her reaching for the sleeping boy's clothes. What in the world is about to happen next? Adults can keep playing, but you kids better press the B button, okay? Oh, it's fucking Monokuma. Makuro turned around to find the familiar voice of Monokuma standing before her. You're all alone with Makoto right now. Just think of me as a cute wild animal and let your lust lead the way. As the headmaster, I must prevent any illicit sexual relationships, but physical education class is just fine, you see? He looked just like the one that was at the gym. It was clearly a different Monokuma. Multiple Monokumas had been placed throughout the entire academy, so it wasn't a stretch for him to suddenly appear out of nowhere. The same person was controlling all of them. Makuro had been wary of Monokumas attacking her while she was treating Makoto's wounds. His appearance at this particular moment seemed to take her by surprise. Junko? Asked Makuro. Monokuma tilted his head along with his entire upper body inquisitively. Junko? Who's that? I've never heard of that country before. No more jokes. Answer me, Junko. You planned to kill me earlier, right? Junko this, Junko that. What's your problem? I'm telling you, I'm Monokuma. You must be a big disappointment if you can't remember something like that. You're not just a disappointment as a person, you're a disappointment as a sister too. You're too skinny and your brain is nothing but muscles, and your personality is just unbearable. I'm sorry, said Makuro. She didn't need to apologize, but hearing her little sister call a disappointment yet again was enough to make the old soldier recoil. Monokuma ignored her in her current situation, climbed on top of Makuro's barely breathing body and began poking his cheeks. So what are you going to do with Makoto now? I'm really interested in human mating habits, you know. What are you? Asked Makuro before trailing off. Monokuma lowered his tone and began whispering into her ear. Makoto's a pretty nice guy, huh? He even sacrificed himself to save you. He's so generous it's actually hopeless. He's not dead yet, insisted Makuro. Despite her firm tone, she couldn't hide the fear lingering in her voice. That's the most disappointing thing about you. You can't even say I won't let him die. And I won't let him die, Junko. Makuro could barely get a word in as Monokuma interrupted into laughter. As if you could do that. Too bad, no regrets, see you tomorrow. Is this all because Makoto was the first person to smile at you? A disappointing, depressing, unladylike, inhuman killing machine? Despite denying that he was Junko, Monokuma began speaking at length. This contradiction was very much like Junko, and Makuro was so shaken that all she could do was watch the bear prattle on and on. Only the fit survive this world. The only thing that kind-hearted people can do is die. As proof, you're going to watch Makoto die really soon. He won't die. Makuro's tone of voice had become irregular, even though she took off her Junko wig. Aside from her conversation with Makoto, everything she said as Junko was far from a script that her sister had written. But now there was no script for Makuro to rely on. Makuro was treating Monokuma like she would treat her own sister. If the other students saw her acting so weak, they'd never believe she was the same person. And not just that, if anyone from her mercenary past could see her now, her stark change in attitude, it might make them think she was someone else entirely. Monokuma continued to rail against Makuro. Nope, he's gonna die. I know it's sad, but you just have to face the facts. Monokuma wriggled his limbs and danced around, pointing right at Makuro's face. Because Makoto is going to die by your hands, huh? Infighting among the terrorists. The big bad terrorist silences the weak-willed Makoto before he can leak any information. Doesn't that happen all the time? In the end, all the desperate things you said in the gym turned out to be lies you told just to escape. Makuro frowned at Monokuma. You can't do that, Junko. I won't let you do that. She blurted out those words in a trembling voice. Makuro was gripped with confusion about what she had just said. Am I defying Junko right now? Why? It was such a strange feeling. To Makuro, it was like she was standing on the ledge of a tall building and imagining what would happen if she jumped. A destructive feeling akin to holding a friend's baby and wondering what would happen if you tripped and fell. Okay. Before she knew it, fear and anxiety had suddenly taken control. As a member of Fenra, and his ultimate despair, Makuro had killed innumerable people, but she had handled live grenades, she had descended from the sky in a parachute, anti-aircraft weapon firing around her. Her heart never wavered on the battlefield, but now it felt like it collapsed any second. Monokuma, however, was as stable as a tree and slightly tilted his head to the side. Weren't you listening to my story? I'm not the one who's going to kill Makoto, you are. Monokuma began giving a strange explanation to a very confused Makuro. Do you know what this suspension bridge effect really means? It means you push a person you love off a bridge and they'll be yours for eternity. I haven't heard that at all. Life doesn't always follow your textbooks. It's sad, but that's what love is. Her words made no sense, and Makuro couldn't think of anything to say as she stood there dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Monokuma continued his little speech, intentionally saying things meant to antagonize. Basically, this is your big chance, you know? If you kill Makoto right away, right here, right now, nobody will ever take him away again. Makoto, dead by dawn. The last name he ever spoke was Makuro. The last person he ever smiled at was Makuro. Doesn't that sound wonderful? There was a certain appeal to Monokuma's twisted suggestion, and Makuro found herself unsure of her own judgment. Was it really Junko saying all this? No. It's Monokuma. Are you sure you want to help Mikado? Once he gets better, he's going to know everything. He'll know what you did to your classmates. I can't believe you'd actually erase your friends' memories of your time together and force them to kill each other. Makoto might get mad at you and say, our real enemy isn't the bear, it's her. Do you really want him to blame you for this? Makuro's face turned pale. Or are you going to kill the others? If everyone except you and Makoto dies, you'll be able to spend the rest of your school life together. We can't hold a class trial with only 2 people. It might be a good idea for you both to live the rest of your lives in this academy forever. What are you going to do if his memories return? It's not like you were dating Makoto or anything. You were just watching him from afar the whole time. Man, you're so shy, you can shoot people's hearts and brains no problem, but you can't even woo some stupid boy into liking you. Do you want to know who Makoto had a crush on before his memories were taken away? Makuro trembled as Monokuma continued pressing the issue, gradually loosening the screws, keeping her heart secure. Makuro chose to pretend she didn't hear anything at all. All emotion vanished from her face and she looked silently at Makoto's e-handbook. If you're looking for his blood type, it's not written in the handbook. Makuro's face turned pale. Within 5 seconds, her plan to ignore Monokuma had already failed. But since your headmaster is made up of 50% kindness, I'll tell you anyway. Makoto's blood type is B. As soon as she heard him say that, all the anxiety, horror, hostility, malice, and dread churning within Makuro had completely vanished. Thank you, Junko. Junko's eyes sparkled without a hint of suspicion. She turned her back to Monokuma without a hint of suspicion. She did that twice. What the fuck? And walked towards the refrigerator containing the blood packs. Fresh blood packs should have been prepared before the plan took effect. They'll last in cold storage for 21 days and they should still be good. Despite her emotionless face, Makuro let herself feel a small amount of satisfaction as she took a blood pack from the refrigerator. As Monokuma watched her, his normal emotionless eyes twitched ever so slightly. If a third party could see his face right now, or even if the other students could see his face, they'd wonder. Is Monokuma surprised? They'd have the same shocked look on their face if they were seeing Monokuma for the first time. A whisper crept on Monokuma's emotionless face. There should be a limit to how disappointing you can be. It was far quieter than a mosquito's wings. Even with her battle-hardened hearing, Makuro couldn't hear what he said. Monokuma shook his head and the voice turned normal. It's not like I care about you, the ultimate despair, has hope in anyone. It's not like I expected much from you to begin with, so all this at least helped me feel despair. Seriously, you disappoint me. Just so you know, despair and disappointment are completely different things, okay? They're as different as bears and pandas. What are you? Makuro's body started to shake as she turned back to look at Monokuma. He hadn't started talking any differently than usual. Junko hadn't turned off the voice modulator and started talking in a real voice or anything. And yet Makuro was utterly terrified. She was terrified on instinct, not as a soldier. Half the reason she was terrified was because of her instincts as the ultimate despair. and the other half was because she was Junko's older sister. Even through Monokuma, her instincts was telling her that Junko was annoyed. Junko, why are you so annoyed? Is it because I betrayed you? Is it because I didn't die like you wanted me to? Ugh, sulked Monokuma. I'm beyond annoyed. I'm really, really angry. I'm really, really disappointed right now. I'm so pissed I could take a rage nap right now. Monokuma's anger didn't seem any different from his usual anger towards the students. Mikuro could instinctively sense another emotion mixed within it. Right now she could feel that Junko is feeling hopeless disappointment. It's normal for someone to disappointed to lose hope, but the ultimate disappointment means something else entirely. To them, disappointment was tantamount to losing despair itself. Mikuro was a member of Ultimate Despair, and her sister's behest, Mikuro had soiled her hands many times in order to fill the world with despair. Despite her pride towards being a member of the Ultimate Despair, there was a clear difference between Mikuro and her sister. Junko was a despair incarnate. She was born in despair, letting it infect other people's hope so it could rot them from the inside, twisting them into her own image. For Junko, feeling hope was its own despair. Creating despair in others created despair in herself, which caused her to feel both intense pain and intense bliss. Junko had walked the fracture created from the conflict between the pleasure and penance all her life. Eventually the fracture would widen until it swallowed the whole world and tore it in half. Mikuro, on the other hand, had neither hope nor despair for the world, at least not when she was a member of Fenra. Since she was a child, she believed she was meant to spread despair because of her sister. She didn't harbor any ill will towards the world, she simply accepted she was meant to spread despair and choose to walk the same path as her sister. The doubt she felt was only in recent development. When Junko told her about the plan, she watched the world burn at the hands of terrorists wearing Monokuma masks. She never wavered once. However, as soon as she heard about her sister's plan to make her classmates kill each other, Makoto included, a strange feeling began to stir. What started as a seed of doubt grew into a thorny vine ensnaring in Makuro's feet. As soon as she disguised herself as Junko and finished meeting the other students, as soon as she had confirmed that everyone's memories had been completely taken away, the vine began to tighten around Makuro's heart. They're gone. Junko's the only one who knows about me now. That's it. That's no problem, it's just like old times. Things will never go back to how they used to be, but that's fine. This should be fine. She had relinquished the past 2 years she had spent with her friends so she could betray them, and deliver a death and despair onto them. Though her heart ached, Mikuro was beyond feeling guilt or remorse for her actions. The question, why does my heart ache like this, still remained unanswered. Perhaps that's why she spent so much time talking to Makoto when she was in the nurse's office. When Makoto gave her that one particular answer, something changed. In return, I promise that if I decide to kill someone, it won't be you. The words Mikuro blurted out to Makoto weren't improvised to further her role as Junko. It was honest sentiment from the bottom of her heart. She was even planning to ask Junko herself if Makoto could somehow be spared. Over the past 2 years, Makuro's interests had been slowly shifting away from her sister and towards the world itself. By extension, her interest included Makoto, the first person to ever smile at her and make her feel connected to the world. He was like a sapling of pure honesty that had taken root in her heart. By the time she had realized that, the tree had already rotted. As Makuro struggled to understand the situation, Monokuma let out a sigh and said, I wonder which part of you is a wolf anyway. You're just a dog that blindly follows Junko's orders. What does a tattoo on your hand even mean? Are you just a bitch who's pledged her loyalty to her owner? I bet Toko would say that. I'm positive. Monokuma continued to talk as Makuro stand confused. I was obviously lying when I said Makoto's blood type is B. What? Cried Makuro. You lied? A normal person would have been suspicious. I never thought you'd actually believe me. I must have misplaced my eyes because I totally did not see that coming. Not even with the ability to predict the future. How shocking. Geez, I'm able to start crying my eyes out like some sort of robot cat, seriously. It's gonna be okay, Junko, said Makuro. I know our plan kind of fell apart, but I'm still on your side. Are you feeling alright? Because I'll do anything. Snap. A harsh sound came from Monokuma's mouth. The sound was my circuits overloading. It's been so long since I felt this angry. Meet me on the roof of the school. I'll smash out your baby teeth. Monokuma started shadowboxing in front of Makuro, who remained frozen in place, clutching a blood pack in her hand. She was still looking confused, and Monokuma threw up his arms in frustration. You're so disappointing, I can't even predict it anymore. Roar. A threatening roar burst from Monokuma's mouth as he leapt at Makuro with his sharp claws extended. At that moment, her face became completely emotionless. It was not a conscious action. A defensive instinct had honed during her time with Fenrir to temporarily express her emotions so she can counter Monokuma's attack. But Makuro grabbed the nearby IV stand and used it to parry Monokuma's claws. However, Monokuma's claws seemed to be made of a special alloy and sliced the bar in half. Instead of following up his attack, Monokuma continued talking to Makuro. I guess you're not much of a disappointment when it comes to fighting. In fact, if you were so pathetic you died from a single attack, that would have been interesting in its own way. Right now, you're just incompetent at everything. I'm sorry, said Makuro. I couldn't help blocking your attack. There's no way I can fight you, Junko. After all, I'm all you have. I'm the only one who understands you at all. Makuro's words were riddled with endless dismay. The contrast between her usual stoic self and the way she was acting now was so stark. People might assume she had multiple personalities. Monokuma just quietly stared at her. He was perfectly still, as if his function had powered down completely. Makuro continued to share her feelings. There's no way I can just leave you alone. And then Monokuma broke his silence. At that moment, a monitor in the nurse's office lit up, displaying a girl's face, Junko. At the same time, a voice completely unlike Monokuma's began to play through the speakers. Hey Makuro. Junko. I had been several days since Makuro had heard her sister's real voice, though her face remained emotionless, excitement sparked in her eyes. However, that shine immediately dulled. I'm grateful to you, Makuro, I mean it. Junko's voice emanating from the speakers sounded very gentle and kind. I'm really sorry. I said so many mean things to you. I even tried to kill you, and I was about to make you do something horrible. Even though I know about your feelings towards Makoto, I don't. You don't have to force yourself. Even if you didn't notice, it was totally obvious to anyone looking at you. You never cared about the class photos, but when Makoto said he was going to take one, he made sure you were facing the camera. And then Junko Inoshima, the ultimate despair, flashed a smile. Pure, sweet smile. On the monitor, she looked like a normal high school girl, teasing her older sister. Makuro could feel despair and anxiety encasing themselves around her. I've always thought you should have tried hard to take pictures with Makoto. I guess that's what makes you so disappointing. Still, even though you're disappointing and annoying, I still love you. Makuro trembled upon hearing those words. I love you. That's all she ever wanted to hear her sister say. Makuro believed. No matter what Chikuro said, she believed she really loved her. She believed she was the only one who could truly understand the despair known as Junko. She was naive. As soon as she heard Junko say I love you, Makuro realized she never completely understood her sister. It was only at that moment that Makuro finally understood her sister's feelings. Junko's words right now were kind. Perhaps that kindness was completely honest. The words I love you might have been true as well. However, for Junko Inoshima, this was her way of saying goodbye. She was severing the ties between them. It was painfully clear to Makuro. And then before she could even say anything, the girl on the monitor had made a remark that cut Makuro to the bone. I'm sure someday you'll make your dreams come true. Ultimate despairs never talk to each other like this. The simple truth stabbed into Makuro's heart. Junko had no further use for her. Her own sister was parting ways. Makuro had dedicated over 10 years of her life to the cause of ultimate despair, and at this moment it all counted for nothing. For those years no longer mattered to Makuro. Her sister's rejection was more than enough to send her into depths of despair. That's why Makuro, even now, clung to a small sliver of hope. Junko was still on the monitor. Yeah, right. Did you really think I'd say something that nice? It's so annoying. Can't you just hurry up and disappear already? Makuro hoped Junko would say something like that. She hoped that she'd start verbally abusing her again or call her useless and incompetent. Makuro was no masochist. She'd prefer to be showered with bullets, contempt, than endure this kind of emotional pain. I love you, Makuro. Bye-bye. The monitor went black, leaving Makuro to process the horrible goodbye she just received. As if on cue, Monokuma started moving again. Isn't family love so nice? By the way, did you know that in about half the murder cases, the killer is a family member? Monokuma spoke in his usual tone of voice, but it was unclear if his words were getting through to Makuro. Makuro let the blood plaque in her hand fall to the floor, tightening her grip on the iron bar she was still holding. I'm sorry. Junko, I'm sorry. She mumbled quietly as if she was chanting a spell, walked past the blood pack on the floor and to Mikado's bedside with the iron bar in her hands. I'll do it properly. I'll make sure I do it. Oh, said Monokuma, perking up. What are you going to do properly? Do to Makoto with that big thick rod you got there? You going to do him? Or are you going to do him in? Either way, I'm starting to feel some heart-throbbing excitement. Makura looked like she had been completely broken. Monokuma walked closer to her with eager anticipation. Suddenly, Monokuma's body silently floated into the air. With no expression on his face, Monokuma tried to see what had just happened to him. In the blink of an eye, an iron bar ripped through his body. The tip of the bar, which had cut diagonally into a sharp point, went straight through Monokuma and stabbed into a surveillance camera. The lens was completely destroyed and the camera shot out sparks. The iron bar was still stabbed in the surveillance camera as Monokuma dangled from the other end. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but only static came out. A few seconds later, his functions came to a complete stop. Without making a sound at all, Makura had kicked Monokuma into the air. As soon as Monokuma's power source and his bomb circuit had perfectly aligned with the surveillance camera in the nurse's office, Makura plunged the iron bar through all three of them. No normal human has a skill to utilize such technique, not even an ultimate. All the hesitation within Makura had vanished. Her eyes sparked like a panther. A tense aura surrounded Makura even though she fought Sakura earlier. Ignoring Monokuma's lifeless form, she looked at Makoto as she breathed softly and remembered her sister's parting words. So this is despair, she mumbled to herself. I'm so sorry, Junko, I never really understood what despair was. She spoke without emotion like a machine. It's going to be alright now, I finally understand. Hidden within her, passions begin to stir. So, I'll make sure I make you happy, Junko. I'll make sure I fill you with despair. I'll save Makoto, I'll make sure the others don't die, and I'll let them escape from this place. I'll deal with the people on the outside too. You invested so much time and killed so many people. I'll destroy every last remnant of it for you. This is not an act of vengeance towards the sister who had abandoned her. This was an act of mercy. Stuck between the ultimate despair and hope she gained from Makoto, Makura was able to refine into something that was unlike despair or hope. She had no way of knowing where her path would lead. Ooh, wow. This is dramatic. Thank you, Minx. Get every last bit of this out. I'm at the point now where I should make a copy in this jar and see if it'll absorb the Biscoff. Well, that tastes weird. I can taste the metal of this drink bottle. Ew. 10 minutes had passed. The sound of the students leaving the gym and making their way to the nurse's office rang through the hall. Genocide Jack had continued to dodge Sakura's attacks with her tricky movements. When Byakugan splurted out, "Enough already, you irritating pervert," Genocide Jack stopped in her tracks. Oh my. Getting chewed out by the bespectacled Byakugan is making my masochistic side get all tingly. They say the line between sadism and masochism is paper thin, but in my case it's more like a Venn diagram. Words can't explain these hot waves of passions going from the top of my head to the tips of my toes. She rambled incoherently about Byakuya and other students tied her up with a microphone cable from the gym. Half the students stayed behind to keep an eye on her, while the rest left to search the grounds. As soon as the door to the nurse's office opened, Kyoko saw a non-functioning Monokuma with a hole in its chest and the remains of a surveillance camera. It wasn't just the nurse's office, though. On their way there, the students had seen several destroyed surveillance cameras and scattered Monokuma bodies. This was a clear violation of school regulations, but if Makura was allied with Monokuma, those regulations wouldn't apply to her anyway. The Monokuma inside the gym was no longer moving, and students had lost contact with the hacker. The students assumed that Madara had taken control of a different Monokuma and went after Makura on his own. With that in mind, Kyoko turned and looked inside the nurse's office once again. It was unusually quiet and the beds were empty, but Kyoko could see from the bloodstains that someone had been resting here recently. "Looks like they're already gone," Mondo remarked, but as he was about to leave, Kyoko spoke up. "I'm going to stay here with Chihiro and search for clues." "Huh?" asked Chihiro, her timid eyes widening. Kyoko continued to speak in a calm tone of voice. "There may be some clues in these Monokuma remains. I figured you'd be the best candidate for investigating machinery." Sakura spoke up. "Isn't that dangerous?" Since Sakura could clearly hold her own in a fight with Makuro, she had joined the other students in searching the school grounds. Kyoko shook her head and replied, "I'm sorry to say this, but if things get out of hand, Chihiro and I will just be in your way." I think it's better if we search for clues here instead of doing nothing. We might be able to use Monokuma's past to detect any radio broadcasts from the outside world. You certainly have a point. Understood. We'll be exploring this floor for a while. Please shout out if anything happens. Sakura left the nurse's office. How did she destroy Monokuma like this? As Chihiro cautiously stood over Monokuma's remains, Kyoko started searching through the room. She zeroed on one of the beds and began studying intensely. Kyoko was satisfied with what she found and let out a small sigh before she spoke. Chihiro, let me apologize to you in advance. I dragged you into this gamble of mine, so if anything happens, run into the hall and call for help. Instead of answering Chihiro's questions, Kyoko started talking to one of the empty beds. Let me say this first. I'm prepared to hear your story, no matter how ridiculous it may sound. I promise not to decide if it's a lie or the truth until after I've listened to it in its entirety. Chihiro looked confused. She didn't understand what Kyoko meant. The ultimate lowered her eyes and turned into the ultimate programmer to make a request. Chihiro, does your laptop have voice recording? And do you also have a microphone? Yeah. I want you to use that to record everything we're about to hear. But there's no one here. As Chihiro wondered to herself, she began connecting Monokuma's past to her laptop and turned on the record function. I'm sure we'll pick up every sound in this room now, Chihiro said nervously. Satisfied, Kyoko nodded and once again started talking to the empty bed. So what are you going to do if I told everyone that I found Makoto? When she heard Kyoko say that, Chihiro looked back at her and she was surprised by what she saw. At that moment, the ultimate programmer was kneeling on the floor next to Monokuma's remains. From that position, she was able to see it. Of all the beds in the nurse's office, there was one in particular that couldn't be seen from the entrance. Underneath that bed lay a limp Makoto. A blood pack was hidden next to the bed and slowly providing Makoto with transfusion. The contents of the blood pack were clear. Rather than blood, it was some kind of saline solution used in emergency hydration. It wouldn't be as effective as an actual blood transfusion. It was enough to keep him from going into shock. Though that was the extent of Chihiro's medical knowledge, she was already surprised that Makoto had been in the nurse's office this whole time. Not only that, but Kyoko wasn't talking to the bed, but Makoto was under. Which sent chills through her body. There was nobody under the bed that Kyoko was facing, but the moment Chihiro noticed that, a voice rang out from underneath it. As soon as everyone's attention was focused on Makoto, I was planning to take advantage of that opportunity, to take someone hostage. As Chihiro cautiously lowered her head until it was nearly touching the floor, she was able to make out who was talking. The person hiding there was clinging to the frame of the bed, like a ninja on the ceiling. Presumably, if someone had glanced under the bed quickly, they wouldn't have noticed anyone was there. Though Chihiro had no idea how the person was able to hide under the bed for so long, so he could at least understand their strength was beyond normal human level. There was no question the person hiding under the bed was Makuro. You have pretended not to notice. Why? Makuro's voice was as cold as ice, but Kyoko didn't even flinch. I wanted to hear your side of the story. I knew you were hiding under the bed. Compared to the others, the frame was slightly more pronounced. Chihiro tried comparing the beds to see if this was true, but she couldn't tell the difference at all. Only Kyoko's natural observation skills could let her see something like that. Makuro seemed to come to a similar conclusion, and appeared from under the bed without making a sound. Her face was stoic and cold. Compared to the bomb inside Monokuma, Chihiro thought she was even more terrifying. Makuro ignored Chihiro and shifted her gaze at Kyoko. She leaned against the wall and let her arms fall to her sides and threw out another question. Why do you want to hear what I have to say? Kyoko thought about the simple question for a while as if she was searching for her own heart for the answer. If I have to provide an answer, it's because I wish to remain neutral. Kyoko quietly looked down. I'm currently missing one of my memories. I don't know who I am, or what talent I had to be accepted into this school. She could hear Chihiro gasp behind her, but Kyoko didn't mind and continued. Even so, I believed I should listen to what I have to say. Regardless of whether you're good or evil, I must hear all the facts in order to know the truth. Good and evil don't matter. I'll come to a conclusion based on what I see and hear. I think that's the methodology that's been instilled into me. I completely forgot what you were like that, Kyoko. Before I listen to what you have to say, I'd like to ask you one question. Makuro's reply was completely emotionless. Kyoko presented her question as if it was asking herself as well. What was my talent that allowed me to attend this academy? The answer to that question was simple. You're the ultimate detective. The answer marked a turning point for both girls. Thank you, I have a better understanding of the situation now. Kyoko slowly raised her head and presented a theory. If my memory loss wasn't just a coincidence, know your group has the ability to erase people's memories. With that in mind, if we take into consideration the situation that unfolded in the gym, I can only come to one possibility. What you said to Byakugan when he thought you were taking Toko hostage. You claimed that he met you 2 years ago. It's possible that you might actually be true. The fact that Makoto called out Makuro's name, the things that Makuro confirmed and denied, Genocide Jack's outlandish claims. These key factors that Kyoko noted using her special observation skills were converging in her mind. It's possible that Byakuya and Toko's memories were also erased, like mine. I don't think their circumstances are quite the same. If our memories can be controlled so freely, it calls into question whether the day Monokuma appeared was really the same day we entered the academy. Like you said, it's possible we've known Toko Fukuawa for the last 2 years. What do you mean? Chihiro cried, still working at connecting her laptop to Monokuma's parts. Kyoko continued, speaking to both Chihiro and Makuro. We thought we were knocked unconscious with sleeping gas the moment we arrived at the school. It's possible we were also simply made to think that's what happened. We may have already spent the last 2 years at the school, and our memories of the time were completely erased. It's even possible we weren't even ultimate at the time. Just random people have been implanted with 16 years worth of false memories. Although Kyoko's claims sounded ridiculous, her face looked completely serious. She looked up at Makuro once again. I'm considering the possibility that your crazy story is actually the truth. Kyoko's declaration filled the room with silence. She didn't let that silence overwhelm her. Kyoko cut through with her own words. Without evidence, all I can do is make hypotheses. That's why I want to hear what you have to say, Makuro. I have no intention of blindly believing what you're going to say, or what self-proclaimed hacker who took over Monokuma said. She paused and lowered her eyes again, then declared with powerful determination, I intend to come to a conclusion as fairly and objectively as I can. I can only do that if you trust me and tell me the truth. Kyoko's convictions was clear from her voice. Makuro's eyes narrowed slightly, and a tapestry of emotions flashed across her face. When she opened her mouth, her expression and voice were completely devoid of emotion. That's right, I completely forgot. You were like that. Makuro repeated this to herself softly, then faced Kyoko and declared, That must be why Junko took care to erase more of your memories compared to the others. Very well, I'll tell you everything. After Makuro placed Makoto back on the bed, she began to mechanically tell a story. Of a girl who wanted to fill the world with despair, a girl who felt truly happy when she was filled with despair herself. The plan for despair that began 2 years ago. How the world was currently ruled by despair itself. Makuro provided a brief summary of everything she knew about the plan. That's why it sounded even more outrageous than Kyoko had expected. Through her story, Kyoko was able to learn the truth about herself. Who she is and why she came to the academy. The fate of the academy's real headmaster, Kyoko's father. As she listened to Makuro's story, Kyoko remained silent the whole time. Her face went blank, and she learned her father had died. Perhaps her memory loss and the absurdity of her situation helped lessen the impact. There was no guarantee Kyoko would even believe her story. After Makuro finished speaking, Kyoko stayed silent. Her unrivaled mental prowess, she was able to listen to Makuro's story without interrupting her or dismissing it as nonsense. You don't have to believe me. After all, any pictures that could prove my story are with Junko. All I can do is talk. After she said that, Makuro silently walked the entrance to the nurse's office. When she arrived at the door, she spoke again without looking back. But even if you don't believe me, you still listened to everything I had to say. Kyoko Chihiro, thank you. After apologizing in such a strange tone of voice, she turned to the bed where Makoto lay, breathing weakly. Make sure Makoto stays rested. When he wakes up, make sure you give him some sports drinks from the dining hall or supply room to drink. What are you gonna do? Asked Kyoko. Makuro straightened herself up. Despair. I need to make Junko feel despair. Makuro continued mumbling to herself as she opened the door. There's nothing else I can do. There is something you can do. Makuro stopped walking as Kyoko spoke firmly. Regardless of whether Monokuma's really Junko or Bashiki, if you're dealing with him, he won't be able to lay a finger on Makoto. I don't fully trust you, but if you're really concerned for Makoto's life, I'm willing to work with you. Unlike Bashiki, who's probably abandoned him already. I'm sorry. I don't really work well with others. Makuro looked away, then bowed her head as she left the nurse's office. I'll do my best. The doors closed and Makuro was gone. I'm sorry for involving you in something so dangerous, Chihiro. As she continued to organize the vast amount of information that Makura gave her, Kyoko turned to Chihiro, who was still working on Monokuma. She trembled with fear. Chihiro slowly looked back at Kyoko. What about what Makura just said? Chihiro's face turned pale as she struggled with the words, and Kyoko tried to calm her down. We can't determine if anything she told us is true. There's no need to be afraid. Chihiro shook her head and returned to looking at her laptop. I think she's telling the truth. What are you basing that on? Well, it looks like Monokuma is really being controlled from the outside. Part of Monokuma's system had been connected to Chihiro's laptop. She was analyzing the data. It was then that the ultimate programmer noticed something unusual. This control program, I thought it would be another year before the system became fully operational. Chihiro trembled as much as she was unable to continue speaking. She can't confirm that, said Kyoko, proposing another possibility to avoid jumping to conclusions. It's possible that a similar program is being developed in secret. Chihiro adamantly shook her head and said, nope, that's not it. This just looked really familiar to me. Kyoko looked over at Chihiro's trembling shoulders to peer at the screen. That's when she noticed the program. Did you create this? All the ultimate programmer could have done was nod weakly. Makuro continued moving forward. She was fortunate enough to not encounter Sakura or Mondo. With no interference from anyone, she made her way to the hall as large as the gym and stood before the sealed main entrance. Suddenly, Monokuma popped up from the shadows to block her path. Within this hall that resembles a nuclear bomb shelter, replete with all manner of heavy weaponry, Monokuma's silhouette was conspicuously out of place. His laughter rang through the room as he wiggled his body. What are you doing at the nurse's office? Did you eliminate your rival for Makoto's affections? Did you help play matchmaker? Don't you think it's kind of adorable to put Makoto and Kyoko in this kind of situation together? If this were a suspense film, those two would be the last couple standing. They actually were, in the main story, kinda. If this was a horror film, they'd just die anyway. The killer was alive all along. Splat goes the blood, plop goes the meat. I'm a huge fan of endings where the characters think they're gonna live, and then they're really headed to the final death. Detonation. That's weird. Wait, what the hell is a detonation? What does that even mean? Despite Monokuma's angry complaints, Makura remained unperturbed. She continued to stare ice daggers at Monokuma, as if she was waiting for him to finish speaking. Anyway, I'm just so sad right now. Regulation-breaking delinquent is disrupting the harmony of this peaceful academy. I don't even keep my students from running wild. Time to say goodbye to your incompetent headmaster. I'm going to use Monokuma evolution to become a big magnum headmaster and mold you into a decent student. As soon as he said that, Monokuma extended his claws and waddled towards Makura. If I'm going to mold you, I'm going to have to kill you first. Right as he finished speaking, Monokuma suddenly charged at Makura like a spiked volleyball. Makura was faster, dodged Monokuma's attack. She jumped back, making her distance from Monokuma just in case his claws extended even longer. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared next to her. Makura twisted her body to its limits, just narrowly evading the figure's attacks. When she landed on the floor, she immediately saw... What does the immortal killer want anyway? You gonna tell the others the truth and escape with them? Even though you know the outside world is like, right now, two Monokumas were speaking to Makura in unison. Honestly, I don't mind if you do that. I can just imagine the look of everyone's face when they discover the truth. It fills me with such heart-throbbing excitement. The two Monokumas continued to speak in stereo sound. You said you destroyed my plan, but there's no happy ending waiting for you, no matter which route you take. You said you destroyed my plan, and you only have yourself to blame. Don't tell me you thought they'd be grateful. If you guys escape here, do you think they'd still forgive you when they get a whiff of what nasty air outside? Some of them might prefer to stay in the school. Some of them might resent you for being kind and showing them the truth. Then again, this is all your fault anyway, so it doesn't really matter what you think. Monokuma made a little mistake. Despite facing down two Monokumas, Makura's expression didn't waver. She understood that controlling two was a piece of cake for Junko. Makura drew an arm-length metal bar from seemingly nowhere and readied herself. It was the remains of the IV stand from the nurse office sharpened to a pointed blade. With her weapon in hand, Makura responded in a cold mechanical tone. That's fine. I'm already used to that. None of the fear she felt when Monokuma suggested that Makoto should blame her appearance on her face. Her path was clear to her now, and she calmly issued the demand. Junko, open the gate. The shock of such a straightforward demand left both Monokumas momentarily speechless, but soon they replied, why? So we can all leave together. Another straightforward answer. Both you and Monokuma... Damn. Both Monokumas faced each other and began gesturing as if they were whispering to one another. Makura knew their movements were intended to mock her. Unmoved, she continued to speak to Junko directly. I think they'll understand if I show them the outside world, and then they'll stop doubting Makoto. You always find new ways to disappoint me, Makura. Did you forget why the school has an air filtration system? It's true the air outside is polluted, but I don't think it'll kill us immediately. Better than being trapped in the school. How can you be sure the others will go along with you? You know what I mean, right? Before the former headmaster got turned to space dust, he interviewed the others and they all agreed that they wanted to stay. That was before their memories had been erased. Do you really want to betray their wishes? Makuro blinked, slowly stepped forward. I don't really care about their feelings. You're really all I need, Junko. Don't worry, I'm always watching out for you. I want to make sure that you feel despair. I'm going to make Makoto and the others happy. If you want to revel in your own despair that badly, I'll trust the hope Makoto gave me and take my chances with them instead of you. Makuro's brief but powerful words caused the Monokumas to turn and talk to each other again. Oh my, this doesn't look good at all, Monokuma. This child doesn't realize her own hypocrisy. She's so disappointing she's starting to reach a critical mass, right, Monokuma B? The two Monokumas looked at Makuro, who seemed ready to destroy them, and said, What do you think, Monokuma C? Makuro was taken aback by their question, but her instinct suddenly kicked in and she immediately dodged. At that moment, a third Monokuma, claws extended, passed by where her head was previously. This new Monokuma landed with several spins and faced Makuro, who had clung to the remains of a surveillance camera still attached to the ceiling. I agree with both A and B. The three Monokumas lined themselves up. For the students locked inside the academy, this sight would have been akin to a nightmare. The three units began speaking in perfect harmony as the six eyes looked up at Makura. That's really freaky. Suddenly, they each jumped away in three separate directions and kicked off the walls. The path of each unit's triangulation attack converging on a single point, Makuro, who was still clinging to the ceiling. She was surrounded by razor-sharp claws coming from all directions, but the situation wasn't even a nightmare compared to Makuro. Compared to the time she faced off three assassins who had invaded her camp, she might as well... one night back when she was still a member of Fenra, this was nothing. The thought crossed Makuro's mind that she dangled from the ceiling with one hand and thrashed her limbs around like a tornado. Intercepted by this move, the Monokumas fell to the floor with a loud crash. Monokuma landed on the ground and chased after one of them, brandishing the metal bar. Suddenly she stopped moving, took a huge leap back. One of the Monokumas exploded with a deafening roar. He had detonated the bomb inside himself in an attempt to take Makuro down. Thanks to her honed battlefield instincts, Makuro managed to avoid the explosion. She looked towards the hallway, expecting the explosion to have attracted the attention of Sakura and the others. But she didn't hear any footsteps. Monokuma's voice rang out with a dense smoke. You don't have to worry. I already told the other students to assemble. They were eager to follow my orders after I told them I'd disarm the poison gas, and their special police unit was coming to get them. I'm pretty sure Kyoko and the others are all in the cafeteria by now. I'm sure Makoto is with them too. I doubt Sakura will get too rough with him, but I'm sure Byakugan will torture Makoto once he wakes up. I can just imagine him rubbing salt or pouring soy sauce in his open wounds. Man, I'm getting all hot and bothered right now. As she listened to Monokuma's overlapping voices, Makura tilted her head slightly and asked, I'm pretty sure they're going to find out you lied to them about the special police unit. Are you really okay with that? No worries. Once I've dealt with you, I don't care if all of you find out that I was lying. Poo-poo-poo. You still don't get it. You're such a disappointment. It suddenly dawned on Makura. Not the reason why Monokuma didn't care if the student found out he lied, but rather the voices of the Monokumas in the smoke were gradually increasing in number. As the smoke started to clear, the shadows of three Monokumas appeared. The one that exploded couldn't have revived, so a new one must have come to take its place. There's no way Makuro only heard three Monokumas talking just now. As if to prove her hearing had been accurate, the Monokumas suddenly made their move. Three Monokumas bent over and began twirling. From behind them a new Monokuma emerged, like after images brought to life. The second row of Monokumas mimicked the earlier ones with only one frame of delay, revealing even more Monokumas behind them. Oh my god. Eventually Makura realized that there were 3 rows containing Monokumas each. Did you know this is called a circle dance? Monokuma's 30 voices spoke in perfect harmony as they evolved information that had nothing to do with the current situation. Makura already knew that multiple Monokumas were positioned throughout the academy, but only Junko knew how many. Makura had no way of knowing if these 30 were part of a larger contingent. The flock of two-toned teddy bears continued to twirl around. Makura felt like she was being bombarded with hypnotic images. She faced this with an abnormal sigh. The ultimate soldier remained calm and maintained her focus. Early in the gym, when Makoto was impaled... As she stood before 30 emissaries of despair, she slowed her breathing and allowed her heart rate to accelerate. It was instinct, not fear or panic, that sent her blood racing through her body, speeding up the reaction time of her cells. It was instinct, not fear or panic. Oh wait, I read that bit already. As her senses sharpened, the Monokumas began speaking to her again. Don't worry, we'll make sure Makoto doesn't die. As long as everyone lives, I can reset their memories as many times as I want. That's right, all your effort, hope, dreams, and determination are going straight out the garbage heap. The Monokumas took turns speaking in groups of 10. As if the mastermind controlling the Monokumas wanted to show off her ability to manipulate them. However, the ultimate soldier knew what the true purpose behind all this was. She strained her ears to the limit and noticed a certain sound among all the hidden Monokuma voices. Makura's face remained perfectly still as she kicked off the floor. The moment she moved to the side, a roaring sound shook the entrance hall. The ceiling-mounted turrets in front of the gate started raining bullets. The Monokumas were just the mastermind's decoy while she tried to blow her away. As if further trapping her, the Monokumas charged at Makura through the storm of bullets. Makura suggested the mastermind program her movements in advance, so they wouldn't get hit by the single bullet. She ran for the gates, evading waves of bullets and claws every step of the way, programming 30 Monokumas and key turrets while also predicting Makura's escape route. This would be considered impossible for anyone, but Makura knew it was possible for Junko. The ultimate despair, she possessed despair-inducing abilities that surpassed the capabilities of a normal human. Her display of power was only fulfilling Makura with despair. The scene playing out in front of Makura was brimming with despair. The adorable deadly Monokumas laughed and danced like reapers as bullets whizzed through the air. It was despair to the point of absurdity, and it was all for Makura. In the presence of such despair, Makura found a strange serenity. Junko's doing all this for me? Are you watching me right now? In the end, perhaps Makura really was a disappointment. She clenched her fists. Junko, thank you. The sound of gunfire overshadowed her whisper, and Makura felt completely silent. As a member of the ultimate despair, Makura's heart was filled with joy. Although she was filled with emotion, her eyes had lost their sparkle. Silence filled the air, even if the gunfire from the turret seemed to stop for a moment. That was only an illusion to the one controlling Monokuma. Something strong enough to silence the gunfire and avoid being picked up by the senses spread through the school, with Makura at the center. I'll make sure that I do this right. With that final thought, she closed her mouth and turned off her emotions. She ran through the waves of scorching bullets, the air surrounding her beginning to grow colder. As this coolness spread onto her heart, she began to beat in a mechanical fashion. Several seconds later, Makura's body and mind melded together and became one with her surroundings. Her temperature now dominated the battlefield. Spare bullets and Monokumas filled the area. Makura predicted their movements and jumped into the air without any hesitation. One of the Monokumas jumped at her and she avoided his attack, kicked his body and launched herself in midair. Bullets pierced through the space. Makura was previously... Okay. Aurora. Striking the falling Monokuma right through his internal bomb. The impact of the bullet caused it to explode, sending fiery Monokuma parts everywhere. As she rode the blast down, Makura balanced herself in midair as she kicked away from the two. 3 Monokumas that leapt after her. She moved so gracefully she was practically flying. In contrast, the Monokumas threw themselves in the path of oncoming bullets, exploding one after the other. Some of them exploded near the main entrance, but their blast didn't even leave a scratch. With full control over the entrance hall, Makura evaded bullets and confirmed that the bombs inside Monokuma weren't enough to destroy the door. She refused to stop. Makura needed to get information on what she must do to escape the academy. She had no desire to kill Junko. Makura wanted to fill Junko with despair by instilling hope in the future and Makoto and the other students. That was Makura's ultimate goal. Get information, in contrast to her determination, her mouth stayed shut. This did not mean Makura was not currently speaking to Junko. This situation, this battle of death and destruction, was a conversation of sorts. All she knew how to do was fight. She thought she wasn't interested in anything else. She thought she didn't need anything else. All Makura needed was to be a sword to fulfill her sister's desire for despair. That purpose alone was the crux of her existence, and she lived her entire life convincing herself that she couldn't do anything else. That's why power was like a language. Battle to the Death revealed more about her heart than mere words ever could. Her words were in the middle of a savagery that blows across the battlefield, uprooting others who also speak the language of violence. This was true against her sister. When Junko would berate her sister, Mikuro couldn't talk back. All she could do was cower and apologize. But it's different now. For the first time, Junko was using a language her sister actually recognized. The child of despair who tore the world apart was speaking to her sister with the language of power. Mikuro's heart filled with joy. For that reason, she strengthened her focus and her conversation with Junko, and that emotion began to gradually disappear. On this frigid battlefield, Mikuro continued her heated conversation. Endless rounds of despair fired from the school's turrets. Mikuro's words intercepted every last violent shot that threatened to shatter her body and mind in half. She quickly realized the Monokumas hadn't decreased in number at all, no matter how many she kept destroying. Not only that, she noticed that more Monokumas had been joining the fray until there were nearly 50. Mikuro's resolve wouldn't break so easily. As she continued to wield the power, her heart began to fill with something that was neither hope nor despair. She learned despair from being abandoned by Junko, and she learned hope from her acts of violence. But Mikuro, who had no interest in this world, this small aspect in front of the gate was a reflection of her life, a representation of her perfect world. This disappointing girl, filled with endless disappointment, who knew no other way to live, continued her lonely dance. She surrendered herself to the rhythm of despair, which accomplishes the music of hope. Okay, damn. That's like J.R.R. Tolkien levels of describing a fight. And I need to pee again somehow. Gotta stop drinking this. As I do it again. Back again. Oh. Maybe no more water. Oh boy. I can't believe how many times I've had to pee. Jesus. Hey Moonu. You didn't complete the game? Yeah, I did. Oh god. I had to splash water on my face to keep me awake. It's just my mouth is so dry now, and I keep wanting to drink more water, and it keeps making me pee. It's getting crazy. Oh. A Monokuma room? Oh. Junko's room? What the hell? How much time had passed? The surveillance cameras at the gates were capturing footage of countless Monokumas falling at the hands of a child who fought like a raging demon. The Monokumas bolstered their numbers, and now 100 of them were trying to sink their claws into Mikuro. Most of them were running on autopilot, reacting to her movements based on prior information they received in advance. Despite standing before hundreds of mechanical adversaries, Mikuro's face showed no fear. She hadn't sustained a single injury, giving her presence that was nearly divine to behold. Sakura was powerful enough to injure her arm. Makuro in her current state could potentially fight Sakura to a draw now, without relying on firearms. She took complete control of the battlefield, taking in her surroundings as if they were part of herself. She dodged attacks from the rear as though she had eyes in the back of her head. She stabbed Monokuma's weak points with a metal bar, and no matter where the attacks came from, she deflected them. Describing her as the ultimate no longer did her justice. Makuro had transcended the boundaries of humanity and became a pure killing machine. Despite that, even though she understood the ludicrous power her sister possessed, Junko was not afraid. She felt not one iota of fear. After all, Junko can still feel despair. She even started to admire her sister's attempt to fill her with despair, but the sentiment quickly filled Junko with an orgiastic ecstasy of despair. Junko knew. She knew that Makuro was neither hope nor despair. She was a phenomenon. A disappointing girl who no longer understood herself, but knew how to be violent. Makuro had become an avatar of destruction. She couldn't even be considered a soldier anymore. She was a natural disaster like a typhoon or a tornado. Perhaps like gravity, she was now a fundamental force of nature that only existed to bring despair to Junko. The mastermind enjoyed watching her sister go all out. If Makuro destroyed everything and ruined her life, Junko would still be comforted by the despair. She could just go right ahead and overpower her. Junko considered this for a few seconds until a familiar hopeless habit reared its head. Her habit of getting bored so that it made her sick. The girl had been grinning as she watched the screen now bore a look of calm stoicism. She reached for the microphone connected to the Monokuma's speakers. Makuro was no longer human anymore, but Junko knew how to bring her back. It was simply a feeling, and with that hopeless feeling Makuro had in mind, the mastermind said one word: Makuro. In front of the main entrance, Makuro, that voice, it was calling her name. Instead of using Monokuma's voice filter, Junko's natural voice is coming out of a Monokuma unit. That's all it took. With one word, Makuro stopped being a force of nature and became a person again. Monokuma would not miss the opportunity. As if moving to the beat of Makuro's shaking heart, the torrent of claws leapt to attack her. Makuro trusted her instincts and twisted her entire body to fend the attacks, leaving with a few scrapes here and there. The despair wasn't over yet. The ultimate despair didn't waste any time making her next move. Makuro, watch out. As soon as Makuro heard the voice, her mind went completely blank. There was no mistaking it. It was Makoto's scream. The scream that saved her from the spears of Gungnir and changed her destiny. It took her a tenth of a second to realize the voice was just a sound clip that Junko had replayed. It was more than enough time to drag Makuro, who had regained her humanity, into despair. Right when she recovered from the moment of shock, Monokuma appeared behind her and roundhouse kicked her in the temple. She twisted her head to roll with the blow, but at that moment a different Monokuma attacked her from the opposite side with a headbutt. As soon as Makuro dodged that attack, three Monokumas launched simultaneously drop kicks that knocked her to the ground. The fact they weren't using their claws meant they weren't trying to kill her right away. She could stand up again, and a dozen Monokumas waiting for her on the floor climbed on top of Makuro and pinned her limbs. One of the Monokumas rattled over to Makuro as she lay face down on the floor and laughed. A pretty girl getting pinned by all these knees. I wonder if I should feel more excited about this. Don't make that face. If I wanted to kill you, I'd just pump you full of bullets right now, but I don't think the audience watching this on TV would like that ending very much. I need to make sure I do the right way this time. What do you plan to do to me? Makuro asked in an emotional voice. Monokuma guffawed and answered, nothing, I'm just going to stick to the original plan and make you play the killing game. I'll erase everyone's memories again, and I'll just make them redo the introduction and the entrance ceremony. In typical Monokuma fashion, he leaned his face towards Makuro. But that'd be boring if we had to redo everything. Maybe this time I'll have you participate as Makuro Ikusabe. I'll take away even more of your memories like I did to that irritating detective girl. You'll just be a poor little girl with no memory at all. As Monokuma talked and wiggled his body from side to side, the other Monokumas danced and twirled around. It was a fantastical scene, and Monokuma continued to describe his hopeless plan. At first you'll be the girl with amnesia, and everyone will feel sorry for you. As they unravel the mystery of the academy, they'll find out who you really are. It's exciting to know how they'll treat you when that happens. Knowing you'll probably kill someone purely on instinct. Maybe I should rethink my rules about self-defense. Can't. Her memories would be erased. There was nothing she could do about her classmates hating her. But losing even her childhood memories would mean her connection to Junko would be severed as well. Even if Makuro had no interest in the world, that was unbearable even for her. I've heard of New Game Plus before, but this is the first time I'll get to see New Game Minus. That's a pretty good one, actually. I should tie you up, for fun. Maybe we should make this game even more masochistic. Forget hard mode, very hard in Inferno. Just skip ahead to impossible. Maybe I'll erase your memories after I drag you on a motorcycle, pummel you with 1,000 baseballs, burn you at the stake, and crush you with an excavator. Mukuro knew that Monokuma was talking about. He was describing the tools they had prepared for various executions they had planned for the students. After everyone reintroduces themselves, they'll walk around the school grounds and eventually find a flat-chested girl with amnesia, covered in bandages with Fenrir's tattoo. I bet a certain fan base might get off on that. If this were a game, there would be increased sales by 500%. Monokuma sounded like he was joking. Everything he said was dead serious. As evidence, Mukuro heard a rumbling sound in the distance. Your sweet rider's on its way. Based on the engine's noise, Mukuro surmised it was a large motorcycle that was supposed to be used for one of the executions. I took the time to bring this all the way from the punishment room, so you better be grateful. The sound of the roaring engine grew louder and louder in the approaching footsteps of death. Mukuro wondered how Monokuma would drive it with such tiny arms and legs, but then she remembered she was dealing with the ultimate despair. Junko would make the impossible possible just to bring about despair. A despair that went hand in hand with Mukuro's fate. Did I fail? Didn't I fill Junko with despair? Couldn't I save Makoto? She wasn't able to answer the questions. There's no way she could have answered them so easily. After all, she was still alive. The sound of the motorcycle grew closer, as if it was threatening to break Makuro's spirit. Eventually, Monokuma stopped moving. The other Monokumas continued doing their automatic movements. As this strange event unfolded, Mukuro noticed something. The motorcycle had suddenly gone quiet. After a few seconds, the engine exploded to life and began to approach even faster. Only a few seconds later, what appeared in front of the entrance hall was an enormous motorcycle that plowed through the group of Monokumas like a predator hunting its prey. The rider of the motorcycle was none other than Mondo. Mukuro and Monokuma were both visibly shocked by this turn of events. Instead of addressing them, Mondo accelerated the motorcycle he stole from Monokuma directly towards Mukuro. Just before his front tire touched Mukuro, he popped a reverse wheelie and turned the entire motorcycle around. The back wheel swept over Makuro's back, knocking away all the Monokumas that were pinning her. Can you stand? Mondo asked, offering his hand. Confused, Mukuro took his hand and stood up. What are you doing, Mondo? I was so close. One of the Monokumas protested. Not in his normal voice, but as the hacker, Bashiki. Oh yeah, you're Bashiki or whatever, right? That's right. Why are you helping a terrorist? I ain't bragging about this or anything, but I have no clue if this girl is lying. The veins in his temple began to bulge and his cheeks flustered with anger as Mondo said, but still, I ain't the type to just stand around when some idiot gangs up with a girl. What are you saying? Get a hold of yourself. You must be experiencing Stockholm Syndrome. You deluded yourself into thinking with friends, with a criminal who's taken you hostage. Monokuma tried to explain to Mondo, but he ignored him, took Makuro's hand and pulled her onto the back of the motorcycle. Oh, shut the fuck up. I don't know nothing about Stockholms or syndromes. But no go acting like you can't boss me around. Mondo shouted and revved his motorcycle as if he was using it to punctuate his words. The ceiling-mounted turrets began moving, but the two disappeared before the turrets could take aim. Mondo shouted, he revved his motorcycle as he was moving. Wait. Wait, what? Oh, as they zoomed through the hallway, countless Monokumas chased after them, waving their claws wildly in the air. Why? Asked Mukuro. Huh? Shouted Mondo. His voice is even louder than the sound of the engine. Don't get the wrong idea. I don't trust you at all. He lowered his voice slightly as if he were whispering to himself. I don't know why, but I felt like I could trust what he said. He inquired. Mukuro. There was no time for questions. The unit leading the Monokumas chasing after the motorcycle had almost pulled after them. And then, like the enormous maw of some fearsome creature, they brandished their claws in perfect unison. At that moment, the motorcycle zoomed by a certain girl. The girl whose fighting ability surpasses that of any normal human, the strongest girl on Earth. With the fighting spirit that defied comprehension, the ultimate martial artist kicked off the floor. A sound even louder than the motorcycle's engine filled the room. When Mukuro looked back, she saw Sakura landing on the floor, sending a pack of Monokumas flying several meters away. Sakura! If she heard Mukuro mumbling her name, Sakura didn't acknowledge it. Like a statue of fearsome god king, she calmed her breathing as she stood before the pack of Monokumas ready for battle. Your pursuit methods seem unbecoming for one who claims to be the ultimate hacker. An overpowering order seeped from her skin, and her skin shimmered as an intense heat began to fill the hallway. Unlike the power of Mukuro's sheer violence, this was the power of martial arts. Mukuro froze the air around her, and the time and time along with it, but Sakura was generating enough heat to boil space itself as she stood before the Monkumas. With the heat stinging her back, Makura looked. Hifumi and Chihiro were cautiously peeking from behind the door leading to the dorms, while Ao and Taka kept watch from inside the building. After passing them by, Mondo slowed down the motorcycle as he reached the front of the cafeteria, turned to a complete stop. Other students looked wary. Amongst those students, Makura noticed two people who went regarding her with suspicion. One was Kyoko, the other was the skinny boy who was leaning against Kyoko, Makoto. Makura's lips began to tremble as she sat on the back of the motorcycle, ignoring the pain coursing through her body. His body. Makoto smiled back, repeated what he said earlier. I'm glad you're safe, Makura. Unfortunately, Makura was unable to realize her hope of filling her sister with despair. Instead, she had successfully planted the seeds of hope into her fellow students. Ooh. Oh. Did I expect the ending of the main game? Oh, no, not at all. Like, Junko came back as an AI. A lot of weird shit happened. I went Super Saiyan with hope. I did predict the virtual reality thing, though, because I said that at the beginning of the game. When the game first starts and it shows the code and the screen sketches out before it shows the beach. When it did that at the beginning of the game, I predicted that, like, it was probably going to be some virtual reality thing. And I was hoping it wasn't, because I thought that would be too cliche. And then it turned out to be true, but it was still interesting. There's a lot more going on with the reasoning for why certain things had happened and what was going on with the kids that had both survived and the kids that had died. It was pretty rad. Yeah, it was good. I liked it. It was just as insane as the first game was. They really know how to take it over the top. Okay. Makoto had barely regained consciousness while Makura was fighting the horde of Monokumas. When he woke up, he did something extremely simple. He talked about his memories. Most of the students were skeptical. They were still not entirely convinced when Makoto woke up and Sakura asked him certain questions. Beyond the walls of the school, the world is completely destroyed? You're saying there's no one else alive? Makoto slowly sat up to answer Sakura's meek question. Don't worry, I'm sure Kenichiro is still safe. I'm sure he'll keep his promise to you, Sakura gasped. Kenichiro was the only man she couldn't defeat, a man who had promised her a rematch. He made her one promise as well. How do you know that name? How do you know about the promise? Because you told me. Makoto slowly corrected himself. You told all of us. Sakura was silent after hearing these words, but she then faced the other students and spoke in a loud, clear voice. I'm going to trust Makoto. Sakura? Although Aoi was shocked, Sakura continued to speak with determination. What Makoto just said is something I kept locked away inside my memories. I was planning to keep that secret until the day I died. If I shared that secret, that means there was a strong bond between Makoto and myself. Makoto continued to talk in a gentle tone. Couldn't have been good for his health. He continued to slowly talk about his memories that the other students no longer had. Why do you know about the story I'm planning to write? Are you a specialist Nen user who can predict the future? You already finished the story, Hifumi? What? Wait a second. How do you know I extorted money from the girl related to the Kazuria clan? Because you even tried to sell my organs to them. His wounds were excruciating. Even so, Makoto kept smiling and talking about their lives together, as if it was his duty to do so now that he had regained his memories. As the other students listened to him, they slowly began to realize something. The vivid accounts he was providing couldn't be explained as just passing knowledge. There was some kind of bond between them all that had been erased. Only Byakugan remained cynical. There's no way I would have grown closer to any of you. It's likely you're all secretly working together. Although Byakugan was still hostile towards Makoto's recollection of their memories. For the time being, he determined that Makoto wasn't actually a terrorist. Makura had brought enough time for Makoto to wake up and share his memories with the others, even if she hadn't intended to do that. If there was still a small sliver of hope, she grasped it tightly. And now she looked at the boy who had smiled at her. Makura didn't know what to say. She couldn't think of anything else to say. The battle was over and Makura was now back to being a disappointing girl. She turned away from everyone's faces and apologetically climbed off the back of the motorcycle. Makoto saw her and slowly opened his mouth to say thank you. You saved my life. Makoto gave her words of sincere gratitude between weak breaths. Makura couldn't bring herself to look at him. Why? If Kyoko told you, then you already know what I did, right? After regaining his memories and learning the truth, Makuro should have been nothing but a hated traitor to him. Why would he smile at someone like her? Makuro kept her head down. Makoto smiled as if he was unsure of how to respond and said, I guess you're right. But you also saved my life many times during these past 2 years, and Makoto took a deep breath, smiled at Makuro again. You're my friend. We all spent time with each other. It'd be great if we could look for different paths, not despair. Do you really think I can walk another path at this point? I think it's more important to look for a new path instead of actually finding it. Was this intentional or coincidence? Just before he regained his memories, Makoto had said something similar to Makuro when she spoke to him in the nurse's office as Junko. Regardless of whether he lost his memories or regained them, these words revealed Makoto's true character. As Makuro confirmed that to herself, Makoto blurted out something that was almost too trusting. It's not just you, even Junko can. He was immediately... Ooh. Monokuma's face appeared on every monitor in the academy and his laughter seemed to be coming out of every speaker. He could have been pretending to be the ultimate hacker, but it's boring to impersonate someone who doesn't even exist. If this keeps up, I'll lose my identity and turn into Kon Akuma. Kyoko looked up at the surveillance camera and addressed Monokuma directly. You seem to give up pretty easy. There isn't a bear anywhere that gives up easy as I do. Regardless, I'm pretty sure Chihiro has figured out the secret of my control program by now. Just as I thought, you're included in that program on purpose. Kyoko realized something when Makuro told her about Junko. There were 2 reasons such a hateful person intentionally would leave obvious clues inside the Monokuma units. Either Junko wanted the students to learn the truth of themselves in the outside world and turn their hopes into despair, or she was looking to forward that clue resulting in her own plan being undone, which would allow her to feel despair toward herself. She was an angel of everlasting darkness, delighting in her own despair. Why would someone like that... Actually, I set that program for Chihiro to discover if she happened to be one of the final 5 survivors. I feel so sad and empty that my preparation was a waste, but I'm going to think about it positively. The word retreat doesn't exist in Monokuma's dictionary. Nervousness began to grip the students as Monokuma continued walking, talking in his relaxing, uplifting voice. Now then, it looks like everyone's here, including Toko, who's still tied up in her room. Let's start the heart-throbbing, exciting special graduation exam. The students broke out in noisy confusion. Don't think about it too hard. Relax, relax. I'd still be the most adorable bear here. Byakugan, visibly annoyed with Monokuma's nonsensical rambling, shouted, I already know it's you, Junko. Stop this stupid game and show yourself. Oh my, don't you know? If you want to lure the mastermind out of her heavenly hidey hole, you need to bring a worthy sacrifice. You're not worthy enough at all. Do you really think the mastermind would show herself for your pathetic hope and despair? He roared maniacally, then began to explain the special graduation exam. If you pass, everyone will graduate, but if you fail, you'll be held back a whole year. I'll reset your memories and give you fresh new leases on life. And you'll be introduced to yourself at the start of a new school year. They say people's lives don't come with reset buttons, but I'm not a people. Whether it's soft resets or hard resets, I can do as I please. Yashihiro seemed confused, but the other students knew what Monokuma meant by reset. He was going to force them to relive their school lives again. As Yashihiro struggled to understand, Taka pointed out a nearby monitor and shouted, Stop this already, no matter what you do to us, we'll never commit murder. What was that? Jumped Monokuma. Are you serious? Of course no one here would ever take another human being's life for any reason. As Taka shouted, one of the students, a pale-faced girl standing apart from the others, looked away. It was Sayaka. As she trembled, a voice popped up from behind her. What do you think, Sayaka? She couldn't even turn around from sheer terror, but Sayaka knew. She knew Monokuma was standing right behind her. Do you really think none of you will become a killer? Monokuma leaned towards Sayaka and asked her a question only she could hear. By the way, Sayaka, why did you go to Makoto's room when nothing strange had happened yet? Did you two have an inappropriate relationship? What would you do? What would your fans think if they found out you made a move on a boy by sneaking into his room? She could barely make a sound, much less scream, as her trembling worsened. Monokuma had nothing to gain by cornering Sayaka and toying with her emotions. He simply wanted to see the young singer fall into despair over a true character. For that reason, Monokuma did not relent. What were you trying to do to your close friend you've known for the past 2 years? Her determination from the last night blended with the memories of Makoto had recounted and ate away at Sayaka's mind like a disease. Her mind began to rip itself apart. A clear ball flying at just under 105 miles per hour struck Monokuma in the mouth with enough force to sink into its face. The speaker in Monokuma's mouth was immediately destroyed and his body hit the wall. Sayaka came to her senses and looked where the ball came flying from. She saw Leon, breathing heavily as he stared intensely at Monokuma. Yasuhiro grabbed him and yelled, "Dude, why did you do that, Leon? That crystal ball is really valuable." Leon had stolen the crystal ball and threw it. That Monokuma bastard was trying to take Sayaka hostage. What was I supposed to do? Dude, the crystal ball cost me $2 trillion. $2 trillion. Nope. Besides, if the world's all screwed up, what the hell are you going to need money for anyway? If it's safe out there, I'll just join the major leagues and do whatever and pay it back. As those two argued, Sayaka fell to her knees. "Hey," shouted Leon, running towards her. "Sayaka, you okay?" She looked at him and stared blankly. "Leon." She'd made up her mind, and she raised her head and she said, something I need to confess to you later." Sayaka was staring at Leon so intensely she briefly forgot about the current situation. Not just to you, but to Mikado and the others too. Sayaka had made up her mind to confess the sin that was weighing heavily on her heart, but Leon seemed not to hear the latter half of her remark. He ran back to the others, slapped Hifumi and Hishiro on the backs and around the backs, put my arms around your shoulders. Alright everyone, let's ace this exam and do whatever to get the hell out of here. There's no way I'm going to let this happy memory of this place get taken away. What exam? The Monokuma inside the monitor responded. "Fine. Now that things are finally coming to a boil, let's start the graduation exam." Sakura had been outside the dormitory suddenly appeared with some information. Monokuma was in the hallway acting peculiar. The students all moved to the main building to see what she was talking about. They saw 50 Monokumas standing in 2 rows along the walls. Something strange on this Monokuma's head, and a large version of the escape button that Makoto had obtained from the Monomono machine. Each student took this sight and an announcement ran through the school. "The me at the end of the hall has a button on the top of his head that'll open the main entrance. You have 15 seconds to get the button, and if you do, I'll let you have it in place of a diploma." The student seemed surprised by the straightforward explanation. Only Celeste remained calm, and she asked Monokuma with a bored look on her face, "Of course it's not as simple as running up and taking it, is it?" "How mean? Do I look like the kind of headmaster that would interfere with the student's graduation?" "Yes. Kinda do." "I'm going to send my graduates off with some fireworks. 100 fireworks to be exact, enough for 30 seconds of hardcore partying." The more perceptive students immediately realized what he was talking about. The bombs installed inside each of the Monokuma. They would explode one after the other, filling the hallway with fire as soon as the timer started. After 15 seconds, the me standing at the back of the hall is going to sacrifice himself to give guys one final firework. By the way, this probably isn't important. The button isn't very durable. Okay. This graduation exam was Monokuma's way of saying that he had no intention of letting anyone live. Or leave. Live. It says leave, but I'm going to say live. It was clear that from the outset, the explosion, the students saw during the entrance exam that the halls of Hope's Peak Academy would be bathed in fire. Even if someone was lucky enough to survive the explosions, the burns on their body would alone be enough to send them to a fatal shock. Their lungs might be completely incinerated by scorched air. Even if they sacrificed one student to run through, the odds were low they would ever succeed. There was no reason for every student to run at once, and the shadow of despair fell upon their faces. I almost want to take a picture. As Monokuma laughed from behind the monitor, Sakura stepped forward. "I'll do it. I've only seen the explosion once, but I believe I'm capable of withstanding its power." "No," shouted Ao, "you can't, even if you couldn't handle 100 of those explosions." Suddenly, Mondo remembered the motorcycle he parked inside the dormitory and said, "Hold up, that motorcycle's probably fast. Might be fast enough to go through those explosions. I'll do it." "Don't be hasty," urged Sakura. "Even if the motorcycle is unharmed by the explosions, that doesn't mean the rider will be." Sakura and the others continued their debate. One person stepped toward the hall lined in Monokumas. "I'll do it." "Makuro!" screamed Makoto weakly. Makuro, with her back facing Makoto, turned her head to the side slightly and gave him a small nod. She knew it would come to this. She knew why Monokuma would pose such an impossible exam. Junko's already looking forward to the next despair game. She's going to erase everyone's memories, including mine. She just wants to torment us with thoughts of despair before that happens. But Makuro knew her sister's personality all too well, and that's why she was confident. She knew that the escape button was real. Whenever Junko brought despair to the others, she always made sure there was a possibility that despair would befall her instead. If the students won this gamble and made it through the horrible situation, they would finally escape. That overcome would obviously fill Junko with immense despair. In the same way she left a clue in Monokuma's control program, Junko could not be satisfied unless she took pains to assure her own destruction. It was this quality that made Junko the ultimate despair. That's why Makuro had determined to do it. She knew she was the only person who stood a chance of making the outcome possible. Even if she had to risk her life. But, right now, Makuro wanted to live more than anything. She wanted to hold on to this world. A world she has no interest in previously. She didn't even know if this hesitation she felt was disappointing or not. She wanted to live and continue searching for a new path. A path where she could abandon her submission to despair, where she could accept the sins of the past and continue to live. Makuro, who was known as a war machine, found her heart and beset by overwhelming fear and anxiety. Till now, it had never occurred to her that determination was necessary to live. As she was brushing that fear aside, she quietly said, "Thank you, Makoto." Unfortunately, the words she said to the boy who showed her new possibilities never reached his ears. Sakura, however, heard her and frowned as she said, "If you're planning to sacrifice yourself as an act of penance, I'll stop you with all my power." Her words were firm, there was an unmistakable affection hiding in them. Both girls dedicated their lives to battle, and yet Makuro had felt a twinge of jealousy towards Sakura for possessing something she lacked. Makuro leaned towards Sakura and whispered in her ear. "What, are you serious?" Sakura's frown intensified. Monokuma's voice blared through the halls. "Alright, I'm going to start the exam now. Ready, set, go." There was no time for questions or objectives. The frontmost Monokuma exploded, sending a roaring wave of heat down the wall. The wall. Makuro didn't look away. She began moving. Okay. Monokuma moving. As soon as the graduation exam started, the mastermind focused her controls entirely on the Monokuma holding the escape button. Completely synchronized with her field of vision, she knew what was going to happen next. She would protect what her sister Makuro would do in this exact situation. She predicted. Where she was going to choose to focus her superhuman skill with weaponry. And so, through Monokuma's eyes, she watched the scene unfold exactly as she predicted. A pointed metal bar burst through the explosion, heading straight for the weak point of the Monokuma holding the escape button. Specifically, it was aiming for the point where the bomb's detonation system and Monokuma's power source overlapped. It flew straight and true, as if it had been fired by Master Archer. In order to bring despair to Monokuma, and by extension Junko, the super soldier known as Makuro threw the pipe like spear so it would attack the same weak spot she had used from the nurse's office. The explosions filled the hallway until only fire remained. The spear's speed and precision soared to the target, the final human logic. But the mastermind lived. She knew Makuro had used her power to fill the world with despair. Power was all that disappointing girl had. That power was useless against Monokuma. The mastermind had predicted that Makuro would put all her efforts into the throw. Monokuma caught the metal bar. The force of the throw knocked Monokuma back several yards, but the pointed end of the spear never pierced his chest. That was disappointing. The mastermind turned to look at the different monitor. She wanted to see the look on Makuro's face when she realized he had failed to strike Monokuma. The despair of seeing the final Monokuma explode right before her eyes, completely obliterating the escape button. She wanted to sear this memory of her disappointed sister's final moments as a newfound hope sank into a dark pit of despair. On instinct, she turned her attention to the surveillance camera that hadn't been destroyed. Instead of seeing Makuro and the others, she only saw Sakura, who had looked as if she had finished launching an attack. She only thought it was strange for 1 second, and then the hopelessly powerful mastermind completely understood the situation and shifted her point to Monokuma. Because of that single second, Junko would feel just a pang of despair. 3 seconds left. Amid the smoke, flames, and heat encircling the hallway, it burst through with the speed of a cannon shell. It glared at Monokuma with hot, boiling eyes that betrayed the icy expression on its face, and then sharply, swiftly, strongly, it transformed into a living weapon that cut through everything, revealing its true form. Monokuma, who was still holding the metal bar in his hands, tried to move, but at the exact same moment, a living weapon carved a path through the flames and appeared before him. Its body, which had never been wounded on any battlefield, was sustaining all manner of burns and injuries, but even so, it did not falter. The fire in its eyes never flickered once. The living weapon, Makuro, slammed her knee into the back of the metal bar Monokuma was holding. The sharp tip of the metal bar pierced through Monokuma like a rail spike. shredding the detonator and its power source to pieces. Time's up. The 100 explosions ceased and small smoke blanketed the hallway. Makuro had dived into Monokuma and the pristine escape button now rested in her hand. She and the other students of Hope's Peak Academy had passed the graduation exam. It was only a small amount of despair. Monokuma had tasted it in only 3 seconds. Junko. Makuro looked down at Monokuma. He could no longer move or self-destruct. When she spoke to him, a static-filled voice emitted from his mouth. It seemed his communication function still worked. Never expected you to do that. You still sounded like Monokuma. It seems his voice modulator was unharmed as well. I must have overestimated you. I never thought you'd need anybody's help on the battlefield. When I give the signal, please launch me forward with a roundhouse kick. Makuro whispered these words to Sakura just before the explosion started. After Makuro threw the metal bar, she jumped into the air the exact moment Sakura unleashed a roundhouse kick. Right when Sakura's foot made contact with her own, Makuro used the force generated by her kick to propel herself at Monokuma. Using the ultimate martial artist's superhuman attack like a springboard, she shot herself through the air like an artillery shell. Enduring intense heat, shrapnel, and blood-draining G-force, she stayed conscious as she charged through the hallway engulfed with explosions and despair. Makuro trusted Junko. She trusted Junko to predict that she'd thrown the metal bar and cashed it accordingly. She tried to look at her face as the despair sets in. Junko Inoshima, she knew she would definitely do that. Although Makuro hadn't predicted that her sister would try to kill her with the spears of Gunna, she had better understanding of her actions now. As Makuro stared Monokuma in the face, all he could do was laugh. Scornfully. Put your life in someone else's hands for a deadly battle? I didn't know how to feel about that. It'll always be half-assed disappointment. I guess this time he'll just say, I lost because I didn't see this much disappointment coming. The end. Makuro shook her head at Monokuma. You're wrong, Junko. If you want to talk about winning or losing, I think we lost before we even started. Makuro's eyes shifted from side to side as if she was unsure of something. She fidgeted in place as she continued to talk. No matter how much despair they felt, you didn't think they would kill each other the way they were before. That's why you erased all their memories. They aren't like the others you forced in the past. You knew these students would never do it. That's why you believed, isn't it? What you're talking about. It's okay, Junko. I'll bring everyone's memories back someday, and I'll show you everyone's happiness and their bonds. I'll show you all that to you and fill you with even more despair. Makuro nodded after she said this, as if to cheer her sister up. After several seconds of silence, Monokuma responded. You finally beat me this one time, and that one lame speech is the best you can do. You're such a disappointment. You never fill me with despair. It's just constant disappointment. After pouting like a sore loser, Monokuma continued to speak in his usual tone. Bet you guys will be back. And when that time comes, I'll invite you guys to a wonderful place. I found out about this fun island while I was running things here. Oh my god, Jabberwock Island? Really? Bit early for that. Monokuma's laughter filled the room before the static finally cut out and the remains fell silent. He wouldn't be talking again anytime soon. The mastermind was already preparing a new despair to bring to the world and to the students of Hope's Peak, Junko included. In the end, the mastermind stayed in her Monokuma persona until the very end, and Junko never showed her face again. It was as if she resented the despair Makuro had given her. That thought almost filled Makuro with despair herself. When she heard her classmates calling for her, she sealed that despair in the depths of her heart. From now, she would seal away all her despair. When she can give Junko the perfect despair, she'll unleash all of it at once, and plunge with her sister into the dark abyss. I won't leave my little sister alone. In the end, that was the first hope that disappointing older sister had felt since she was a child. Several hours later, at the main entrance, Makuro, are you really going to go through with wearing that wig? After receiving a blood transfusion of the correct blood type, Makoto was beginning to show signs of recovering. Makuro, holding the wig to disguise herself as Junko, nodded. If I live as Junko, I might be able to understand her better. Despite that, Makuro's voice still sounded like her own, as if she hadn't fully decided. I've made up my mind. While I'm out here, I've decided to accept everyone's hatred towards me and towards Junko. I can't die until I've destroyed all the despair that Junko has spread. The damage that the ultimate despair inflicted upon the world could not be measured in terms of money, culture, or even human life. Television broadcasts had already begun informing people that Junko and Mukaru were the heart of the ultimate despair, and among the survivors in the outside world, there are still people who hadn't been tainted by despair yet. Regardless of the fact that she released Makoto and the others to these survivors, she was nothing more than the reason the world ended. To the terrorists wearing Monokuma masks who continued to ravage the world, Makuro was nothing but a traitor. She was now in the hopeless situation of being enemies of most of humanity. But Makura wasn't making a big deal out of it. I'm gonna try not to kill anyone who comes after me for revenge. Wouldn't it be safer just to turn yourself in? Wondered Hishiro. Well, you might just get executed instead, but you could live to be an old lady if your trial keeps getting pushed back. Makura slowly shook her head. Laws, justice, these things no longer exist. Is it really that bad out there? Maybe. We should just stay here. Byakugan clearly glared at Yashiro with contempt. Ignorant idiots should just shut up. Your fate won't change whether you stay in here or not. Though he was shocked to learn the Togami Corporation had been destroyed, Byakugan continued to remain firm and proud even towards Makura. You are a rare asset, continued Byakugan, so I'll let you live for now. Depending on your actions, I may consider forgiving your crimes after I've built a new world. Only a Togami would boast that they're capable of forgiving the crime of ending the world. You don't need to do that, and I don't plan on just surviving. After turning away from Byakugan, Makura looked at the other students. Everyone was reacting in their own way. Kyoko had looked of a quiet preparation. Toko, having just changed back from Genocide Jack, was panicked and confused. Makura looked back at the 2 years she spent with them, then turned to Makoto, who shared the same memories as her, and gave him the escape button. Makoto, you press it. I think it's better if you press it instead of me. As she watched Makoto accept the button with some hesitation, Makura thought about what Monokuma had said. You guys will be back. Makura knew that Monokuma was telling the truth. After all, the file the students needed to fully restore their lost memories remained hidden in the academy. The research notes of Yasuke, the ultimate neurologist, his research was the key to restoring everyone's memories. Even if the students no longer had the memories, they may be able to repair the bonds they built amongst themselves over the past 2 years. As long as their memories remain unresolved, the mastermind could still repeat the deadly plan. Although the island mentioned earlier sounded strange, the students could not turn their backs on despair facing. Let's go. Makoto remembered everything that was happening in the outside world, and the boy that had chosen to remain inside the academy 2 years ago was now choosing to leave. How much did this struggle to come to that decision? He was determined to face the despair waiting him outside and hid his eternal conflict from the others. By protecting Makoto's hope, Makura would bring despair to her beloved sister. She no longer knew if the end result of her goal would lead to hope or despair. She pulled the wig over her head and hid her face with her hands. Was she smiling because hope was waiting for her? Or was she crying because her path would lead to despair? When she lowered her hands, her face was devoid of all emotion. Makura no longer knew what expression she would wear on her face. At the same time, Makoto pressed the escape button. The siren began to wail as the turret retracted. From behind the heavy door, the bright light appeared, and an infinite number of ifs, and all the possibilities contained therein encased the world, accepting everything, hope, despair, and even the feelings of the disappointed girl, Makura. Oh, actual cutscene? Jesus. After an entire month of text? Okay. Damn. Okay. I mean, neat. That was interesting. A mouthful. It was longer than I thought it was going to be. But it's kind of fascinating to read a story about the first game if you just change the fate of one character and see how everything changes from start to finish. They escaped without anyone dying. Hang on. It's like they escaped without anyone dying on the first day in the mansion. The only downside being is that Junko was never defeated. She got left behind alone in the building to still carry on her bullshit. So it's kind of a bittersweet give and take. It's not all positive or negative compared to the original game's ending. You finished? Oh, I finished reading that, yeah. I just wanted to read that because that seemed interesting. Not really tied to anything. Oh god, don't go back to it. How many of these are left? You beat Danganronpa 2? Oh yeah, the game's finished, yeah. I did finish the story, yes. I also played through the entirety of the Usami Monomi Magical Girl side mode, which is a top-down action game where you have to like run around enemies to draw circles so they explode. It's weird. All that's left is grinding, which is probably best left done off stream. Like I have to grind running left to right across the screen just constantly to build up steps. I have to grind that after school special mode, the one where you generally unlock all the report cards by just playing through it over and over again. I have to grind the gacha machine, which is just putting coins in, pressing the same button over and over again. So it's just really dull, grindy stuff left. All the interesting new modes and story stuff are pretty much experienced at this point. Oh, that's where these three came from. Okay. Movies, movies, movies. Butthole, butthole, butthole. A lot in there. I need much more money. New music. Bring me a dream. Unlock the music. Blah, 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 blah. Danganronpa. Yup, 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 yup. Loop, 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 doop, 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 doop. Loop, 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 loop. Oh, that's that mode. Magical Miracle Girl Monomi. It's so weird. Let me just try something real quick. I want to know what this... if this changes much if you turn the difficulty up. Just out of curiosity. Rubber bullet. Secret. Normal. It's me, Monomi. I'm here to run circles around you. Oh no, I fucked it up. I fucked it up. God, spikes. There you go. Whoa. Tra-la-la. Ow. Ow. Why? Why? Son of a bitch. Oh no, that was a novel. That was a bonus novel that you unlock that basically retells the story of the first game, but as a kind of like Marvel what if scenario. So it's what would have happened in the first game if Junko's sister what's her name? MU something. Madoka? Something like that. The Ultimate Warrior. The ultimate soldier. Because remember how she was pretending to be Junko at the start of the first game, and then Junko gets impaled, and you find out later it was just her sister pretending to be her, and Junko's still alive. It changes the story so that the main character notices the spears coming out of the walls, and he actually like lunges forward to protect her. So she's saved from getting impaled at that point, and then reveals who she really is, that she's not Junko. And then from then on, it plays out the rest of the story as if she's the main character, and how her presence changes the entire plot and sequence of events. It's interesting because the killing games never actually happen if she survives. In that version of the story, she rallies the other students together, and they basically go to war with the Monokumas. Which just seems fun. You got a new thing for my thingy? Well, that's vague. Thing for your thingy. What's a thingy? What's the thing for your thingy? I'm really curious. Snake. Oh my god. Leave me alone. There we go. Hey. Oh, you got a new piece of equipment for your stream. Without having to pay for it. Did you rob somebody? Fuck. Tra la la. Oh, hello. These things. Oh my god. Shit. Land on them. Not that one. The big ones.
Your head is exposed.
Wow, this sucks. Stop yelling men. Why would you say that?
Your head is exposed. Your head is exposed.
Oh, wait. Almost. Yes. Master Rod. Oh no. I'm gonna die. Oh shit. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Dead. Do I have to get to keep all my junk? Maybe plugging in a controller to play that. I mean, it's all done anyway. Just curious. Shove a bullet. Hey, hey. Whoa. 7th Sea Hope Rod is huge. Alright. Boobies, boobies, boop, boop, boobies. Yeah. Let's start this game's island mode up.
Dangan Island.
Let's see how this goes. I started around 8 PM your time, long after you went to bed. Oh, really? Oh god, it's already 9 hours and 40 minutes on my end.
Love, love.
Just pop into island mode for a little bit.
Hey,
Yeah?
can you hear me? Are you
Hello.
okay?
Dating mode.
You seem pretty
What's
out
up?
of it. To be honest, I'm also... No, everyone else feels the same too, since we suddenly got put in this weird situation.
Island mode is that, like, free-form school dating mode in the previous one. You know, when you had to set the timetable for everyone to, like, clean and search for artifacts, and then, like, build and craft. For Monokuma. And then between all the building and crafting, you're just, like, increasing relationships with everybody.
Hey, are you listening?
That's right, I'm in island mode. Yep, lots of students, rabbit, school trip. Memories are fuzzy. Didn't know what the heck was going on. Was collecting hope fragments, and then I was lying on the beach, being yelled at by some loser. You have over 100 hours in Wild Hearts? Yikes. That's a lot of Wild Hearts. That's more Wild Hearts than I've been doing Danganronpa. You're Nagito, right?
I'm glad.
Hey, I thought you forgot about me.
Mean.
You suddenly started staring into space, and no matter what I said, you wouldn't respond. What happened to the others?
I see.
Need to hurry. A weird thing happened appearing in the monitor and told us to go to Japawat Park. Okay, we'll do that. A strange uneasiness filled as we hurried. Well, they're getting right into it. It's Monami! She's probably going to introduce the crafting system and the dating timetable system and then just let us go for it. Once we arrived, we heard Asami scream.
Hiya!
Hi.
Hey, hey!
Hi. Why are you being evil like Monokuma was? Well, there's everybody alive and well. And Monokuma. So they're in
Why,
cahoots.
hello there!
In
Thanks,
this mode.
long time no see, guys.
Man!
Uh-oh. This is different.
Ouch!
Disappear!
What's happening? Oh, she won. Oh, this island mode is doing it as if another what if scenario, as if she hadn't got her wand broken. So now she can actually defeat Monokuma and keep the island like the way she wanted it to be, which is everyone just coexisting peacefully and dating each other. You're too noisy. Now that you've learned your lesson, don't interfere with the school again. No killing game for us. The black and white bear hobbled away. Now Usami's in charge. She's not even a half pink rabbit this time.
What?
How is that is now?
Starting to get pumped up.
A heated battle just watching me got me pumped. Epic performance, you're pretty good, Usami. Despite my looks, I'm your teacher. I'm supposed to protect everyone.
Let me ask.
That stick looks like some sort of exquisite blade. Do you intend to kill us?
Could it be?
Perhaps you intend to make us all kill each other. No, that was the other. That was story mode.
Ooh,
Definitely not going to happen.
problem.
It's all about dating now. You know, kissy kissy, teenagers, sexy time.
I see. What? Are you stupid?
What are you guys talking about? There's no way killings are going to happen.
Awesome!
We're on a skill trip in a tropical island, right? We should make the most of it. Oh, he doesn't mind being killed? Yeah, we know, Nagito, we know.
Now. Right?
We can leave this island as soon as we finish gathering the hope fragments. There you go.
What?
Chiaki knows because she's the trader that's working with Usami, and this is what the island was intended to be like.
Come on.
Where it was intended to be a place where we hang out, become best friends, and collect each other's hope fragments so that hope will prevail and we can stop being bad guys in the real world. The end.
I shall
No
explain.
Monokuma to ruin it all.
Hey!
Well, you relax in the tropical paradise, and you're going to get along and strengthen your bonds with each other. That's the main rule of the heart-throbbing school trip. Spend these peaceful and relaxing days nourishing hope and lazing about, free from pain, free from suffering.
Love.
Lovey-dovey, heart-throbbing school trip. Starts now. There's no way I can believe such foolishness. Yeah.
All right!
All right!
I expected something like this would happen, so I took the liberty of wearing my swimsuit under my clothes.
Oh!
I did too.
Okay.
My loin's always ready to go.
Come on!
And then Akane's gonna take her top off. I think I remember this scene. Oh, that part didn't happen. Where Akane's like, I don't have a swimsuit, so I'll just take off all my clothes. It feels like a resort, like no other way to describe it. I don't have to doubt this at all. The curtain to our school trip has been raised. Yeah, the real deal. Heart-throbbing school trip, put it in your bum. Shove it in your face. All over the place. Yeah, 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 yeah. Welcome to Dangan Island, motherfucker. Hanging out with Zoe, Sami, and with Monami. But not with Monokuma. Monokuma can get fucked. He's not invited to the teenage sex train. Island teenage sex train. Brought to you by Usami. Usami the perverted rabbit sex train. Alright. Nice. They already formed the train in the silhouette. That was cool. After we played to our heart's content, we listened to Usami and returned to the park again.
I shall explain.
Everyone must spend your time on this long-awaited trip.
You serious?
Being sexy friends. Finally getting to the point.
That's right.
You have to survive. Everyone's goal is to collect the hope fragments. Become best friends and rip the fragments from each other's hearts. For 50 days. Yeah.
Come on.
Who cares about the length? More importantly, what do you mean by cooperate? Class goals.
Huh?
Oh, the crafting system is back. In order to make everyone get along more, I'll regularly ask you to work together to make things. Simply put, you guys have to work together to create an item I ask you for. If we can't do it, are we punished? Don't be upset, there's no penalty for failing to make an item. In fact, you achieve your goal, I give you something nice.
Alrighty.
Positive reinforcement, not negative reinforcement, Monokuma. The first goal to make is... one flower pin. Okay. A hairpin made from pretty flowers. Very lovely, love, love. Please make one.
You are right.
Got it?
We don't have materials. I've already gathered the materials you need for your first goal. Let's try a practice session. Here you go. Make a rope. Combine this with rope and you'll make flower pin. Have a nice day. Okay. Got the tutorial. Flower pin. Ow. Rope. 1. Flower pin. Done.
Yay!
You did very well. I'll give you some tickets. Trip tickets. You can go on dates with these. Feel free to touch each other when you're on your dates. Get handsy.
I see.
It's not too difficult. We might be able to do this. Well, it's crafting, mate.
Hey!
Even if you don't do it well at first, you'll get hang of it with enough practice. Don't overwork yourself. It's also important you rest if you get tired. And keep your rooms clean. If you get too dirty, you'll have to do something unpleasant.
Yippee-ki-yay!
I thought you said no negative reinforcement. Don't forget.
Alrighty.
Here's your next class goal. Another flower pin. I'll check in 5 days to see if you're finished. Oh, I'm gonna probably ignore this stuff. It's personal effects. Ah. Dun, 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 dun. It's that one? Didn't I get a money up thing from him? When you find monocones, you'll earn more than usual. Do I have to equip that? Hang on. Let me make sure. Because I want to be getting more monocoins. Danganronpa Sting. You have to equip. Damn. I just need to make sure. You need more monocoins? I do need more monocoins. It's just they'll come with time if I do a bit of grinding. I just need to make sure that the skill that I unlock that gets me more monocoins from Byakugan doesn't need to be equipped or anything. Oh no, everything that's left is just grindy stuff. Like boring grindy stuff. Which is why I'll just get like the really dull things done off stream. I'll go to bed. When I wake up tomorrow, I'll put on a podcast or some stuff and I'll just sit there and hold the joystick to the right and let, you know, experience build up. When you find monocoins, you'll earn more than usual. Kind of useless after you find all the Monokuma dolls. Wait, why? Why is it useless? What the fuck? Monokuma dolls. Oh shit, that's V3. Do you get something for it? It doesn't say. Effective during school life, class trial. It says school life, so I guess just having it? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Guess I'll just... Oh shit, wait. Alright. Set tasks, I guess. We know how to do this from the previous game. It looks pretty much the same. Why is she sleeping? Oh, look at all them. Is this split between girls and boys again? Oh my god, it is. I'm gonna put the chef on cleaning duty. There you go. Oh wait, no. There's no cleaning required today because the bar's full. Let's put... Let me think. Everyone everywhere. How about that? Okay, girls. This is silly. Begin. Look at him go. Good job, everyone. Now you have some free time. You can spend the time however you wish. Gather all the hope fragments within 50 days. Everyone's goal. Good luck. Please try not to forget.
Hey!
If you think it's impossible, please don't give up. Make sure to do something you can definitely accomplish it in one day. Oh, I see. Talk to everyone a lot and gradually collect all the hope fragments, okay? If you use one of the trip tickets I gave you earlier, you can go somewhere and play. Shoot for the love outcome, but you also won't be able to gather the hope fragments, so be careful.
Alrighties!
Terribly sorry, but you have a second. As Asumi has explained, you can now spend your free time with whoever you like. As you gather hope fragments, you'll notice the scenes are exactly the same in the main game. So you might notice people talking about having to kill each other. I know that seems strange, but this is island mode after all. It's a bonus. Keep that in mind and try not to judge us too harshly. Oh, cool. Why can't I bring up my map and stuff? There's the Tamagotchi still going strong. Alright, well this is pretty much identical to the first game then. Easy. It's basically just running around here, going backwards and forwards, and letting the crafting build up, and letting the dating stuff keep ticking up the hearts. So grinding. Grinding, grinding, grinding. Boo. You know. So I guess, what do I have to do left? I have to run around to grind the Tamagotchi, run around to grind the footsteps, which will also grind the leveling up, which will also give me money, which will grind the money. Whew. Grind some hearts and hopes crystals, go grind some collectibles, go grind the gacha machine. I'm gonna see what the next Tamagotchi is real quick. I think it's the Gorilla Gitchy, the Gorillimi, whatever it's called. We'll see. You have a donation link now? Oh, nice. You didn't have one before? What held you back from putting one there before? You just never got around to it? Couldn't be bothered? Scared to do it? Well, it's there now. The hardest part's over. Oh fuck, it's almost done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There it is. Poop. Isakokun 98. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Changed my mind because I kept getting asked about it. Oh, that's like a lot of things. Like, I didn't have a Discord, and then people kept asking me about it, and then people kept telling me I should make one, and eventually I just folded and said, okay. Same with some of the pop-up animations when people sub or donate. Like, I never used to have those little animated pop-ups. I need to get more of them, to be honest. There's the gorilla thing. Oh my god, it's huge, but it's cute. It has a bow in its hair. Cute. Very cute. Oh wait, there's no point in doing this more, because now it's on 2,000. Boo. When that gorilla is fully evolved, I'll get, might be 150 bucks for that. Which is nice. Na, 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 na. Sonya, never mind. I just realized something. Where do you go to get shop stuff here? Hotel? Shop? I can't go to the shop? Why can't I go to the old building? Oh, it doesn't let me actually go. Fuck you then. Okay, this is alarming. Hang on. How am I supposed to buy vending machine items and stuff for the dating? There's a couple of people. Oh, what about you?
Alrighties.
Oh, this is how you look at how much everybody loves each other. No love yet.
Got it?
Maybe in Jabberwock Park? Should I call it a day? No. There's got to be a vending machine, like, out here somewhere, right? Because if you have to give gifts to people to date them, they wouldn't make you go all the way back out to the menu and then reload and come back in. Wow. There's nowhere to buy stuff here. This sucks. Yep. Going all the way around. Nothing to buy. Save load transcript option. No. Haven't even chat for ages. Regulations. Report cards. Boo. Presents. Oh, yeah. $11 gone. 21 gone. The jeans are gone. I bet the DVD's gone. Yep. No potpourri. I need one of any of them. I needed one.
Danganronpa.
Wait, did that save? Shit. I think I have to manually save that. Oh, it doesn't matter. I need to gacha machine. What's in the vending, actually? Tissue, Pajoba, go to Gabby, blah, nah. Nope. Doesn't help the princess. Nope. 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 Cool. I got something new. What's this one? Gold-coated sheath. Bamboo sheath covered in gold. Okay, cool. Whoops, I put 2 in. Oh. I don't remember those boots. Ah, potpourri. There we go. Danganronpa. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Welcome to Dangan Island.
Oh my god.
Ding, ding, ding.
That's exactly what happened. I'll have to speed through it.
What?
Can't believe I didn't save it. I even ran around and fucking did my Tamagotchi. Shit. Okay. Quickly. Make that. Make that. Okay. How we do this? Okay, we're almost caught up. Except for the Tamagotchi stuff. Boo! Boo! Alright, where's my girlfriend? The last one with her. Spend time together.
Amazing!
Give her the potpourri. Where was it? There it is.
Amazing!
She loves it. She's truly happy. That's how she says it. You know,
Do you have a minute?
if it pleases you, I'd like you to come to my room. Oh my god. We can find a more relaxed
right.
environment there. Come on. She's the one that's obsessed with masturbation too, so this might actually be leading somewhere sexy. I don't have much experience taking care of myself. There are things that I don't understand. I've managed to understand how to turn on the shower, but I do not know how to turn it off. So I flooded the floor. Sounds like something a princess would do. What happened?
Huh?
Something happened, right? You're acting a little different. How could you tell? I can tell by looking at you.
I am concerned.
I guess I cannot hide things from you. I had a nightmare. Oh, really? That's all? A nightmare where something dreadful had happened and I was unable to return to my homeland. This morning reminds you of back home? What? What does that mean? I want to go home right now. I want to go back to my homeland where my family and people are waiting for me. Aw. I caught her before she hit the ground. She was crying, sobbing and scared out of her wits like a normal girl. She's finally acting normal. She's been holding it in for so damn long. I held her and patiently waited for her to stop trembling. You alright? Yes. I feel much better thanks to you. My energy seems to have returned. Her eyes are a little red, but she showed me her smile. I finally realized what you are. A complete match to the description of a legendary hero passed down in my country. Thank you. I agree. The legend goes like this. The hero wears a white shirt and possesses an antenna that can sense danger. With a face lacking distinguishing characteristics, he... Oh, Jesus. He just called me a generic protagonist. It's very specific. You wear a white shirt like the legend, and your hair looks like an antenna, and your face is completely unremarkable. Oh god.
Listen.
The hero will stand alongside the princess and freely swing the golden makango.
Amazing!
The legend says he will establish something resembling order and restore the kingdom. Well, that is what I did in the main game. After all this time, Hajime, you are my destined one. Yay!
See?
Please come see me in Nova Select Kingdom if we escape. I will.
Yes, pie.
We will capture the golden makango. Amazing. I'm the legendary hero, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna be a prince. You might need to study a bit before you can become my husband and the king of Nova. Wow, she really is asking me to marry her. I need to know 30 foreign languages, economics, international law, diagnostic medicine. Oh no. Let's do our very best. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Do you want to just make out? How about that? Oh, it's humid? Used to be it being freezing and hotter. I mean, you did complain more about the freezing than the humid. Done. That means I got her panties. Unlocked envious influence. What kind of panties are those? It looks like a bat. Does she wear a bat around her? What? I need to see this. Nighttime. Get plenty of rest. Good night. Day 2.
I see.
Hiko seems to be feeling pretty good. Okay, good for her. E-handbook. Report card. No. Wait. Presents. Panties. Sonia's undergarments. Modest lace conveys an air of refined sophistication. Okay, so looks like a bat to me. Still looks like a bat to me. Oh, there's more Biscoff. I'm scraping this jar a little bit. Yum. Full coverage lace. I mean, lace is cool. Full coverage is a bit boring. But she's a princess, so you can't be too slooty. Except for the chronic masturbating thing. Or whatever the hell she's doing. Oh. I didn't tell you about the scene that gave away her masturbation habit. That was funny. Oh shit. They were talking about the fact that the cameras are all over the island and broadcasting, and so everyone can see it. Not just Monokuma, but the entirety of the Hope Foundation, led by the main characters from the first game, including Byakugan. I thought it was funny that of all people, Byakugan was the one that saw her do it too. He was the one that brought it up when she was like, "I'll never become queen this way." Did anyone see? And Byakugan was like, "Yes, we saw way too much," and she was like really embarrassed. Byakugan, why were you watching? That's not like you. In fact, why was Monokuma watching? Because he was the first one that brought it up with the whole, he went to the bathroom 3 times. 2 were normal, and the 3rd one was very, very long. And then she panicked. Okay. Where's the save button? Enough of all that music. I think we've heard too much Danganronpa music. Woo! Boy. What an ordeal that's been. So, that's all the story content done. That's all the unique content looked at. I really just have to grind now. So I think I might just wake up in the morning and just do like offline podcast, just hold down the right key and let the guy run and grind, and then throw money in the gacha machine and then run, that kind of shit. I'm pretty much I'm as done as I can be in terms of the stream being interesting. There's nothing new to look at. There's no story content left. It's really just the grinding for achievements left. Which is a downer a little bit. But I'm passing out right now anyway. So I don't think it makes any sense, because I can come on in the morning once I've slept and do some grinding, but the thing is, I don't think it makes sense to come back on the stream to do it. It's just way too mundane. What's next for stream? Well, it'll be a couple of days from now. There'll be at least 2 days break after what I just went through. Most of which will be sleeping. So I'll think of it in the meantime. There'll be plenty of time to work it out. And I'll just mop up some of the bullshit in this tomorrow morning while I'm hanging out listening to podcasts or something. So it's all good. Ugh. I'm not looking forward to the gacha machine because that's some RNG bullshit. So I'm going to be sitting there just dropping coins. You vote Wulong? I think you voted for that last time as well. I should look at what that game's requirements are for completion. Like if it'll be a story completion or if it's worth going for extra stuff. It depends on like how full on it is and how interesting the full on stuff is. Because some of the stuff in this I don't even want to do necessarily because it's way too dull and grindy. But I mean, I'm close enough. I'm close enough to it to basically just be like, I should probably just do it. Who knows how long it's going to be on Game Pass? It's true. I did forget it was on Game Pass. I tend to forget that a lot. Ba, 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 ba. The 100% is very short? Very short, you say? Could be done within 60 hours? 60 hours isn't very short. Those words don't go together. Very short is like 3 or 4 hours. Like, Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. That was very short. 100% achievements. 4 hours. Oh, it's 12 a.m. Woo! How much report cards do I have left to do? Fair few. And then Tamagotchi, running back and forth until the Tamagotchis grow. It's very short when you're used to doing 100 plus platinums. That's fair. But it's not very short when you compared to a 4 or 5 hour. So I guess it's very contextual, that one. Man, fuck a 100 plus platinum nowadays. Who's got time for that shit? Wow. Okay. Sorry, I'm just kind of drifting away. My brain is so slow right now. But, you know, that was satisfying to finally get through all that. Even though I had to do some dicking around at the end there that dragged on a bit. It's more exciting than Danganronpa 2. What is? Wulong? Oh, because people stab each other. I guess that does count for excitement. Although there's not as much booba and people giving it their panties. I guess it's a trade-off. Whatever. Okay. How much? Hang on, let me check something real quick. I did 5 report cards. 11 left. 2, wait, no. 4, 8. Oh, 10. I'm the 11th. I forgot. I forgot to count myself in the 16 count. Give main characters all the... Oh, it's got character creator. Okay. Fair enough. Let me close this game real quick. I can still hear the music through my headphones. Drive me crazy. I've heard too much of this song, the music in this game. Someday in the future, I'll end up having to play Danganronpa 3, but hopefully it's far, far away from now, so I can have a massive rest. Maybe even further away from when I played Danganronpa 1 and then played Danganronpa 2. Okay. Nighty night for me. I'm gonna go sleep. I'll see you back on here whenever. 2-3 days from now, probably. Alright. Good night.